So we were talking about 100 dhammas classified into 5 kinds. What do we mean by 100 dhammas? The whole world is categorized into 100 dhammas. How do we define dhamma? Things, let's say. The Buddhist teaching is to understand everything about the universe. What do we mean by everything? We cannot just understand everything. There's so much to understand. So we just... The Buddhist tattvas, later philosophers, classified the Buddhist teaching exposition into 100 dhammas. Okay, 100 dhammas, we have the conditioned dhammas and unconditioned dhammas. What do we mean by conditioned dhammas and unconditioned dhammas? Conditioned dhammas refers to all phenomena in the world, the whole world, and everything that is governed by cause and effect, and the law of dependent originations of conditions. That's conditioned dhammas. Everything is unconditioned. It's the creation of conditions, like our body. It has no reality of its own. It is built and it functions when the conditions fulfill. When the conditions are not fulfilled, this body is going to disintegrate. So it itself, this body, does not have, quote unquote, a self. This body is not a self that we attach to. Everything is unconditioned. And there's nothing that is unconditioned. Like the fact that you're coming here today, there must be cause for it. There's a cause and effect. There must be a reason why you're coming here today. Maybe you have been building up those conditions for your coming here today, that if that's the final effect, that if we stop in here to say, today you are here, if we recognize that there's an effect that you are here today, what are the conditions leading to this effect that you are here today? There are many conditions and many causes. And these conditions must be mature for you to come here. So it's not a simple matter that you are here today. Imagine you wake up this morning and then you say, oh, I'm going to the temple, and then you start your car and you ignite your car, the car doesn't work. It broke down the night before, you can't come here. If there was a traffic jam, it's jammed so much that you have to delay for an hour, you can't come here. Or you didn't know anything about a temple, that you can't come here. There's so many cause and effect that you come here. So conditions, dhamma. And of course, there are unconditioned dhammas, which is just the opposite. I won't explain in the detail because we've been talking about it for many, many hours, for 60 hours. And under conditioned dhammas, there are 94 conditioned dhammas and 6 unconditioned dhammas. So what are these 94? The first one we have studied is consciousness, consciousnesses. So this school of thought of the Buddhist teaching is known as, in the Sanskrit language, Vijnanamatrata, or consciousness only, the study of our own consciousness. So the Buddhist teaching is not just a faith religion, it's a religion of research and investigation and analysis. So you have to study the consciousness that we have in order to understand ourselves and understand our relations to the whole world and our relations to everybody. The consciousness, the vijnana, or in the Pali language, vijnana. In English translation, consciousness. Okay, now what are these consciousness? This flash through it. We said this consciousness have eyes, ears, nose, taste, tactile consciousness, the 5 consciousness, because of the sensory organs of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body correspond. Eyes correspond to vision, ears to audition, nose to olfaction, tongue to taste, body to tactility. So that explains the material side of our of our what we quote and unquote attach as an ego, a self. That's the material part, the physical part. And we know eyes, ears, nose, tongue. Those are the front end. Those are the front end salesmen and sales lady of our body. We know that. And what is this body? Body is create tactility when it gets into the objects of touch. But that includes not just of touching, that includes all the interaction of our organs inside, the systems, the physiological structure, the blood, the fluid, the heart, the liver, everything about the whole body, how it works. That includes everything. Those are the consciousness. And then other than the material part of it, we have the mind part, the body and mind. Mind, everything. The mind corresponds to everything. It creates impression and images. So we have the mano consciousness, which is the intellectualization of our cerebral cortex. Remember, the brain is in three parts. The cerebral cortex, which is the learning brain, the limbic system of the brain, which is our emotional brain, and then the what? The survival brain, which is the spinal cord, the spinal cord area. So why do we have emotions? Because we have a limbic system there, in which we have the amygdala, which interacts with outside, and it sends signals. It creates hormones. It creates cortisols. So that's the mind, the mentality part. We studied that in detail already. The intellectualizational part, the rationalization part, the moral perspective part. Why do we rationalize? Why do we intellectualize? Why do we analyze and investigate and all that? That's the mano. And then there's also the manas part. The manas, the seven consciousness, which is the ego part, the ego attachment, the I, the we, the I syndrome, the I, me syndrome. This is my body. This is affecting me. I protect my interest. My interest has to be better than yours. You are hurting me. So this I, me, ego. And this ego attachment is always having a tug of war with the rationality part, intellectualization part, which is the mano part. They're always a tug of war. One part is the rationalization, the other part is the egoistic attachment. You're always at war with each other. And you know which side usually wins? It's the ego that usually wins. It's the attachment that usually wins. That's the reason why you cannot control your emotions, your anxiety, your worries, your fear, your phobia, whatever you call it. And then finally there's the alaya consciousness, which is the store consciousness of everything. That's just using an analogy of the computer. That's the memory, that's the chips that record everything. You think every thought, every word, every action builds up karmic energy which accumulate in the store consciousness. So when a person dies, when this body dies out, you don't have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you don't have them anymore. Your brain doesn't work. The functionality of your sense organs, they don't work anymore. You don't have them anymore. The material don't work. The ego shrink into the store consciousness. Only the store consciousness left, and that's what we call alaya consciousness. And at death, that's the last to leave your body. It's imperceptible. You can't see it. How can you see energy, karmic energy? It leaves your body at the last moment. And of course, we talk about it. There are 6 locations in which your alaya consciousness left the body. And that locations sometimes give you an idea of where you're going after death, which ram. The 3 vicious rams or the 3 benevolent rams. The 3 vicious rams being victims of hell. You go down to hell, you go to the animal ram, you go into the ghost ram. Those are the 3 vicious rams. You may be going to the benevolent ram, which is the human ram, heavenly beings ram, and the Zura's ram. We already explained that. So that's your alaya consciousness. Those are 8 consciousnesses that all sentient beings have. And the alive consciousness is the last to lose, the last to leave the body. But it's the first to enter the body, it's the first to enter the mom's womb. When there is a fusion of the sperm and the ovary, at that moment, that karmic energy zooms into the mother's womb and becomes that material, which is we call a baby, an embryo, and then it slowly grows. That's just to simplify it. We already have talked about it for many, many hours. It's good for a review. Rupa, 11 rupas. What are these forms? The eyes, material. Forms means matter. The eyes, the nose, the ears, the body, and all other forms in the world, everything about this, everything we see, matters, molecules, protons, electrons, you name them, these are the material. And other than the materials that we can actually perceptible, there is actually some half and half imperceptible material. By the senses. They are not comprehended by the senses. And some of these are images in your mind, in your dreams. I'm sitting in here, I close my eyes, and I think about downtown Vancouver. I think about Odeum Theatre, and then it pops in my impression in my mind, and that image is created in there. It's just a creation of the image in my mind. You know, our mind always creates images, you know. You create images and you attach to them. You're sitting in here and you're thinking about the experiences you experienced yesterday. Somebody hurt you by insulting you. And you're sitting in here, you thought about that insult, and that insulting sound re-echo in your mind and make you mad, and you feel depressed, you feel your self-esteem is hurt, and you don't like it, you hate it, and you want to do something about it. You want to call up that guy and say, why did you yell at me yesterday? Etc., etc. You have your images. You create the past images into your mind. You attach to them, and you emotionally do something about them. That creates all the mental afflictions, all the problems that we have. The importance of studying all this is to analyze yourself, to let go of your attachment. All right, this is form. And then we also study concomitant mental functions. When your eyes see, when your ears listen, when your tongue taste, when your body touch, and all these senses, at the same time, what happened to your mind? They're not just perception, they're not just sensation and feelings, there are certain mental functions interacting and work in your mind to bring out your emotions. If we talk about it physiologically, whenever your mind interacts with the outside world, the environments, and somehow, if the environments are stimulating, it will stimulate your brain, your emotional brain, your limbic system, sending messages to the amygdala. And the amygdala will say, stop this, do that, being emotional, you should feel, you should yell, you should do something about it. This amygdala is working for you and also working against you. It's working for you to protect you on the spur of the moment. This amygdala will say a car is rushing by and you stop because that signals you to stop. On the other hand, that amygdala can say, hey, that guy is hurting you. Fight him back. You know, it can be your master. It can be your, you know, both. It's like a fire. All right? There's a lot of concomitant mental functions in your mind that's working to bring out the emotions that you have. You know, you are not yourself, you know. You cannot control those emotions. How can we control those emotions? You have taken your first step in learning how to control the emotions. What is that first step? Why are you coming here today? You're learning meditation. Meditation has been proven to understand your consciousness and put a stop to whatever stimulation and emotions that you have. You have a better control of your amygdala, of your emotional limbic system. And it enhances the functionality of your cerebral cortex, which is the learning brain. It rationalizes your brain, intellectualizes your brain. That's the function of meditation. All right, let's talk about this concomitant mental functions, very complicated. We have 51 of them. We have generally interactive functions, attentions, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. We also have particular functions, desire, resolve, mindfulness, concentration, intelligence. Those we already talked about for hours. I'm not going to repeat them. Let's talk about unwholesome functions now. We have unwholesome functions, 6 root basic unwholesome functions, 8 primary unwholesome functions, 2 medium unwholesome functions, and 10 minor unwholesome functions. These are the unwholesome functions that we have been spending hours on. Your greediness, anger, ignorance, arrogance, doubt, false view, disbelief, laziness, indulgence, thoughts wandering, torpor, forgetfulness, distraction, false understanding, shamelessness, no guilt, hatred, expressed hatred, hidden hatred, which is vengeance, vexation, jealousy, harm, parsimony, pride. And this pride is similar to what we call arrogance in some cases. Concealment, flattery, deceit, deceiving. Which one do you have in there? Or all of them you have? It's a matter of degree, matter of level. So these are the concomitant unwholesome mental functions that have been in your store consciousness since many lifetimes, that have been stored in there. And whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you feel, whatever your sensory organs interact with, they work with you to carry out your actions, your speech. Where did they come from? Where did these things come from? Some people say it's come from you because you infuriate me. Your words, your actions, they do not come from external. It comes from internal. If you don't attach, there's no problem. You're attached to them. Your egoistic attachment. So these are the unwholesome mental functions that everybody has. It's a matter of degree only. Some people has higher and some people have lower. And then you say, okay, what happened to a baby? Would a baby have guilt and arrogance and disbelief and laziness and all that? I'm a newly born baby. Do I have all that? Yes, you do. Because you're reborn with alaya consciousness, and all these have been stored in your alaya consciousness. They are hidden potential energy. They haven't come out yet. Wait till you develop and grow. It would grow at the same time. So this ego attachment has 2 facets to it. One facet is the innate facet. You're born with it. The other is distinguished facet. You learn later. You learn to be egoistic later, or you learn to be altruistic later. Depends on the family education. So it's very important that after you were born, what kind of education, your family education, school education you receive. Because there's certain portion that is distinguished ego attachment, and there's certain portion that is innate, born with it. And the innate is heavy. Because why? This potential energy has been accumulated for many, many lives, not just of this lifetime. Some baby were born with compassion. Some baby were born with a special feeling of rage, jealousy, hatred. Babies are different, you know. It's just they haven't got the words and the thoughts to develop their thoughts into action. As the baby grows, the thoughts will develop into speech and action. Speech and action will develop into, habitually, into what? Into habits. And habits would develop into personality. Personality determines your destiny. You are your personality. Your personality are your values that you build up. With these values, it either get you up or you pull you down. So what are your values? Did your dad give you the values? Only in the distinguished part, your dad may have given you the value. But most of it is the innate part, which we call reincarnation. All right, these are the unwholesome mental functions. And let's get back to how about are all babies bad? Are we all bad? How optimistic? How pessimistic? How negative? You're talking about everything is negative. Everything is guilt, shamelessness, anxiety, depression. Are you too negative? We also have wholesome functions in our mind. We're not just bad, we have a lot of good stuff, in our mind too. All of these good things. Wholesome functions, we have faith, shamefulness, guilt, no greed, no hatred, no ignorance, diligence, joy, equanimity, no indulgence, and no harming. See, these are only the generalizations of it. Just like unwholesome functions, there are more and more to it because there's so much that we can't classify all of them. So these are wholesome functions. We also have what we call love and compassion and many good facets of personalities we have. Okay, and then we have 4 indeterminate functions. Some of these could be good, could be bad. And then lastly, I want to finish it up. Dharma is non-interactive with the mind. Dharma is non-interactive with the mind. There are some dharmas that the mind cannot interact with. And we already have explained them. Acquisition and life force. We already have talked about them. Commonalities by species. Differentiation of species. Attainment of thoughtfulness. Attainment of cessation. And realm of thoughtlessness. Name, body, predicate, utterance. Birth. Continuity, aging, impermanence, continuity and changeability, determinant karmic differences. So in other words, these are not interactive with the mind, but they exist with the mind. I would like to talk about unconditioned Dharma next time. I would like to limit my talk. I already have finished the conditioned Dharma, the 94 of them. And then next time, I'm going to talk about unconditioned Dharma. There's 6 unconditioned Dharmas. When I finish talking about the 6 unconditioned Dharmas, then I finish the 100 Dharmas. Then I go forward with exploring each consciousness in detail. The 8 consciousnesses in detail. What are those 8 consciousnesses? The eyes consciousness, the nose consciousness, the ears, the tongue, the taste, the mano, the manas, and the alaya consciousness in detail. That's why, that's the topic. We're just summarizing the parameters of the 8 consciousnesses. So we'll study the 8 consciousnesses. We'll start, next time I'll probably spend about 15 minutes on finishing up the unconditioned Dharma. Then I go back to the beginning, because you cannot understand consciousnesses, the 8 consciousnesses, without understanding the 100 Dharmas. You have to understand that first. And sometimes I'm a little amazed at people, philosophers in the ancient times. Look at when these 8 consciousnesses were written. Written by Tripitaka Master Xuanzang, AD 596 to 664, which is about 1500 years ago. They already analyzed consciousness in detail. At that time, they didn't even have psychology. They don't have psychology. They already have studied psychology in so much depth that even modern psychologists were amazed. How come these ancient people, they go so much depth into thinking, into the brain, into consciousness? So the Buddha tried to classify everything in the world into actually there was 660, but somehow it was streamlined into 100. So how many dharmas are there? When we say dharmas, it's everything about the whole world. It's so immeasurable that no one can actually study everything. So the Buddha tried to categorize it into 5 kinds and further subdivide it into conditioned and unconditioned. Everything in the world that we can see, we can feel, we can touch, we can listen are conditioned. They are based on conditions because there's conditions, these are conditioned dhammas, and there are unconditioned dhammas. And we have gone through many hours, more than 100 hours on conditioned dhammas, and today we want to do unconditioned dhammas. So what are conditioned dhammas? Conditioned dhammas, the Sanskrit languages, Samskrita dhamma. It refers to all phenomena of the world. The worldly dhamma is governed by laws and effect and dependent on origination and conditions. In general, there are 3 kinds of conditioned dhamma: form, mental, neither form nor mental. If we want to categorize it, it's either into what we can see, we can listen, we can touch, we can smell, we can interact, the senses can interact. All those that the senses, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tail, the tongue, and the body, all those that can interact physically, they are matter. Even sound is classified as matter. Sound is a frequency. You can see sound because our eyes are not capable of seeing sound. But it's a kind of frequency that's matter. And you remember human senses are quite limited. Sometimes our human senses, not sometimes, actually, the sensory organs of humans are not as good as some animals' sensory organs. For example, dogs can listen 2 miles away, and we can only listen to 1 mile. So the siren goes, or the ambulance, the dog can listen to it, and he already barked because he listened to it. We couldn't. So our senses are quite limited. So whatever the senses can interact, those are the form. And whatever senses cannot interact, but our mentality interact, they are also referred to as conditioned dharma. And how about the 3rd category? That fall into neither this one or that one. That includes all inclusive. That's a logical way of categorizing it. Is this A, B, neither A nor B. That includes everything in the world. If you study symbolic logic, you will know that that's the way you do an argument. All right, next. The 3 great characteristics we want to get into unconditioned dharma, so we have to study the 3 great characteristics of the whole world. It's either phenomena, noumenon, or functionality. Phenomena, we know, everything that appears, all things, a thing that is knowable by senses through interactions between the mind and external attributes. That things we can see, we can listen, we can touch, we can smell, all these are appearances, phenomena. Everything is phenomena. And then noumena is, I have put a question mark in a thing, because noumena is not a thing, but I put a question mark in there. A thing, which quote unquote may not be called a thing, because a thing is not noumena, but for the purpose of putting it, its real nature, its reality, that cannot be comprehended through the senses. Unenlightened beings are confused with and diluted by noumena and phenomena. Only the enlightened beings realize the truth of noumenon. And then the 3rd is functionality. Karmic activities performed as a result of the interaction among consciousnesses, materiality, concomitant mental functions, and other conditioned matters, conditioned dhammas. These are the 3 great characteristics of everything in the world. And conditioned dhammas fall into phenomena and functionality. Functionality is not a material, it's a function. And noumena falls into unconditioned dhamma. That word noumenon actually is borrowed from a Kenshin philosophy. So that's the one that's borrowed from there. For those who are not quite familiar with what we are talking about, Buddhism is about studying the world, studying the mind. Why do I have to understand this? Because if you want enlightened, if you want to have enlightenment, you have to understand why you are confused. If you want to understand the problems of emotions, the problems of depression, jealousy, hatred, greediness, all these inequalities, all these sufferings, all these tribulations, you really have to study why, where they come from, how they originated. And all that, you have to study the knowledge behind them. So the Buddhist teaching is a matter of complete, full understanding or complete, full search of the understanding. It is absolutely not superstitious. It's not just belief in the faith. So more and more, I think that, and many philosophers think that Buddhism is not a faith. It's the study of the truth. It's not a faith. Faith is just belief in something, and you get from that whom you believe, and you receive from whom you believe. That's not Buddhism. If there is someone who can give and someone who receive, you're still living in a world of ego, a world of self. There's a giver and there's a receiver. No such thing. It's a delusion. It's a self concept. What is a self? What is a self? There's no self. There's nowhere to be found. Self is not an entity. Self is not an entity. It's just, what is your mind? What is your mind? Can you find your mind? Some people say, brain is my mind. Brain is not your mind. Brain is just the physiological part of it you can find. The part that is not physiological, you cannot find. That's what we call the mind. The mind is nowhere to be found. It's not an entity. There's no such thing as mind. All that the brain, the physiological effects and all this functionality, they are conditioned. They're not unconditioned. All right, okay, let's move on. Unconditioned dharmas, Sanskrit, a Sanskrit dharma. Unconditioned, unconstructed, unphenomenal, non-created. The unconditioned has neither cause nor result or effect. The condition is that which has been created by causes in union and combinations. The four dharmas, arising, old age, duration, and impermanence, are the characteristics of conditioned things. A dharma in which they are not found is unconditioned. The unconditioned lasts eternally in its own nature. They're not conditioned. Anything that's conditioned would arise, maintaining itself, disintegrate, and died. Anything that is conditioned goes through a cycle. You are conditioned, I am conditioned, my body is conditioned. Everything in the world that you can think of within your sense knowledge, with your sensual knowledge, is conditioned. If you really have to classify them, we classify them into 6 unconditioned dharmas. And it is not easy to understand these 6 unconditioned dharmas. You have to have a lot of experiences in meditation. You have to have a certain knowledge, background knowledge, and some in-depth, to a certain extent, knowledge of Buddhism before you understand what is unconditioned dharma. But just for the purpose of completing the 100 dharmas, I need just to bring it out, to finish the 100 dharmas, then we can move on to consciousnesses. Right now, I haven't really started to study consciousness. I'm only giving you all the terminology that is required to understand consciousness. Now, after this session, which is the final 6 unconditioned dharmas, because we already have studied the 94 dharmas, and conditioned dharmas, 94 conditioned dharmas, we have already studied them for 100 hours, more than 100 hours, I think. Now we want to finish with the 6 unconditioned dharmas. Then what do we do in the future? We move on to study each consciousness. Vision consciousness, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and what? And mano. Mano is what? The sixth consciousness. That is the rational brain, the intellectual brain. Physiologically, it's the limbic system. The limbic system, the cerebral cortex of the mind. Remember the brain is in three parts. The frontal lobe, which accounts for your rationality, your intellectual knowledge. The learning brain, your learning brain. And in your learning brain, of course, there's a regulator of your emotions, which is the prefrontal lobe. And all the memory, all the rationalization, decision-making, planning, all in the cerebral cortex as far as the material side is concerned. Of course, there's a lot of immateriality in the brain, which is the mind that we cannot see. That's the learning brain. Other than the learning brain, everybody has an emotional brain. The emotional brain is the limbic system. The limbic system contains many things. I'm not a neuroscientist, but we need a little bit of knowledge in order to understand consciousness. You really need a little bit of knowledge to understand consciousness. In the limbic system, the emotional brain, it contains the amygdala. You know what the amygdala is? The one that is responsible for your negative emotions, or your fear, or your depression. And depression, there's another side of the brain, which is the hippocampus. Is responsible for memory and your depression. When you're in depression, that hippocampus is actually shrink. So your emotions are affected not just mentally. Your emotions are also affected by your physiological changes, your brain. So when an emotion comes out, it's not just mentality. So if you're not in good health, you tend to have more emotional problem. So you need your exercising, you need your meditation, you need to be in good health in order to cure your emotions. But basically, the major part of the emotional problem comes from the mentality side. But don't ignore the physiological side. So don't blame those who have depression. Maybe they were born with certain genetic defects. For example, in the amygdala. Some amygdala are more sensitive than the others, and some hippocampus are more, emotional than the others. So when you tell people when your family members suffer from depression, don't ignore the physiological part of it. They could be born with something that they couldn't do anything about, but somehow exercising, keeping good health, good nutrition, may bring some good effects to cure it. And don't ignore that. Let's carry on. So let's get on to spatiality, the first one, unconditioned. What is space? I'm going to go into detail, a little bit of detail. Spatiality, space is the absence of matter. Because matter permits the manifestation of all kinds of activities. Space is that which does not hinder. So in space itself is unconditioned. But space gives our condition. Space gives our condition of emptiness for things to be filled in that space, in that spatiality. So space itself is unconditioned. Second, cessation through understanding, and sometimes it's also called extinction through understanding. Prakti Samkhya Nirodha. This Dharma signifies a certain pure prajna. Prajna is wisdom. Prajna is wisdom. It signifies that you have reached a certain level of prajna, wisdom. The comprehension of the truth. You've gone to that part. Extinction through intellectual power, cessation through understanding, cessation attained with acquired knowledge. That means you have certain knowledge through meditation, that you acquire certain prajna, and that prajna allows you to go into a certain meditative state, which is cessation through extinction. No more conditions. You don't need conditions. Through understanding. And some meditators would say, oh, are these the very high level that I will be achieving in the future if I continue to meditate for years, and when I get to that level, when I get to extinction through understanding, if I meditate and after I got this extinction through understanding, will I become enlightened? Is it a level that I should reach? Like a university level, like first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and then I get my BA and then MA and then my PhD and then postdoc. Is that what I want to do? This is just a state in which the meditator reached that state, and when he got out of the meditation, he lost it. It's just a state. It's just at that level. If he can maintain that state eternally, that is something else. That is almost close to enlightenment. So in other words, when you are meditation, one day you really have the physiological part of the body is in good shape, and the mentality of the meditation is in good shape, and you're meditating, and you reach a certain intellectual level that you feel a certain kind of bliss and peace that like you never have experienced before. Suddenly you are filled with that, I wouldn't say it's joy, it's a kind of bliss that is beyond description. It beats all kinds of words. You don't know how to describe it. It could be this. You won't exchange that kind of bliss for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. You won't exchange for that kind of money, because that bliss comes up in you like you never have experienced before. Something like that. Next, cessation without understanding. The previous one is cessation through understanding, and this one is cessation without understanding, or extinction without understanding. A different kind of extinction which consists of the absolute hindering of arising. It is so called because it is obtained not by the comprehension of the truth, but by the insufficiency of the causes of arising. Absolutely obstructs the production of a future Dharma. It is acquired simply by the deficiency in the conditions, not through deliberation. It is the permanent non-arising of the heaps that is unrelated to an antidote to the mental afflictions. Do you understand what it is talking about? No? It's a kind of extinction that there is a certain state that there's no cause of arising. Conditions are not fulfilled. There's no condition fulfilled that give rise, give birth to that kind of arising. There are certain states where there are absolutely no conditions exist. Conditions exist to have conditioned Dharma. But in certain cases, conditions don't exist. So if conditions don't exist, how can there be any conditioned Dharma? How can there be any conditioned Dharma? It would be classified as unconditioned. You don't really have to worry about that if you don't understand it, because it's just like in logic. If it's not A, it must be B. A and non-A. A and negative A. If it is A, if it's not A, there must be negative A. If it is conditions, unconditioned through intellectual, through a wisdom, is there any unconditioned through, not through wisdom, through just conditions not fulfilled? No conditions in there. If there's a state that through my wisdom I don't create any conditions, I'm just giving an example, then there's no conditions. There must be a state that I don't have to do any efforts to it, and actually there are no conditions exist. So how can there be conditioned Dharma? It must be unconditioned. Take a course in logic. You know, you know, that would help. I remember when I was at school studying symbolic logic, I didn't know what it was talking about. I still remember before the exam, I read one chapter, and that chapter only contained about 2-3 pages. I spent 5 hours. I like plow every word, you know. I still don't understand. But anyway, don't worry about it. There are things that are unconditioned. Motionless cessation. This is the 4th dhyana of Rupa Dhatu Samadhi. At this level, the meditative practitioner, feelings of suffering and happiness cease. So the one who is meditating, suffering and happiness disappear, no more, become motionless. That is why it is called motionless extinction. This is actually at the 4th dhyana of Rupa Dhatu Samadhi. Remember there's 3 levels, the Kama Dhatu, Rupa Dhatu, and Arupa Dhatu. This is the Rupa Dhatu Samadhi, the 4th, the highest level of Rupa Dhatu Samadhi. That's number 4. Number 5, cessation of sensation and feeling. Previously, it's just extinction of suffering, of the feelings of suffering and happiness. This is extinction of the sensation and feeling. This is the Arupa Dhatu Samadhi. At this level, the meditation practitioner's sensation and feelings cease. There's no one to realize whether it is conditioned or unconditioned. Whether it is conditioned or conditioned, the consciousness has to know it in order to know that it is conditioned or unconditioned. There's no consciousness to know it. A cessation of the meditator's sensation and feeling. And some novice to meditation would say, oh poor, I don't have any sensation, I don't have any feelings, so I must be dead. It must be bad for me. If I don't have any sensation, I don't have any feeling, it must be bad for me. And let me tell you this, it's your sensation and your feeling that got you into trouble. It's your sensation of lust. It's your feeling of greediness. It's your sensation of jealousy. Your feeling of anger that got you into trouble. Now that's gone. But we always think it in a topsy-turvy way. We want sensation. We want love. We want lust. We want greediness. You know, that's what you want. When you have those, you're involved in suffering. You in the future, you're involved in tribulation. Comes from the suffering. And the way I look at it, and the way many people look at it, is we're getting into a world where mental sickness is getting worse and worse. You know why? Because of mass communications or advances in technology of the medium. Telephone, internet, website, WhatsApp, email, you know, you name it, all those communications. Previously, because of lack of advancement in this kind of communication, it seems that we are very remote from each other. We are apart from each other. I still remember 30 years ago when I came to Canada, when I called back home, I had to use a telegram. I had to go to a telegraphic office and write out a telegram and send home. And I paid lots of money for a telegram. And I had to shorten my sentences to make sure that I convey all my information within a very short, you know, paragraph. And I have to pay some money. Then I can do long distance and I've got to pay money. And so it seems that telecommunications has narrowed the gap of distance, have made everything closer and closer and closer and closer. But then, telecommunication brings us closer and closer, but then it seems that family members are more apart and apart and apart from each other. Why? Because what they cared about is playing games. What they cared about is burying themselves in computers. They never talk to each other. At home, what do? Even on dinner table, what do the kids do? They bring out the games and, hey, come on, John, eat your dinner. Oh, don't bother me. Telecommunications bring everybody closer, it seems to be, but then you distance everybody. So there's always pros and cons. Advances in medicine cure a lot of diseases. But then our mental diseases are becoming worse and worse. A lot of strange sickness come out. So I don't know if human civilization is improving the advance in human civilizations is improving our welfare or deteriorate our welfare. I don't want to see a third world war. But we don't know. People like to say, I love this world, it's so happy. Maybe you live in the better side of the world. Have you seen all those poverty on the other side of the parts of the world? I'm not talking about this. I'm only talking about this, so I better return to the right track. Okay, fifth. You see, that's why I'm waiting. Number 6 now. Suchness. One of the 6 unconditioned existence in consciousness only theory, true reality is the real nature of all existences. Yet, suchness is called an unconditioned existence due to the notion that even the awakened wisdom of the Buddha is in itself not really true reality, since the wisdom of enlightenment is classified as a conditioned existence. Even enlightenment, the wisdom, enlightenment is conditioned. When you are enlightened, that enlightenment is still conditioned. Is that, I don't know how you call it, is that which you step into that level that is unconditioned. You have to use condition to get into the unconditioned. You have to use that ladder to climb. To climb to that, we don't know how to call it, that invisibility, that enlightenment. You use the ladder. You still have to use the condition to get into unconditioned. So don't blame your senses. Don't get me wrong. Don't blame your own senses that you are greedy, you are angry, you are jealousy, you are depressive. Don't blame those senses. You can turn those senses inside and use them for tools of enlightenment. It's like fire. You can use it for cooking, and fire also burns you to death. Depends on how you use it. Use your senses in meditation to gear inward to get enlightenment. Don't use your senses to extend your lust, your greediness, your jealousy, your hatred, your rage. Which one you want? Which one you want to use your senses? It's up to you. Not up to God. How to use your senses is up to you, not up to God. There's no such thing as God. You have that God. So, I finished all 100 Dhammas. Next time we're talking about consciousness. And we will start with the eyes consciousness. How does our thinking work? How does our consciousness work? How do we think? When we are thinking, what actually goes through our mind? So, our sensory organs when our sensory organs interact with the objects, then something happens. In other words, when we see, when your eyes see, when your ears listen, when your nose smell, when your tongue tastes, when your body touch, and at the same time, simultaneously, when all the internal organs and the 36 elements of the body interact, what happened? So in other words, when your subjective internalities, when your subjective internalities interact with the objective externalities, what happened? So there's interaction. When such interaction happens, given that the universal interactive factors exist, what are the universal interactive factors? We study that in the 100 Dharmas. That's the reason why we spend weeks in studying the 100 Dharmas. When such an interaction happens, there may not be any consciousness. There may be consciousness. It depends on whether you pay attention to it, whether it's been transmitted and interact well with the 6 consciousnesses. So in other words, even if your sensory organs interact with objects, consciousness may not arise. But in a lot of cases, it may arise. For example, when you are eating, and of course your taste consciousness would work, right? Your taste consciousness works because the tongue tastes the whatever flavor you have. But then if you are in a mood of deep depression, you don't know what you are tasting. Your tasting consciousness doesn't exist. And if you are really in deep sadness, you don't know what you're eating. If you're in deep exhilaration, you may not know what you are smelling. When you are not paying attention, you may not know what you are seeing. So in the sensory organs, when it interact with the objects, in order that the appropriate consciousness arise, there must be certain factors. When you're meditating in here, you may not be in here. Your thoughts wander over the place. You're not here. Your body is here, but your consciousness, your intention of meditation may not be here. You may be at home. Did I turn off the stove this morning when I'm cooking my oatmeal? And did I lock my door? All these thoughts will go not in this, will go back to you were worrying at home. So if you given other factors come true, and all those factors I already have told you, when you actually pay attention to it, then what is arising is your consciousness. And there are, of course, how many consciousnesses are there? 8 consciousnesses. So when your sensory organs interact with the objects, what is arising is your consciousness. And what did your consciousness depend on, and how your consciousness interact with the objects, not just the sensory organs. How does that happen? Your consciousness depends on the sensory organs. In other words, if you for a handicapped person who lost his sensory organs of vision, then vision consciousness is gone. You're deaf, you can't talk, and then you cannot listen if you're handicapped. So your consciousness highly depends on the functionality of your sensory organs. Why do we have to study all these? Are we involved in the cause of medicine or biology or physiology? The Buddha wants us to know the physiological part of the thinking and the mentality part of the thinking. You really have to know all these in order to solve your suffering, in order to solve all your mental affliction and defilements. So when you're studying Buddhism, it's not just about knowing the superficial ceremonies. You have to get deep into details of the universe, the truth of the universe, not superstition. And your consciousness attached to objects. When you see certain things, when you listen to certain things, you smell, you attach to them. Now, when you attach to them, your eyes, these are your subjective internalities, your sensory organs. And these are your objective externalities. They are objective. You don't blame your external. If you get mad with certain things, if you get mad with the honking of a car, the car itself is not giving you the car itself is not mad. You are mad. Because you're attached to the nuisance of the sound produced by the honking. So the externalities are objective. They don't create any emotion. Don't blame on externalities for having you suffer from mental afflictions. It's you created it yourself in your mind. Some people just blame the externalities. You infuriate me. You said something that you shouldn't have said. You should not appear in that way. I mean, you emotionally attach to externalities that are objectively exist. You subjectively give feelings to objective externalities. Don't attach to them. And also, your subjective consciousnesses arise. Subjective. How many of these consciousness? Eyes, consciousness, ears, nose, consciousness, tongue, taste, etc., etc. This, in general, is how your consciousness work. Your subjective externalities interact with objective externalities, arising subjective consciousness, and attached to whatever you see, whatever you listen. It works out that way, in simple terms. And then let us remember how many consciousnesses are there. We have the body and mind. We have the five skandhas. Materiality is the material part of it, the matter part. Perception, conception, volition, consciousness is the mentality part, the mind. We can only see the materiality part. We cannot see the mind part. The mind is not an entity. The mind is nowhere to be found. The mind, you cannot see it. But the mind works out, but you cannot see it. And then these, which I already have repeated, but is worth saying it again, your senses attached to environments, externalities, giving rise to consciousness. You have the vision, consciousness, audition, olfaction, taste, tactility, mentality, your mano consciousness, this mano consciousness. And then you have the manas consciousness, these are Sanskrit words, and then you have the alaya consciousness. Those are the 8 consciousnesses that exist in you, exist in everybody. And these are responsible for your rebirth, for all your sufferings, all your mental afflictions. These are responsible for your downfall or for your uprising. Given just as a reminder of the consciousness and how consciousness exists, how do we go ahead studying them? They're so complicated. How do we go about studying these so that we know ourselves and know others, so that we know the relationship of ourselves to others and to the whole world and to all dharmas? What's the approach to study it? We have 9 approaches, according to the Buddha's teaching, to study the consciousness. What are these approaches? The first one is we study the objects. How do we perceive the world? How does the world appear in our perception? The objects, the modes of knowledge. What are the modes of knowledge? How does our consciousness get to know it? In what way do we know it? How do we know our environments? And then the moral nature of the consciousness, from the moral side, whether they are wholesome, unwholesome, neutral. And then RAM of its activity. The universe is in three, assuming we can call it a universe, it's in three RAMs. The Kama Dhatu RAM, Rupa Dhatu RAM, Arupa Dhatu RAM. In simple English, world with desire, world without desire, world without form, in three layers, huge layers. And how do our consciousnesses work in all these three realms? Because some of the sentient beings in a higher realm, they may not have the nose consciousness, they may not have the eyes consciousness, they don't need them. They don't need nose consciousness. And all the consciousness are structured in a different way. So how do our eyes, ears, nose work in different realms? For example, in a higher level, people call them guardian angels in heavens. They don't need the nose realm. They don't need the taste realm. Because they don't eat the same food as we do. They don't need to eat that kind of food. They don't eat food in such a way that they have to excrete. We eat food in such a way that we have to excrete it as dirt, stinky dirt. They don't. The kind of food they have is different. So that the nose consciousness and their taste consciousness are much different. And they're at a much higher level. They don't need to eat meat, to eat beef, pork chops, you name them. They don't need to eat those kind of things. We, the lower ram, kill animals for food. They don't need to do that in a much higher level. So our different consciousness exists in different level, and their functionalities are different. So we are only one of the species of existence in the universe. They are much higher level existence than us, because their karma are different from us. Those with heavy karma goes down, those with lighter karma are up on the higher level. And again, our karma is lighter and better than the karma of people suffer from the hell realm. Our karma is a higher level than the animals realm, the ghost realms. Okay? So, 5 concomitant mental functions. When each consciousness arises, what mental functions go with it? We already spent 6 weeks to study concomitant mental functions. I brought to you the 100 dharmas, which would include concomitant mental functions. In other words, when you see, it's not just the seeing. How does your mind reflect and bring out all these mental functions simultaneously to influence you, to affect you? So when you're seeing something, when you're listening to something, it's not just the seeing and listening. Assuming the seeing and the listening consciousness are the kings, there are a lot of ministers that help these kings to perform wholesome and unwholesome deeds. Plus, whatever latent energy, karmic energy, hidden as seeds in your alive consciousness. So the fact that you are suffering is not just because of this lifetime. It could be because of the latent potential energy brought forward from previous lives. We call that innate karmic energy. In this life, it's the newborn, the present life energy. There's also the innate one that's brought forward from previous life. That's the reason why some prodigy, they are different. They were born with knowing pianos. They were born with the kind of intelligence that you won't find in an 8-year-old. An 8-year-old could jump to grade 12. At the age of 10, they went to universities, because they brought that kind of intelligence to this life. So you don't even, because everybody is different. And also, 6, necessary preconditions. Necessary preconditions, what are the conditions for your consciousness to act, to function? So if you don't have those conditions, your consciousness may not function. 7, how does each consciousness function? 8, how does the Buddhist teaching transform this consciousness into enlightenment, the transformation part of it. Just knowing the problem is not enough. Just knowing the causes of the problem is not enough. You have to design method to solve the problem. The Buddha designed this method for us to transform tainted consciousness into pure enlightenment. These are the methods. It's just like a Harvard study case. When you have a problem, you have to know the causes of the problem. First of all, you have to identify the problems. You don't even know your problems. So you're given a case to study. And some people write the case, pages and pages and examinations, 10 pages of the case. They don't even know what it means. They don't even know what the problems are. So the first one is to identify your problems. That helps you to identify the problems of life. But identifying the problems is not enough. You've got to find out the causes of the problem. These give you the causes of the problem. Knowing the cause of the problem is not enough. You've got a design method pinpointing at those causes and problems and try to change them. Don't just stand there and wait for death. Don't just wait for the doom days to come. Hurry up to get the problems resolved. Hurry up to adopt the Buddha's teaching to transform ignorance into wisdom, into enlightenment. Positively. Don't wait. Don't negatively just sit there and wait for death. Or wait for mental afflictions to come up to affect you so that you have jealousy, hatred, depression until finally you come to the end of your life. The number 8 is very important. How to transform it using a method, how to get it done. Number 9, leading sentient beings to enlightenment. The problem is solved. Because you have methods to solve the problem is solved. But the problem is solved is not enough. You've got to help all sentient beings to solve their problems too. So in other words, the Buddhist teaching is not designed just to enlighten yourself. It's to enlighten all sentient beings who are in suffering. That expansion of enlightenment is rightly aimed at elimination of the ego at the same time. Because if you just enlighten yourself, you still have that ego of yourself. But if you mix with the whole one sea of one purity, oneness, you and all sentient beings are oneness. If you are enlightened and all sentient beings are suffering, you're not enlightened yet. You're only enlightened when all sentient beings are enlightened. In other words, if you're the only person living in Sarnasi, the most expensive house, and all these other guys are poor, living in squatter areas, are you comfortable? Yeah, you live in the best mansion, but all these others are living in squatters. You're not comfortable. Your compassion has to render to them so everybody is equal, so that you can find the most equality in the Buddhist teaching. Not only equality superficially, equality as the ultimate enlightenment. Right now, what we are studying is only the first 5 consciousnesses. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the taste, and the body. Remember, we're only studying this 5. The 6, the 7, and 8, haven't touched yet. We're only studying the salesman and the sales lady of our body. Your eyes, your ears, and nose, but those are the front-end salesmen and sales ladies. When you deal with problems, you've got to deal with the simple ones first. And you move slowly to the deeper and deeper areas of studies. So, take for instance, if you have to solve the problems of a company, you don't need necessarily to go directly into the directors. First of all, the directors may not be available for your analysis because they are the directors and the shareholders are those behind, and it's not easy to get accessible to them. If you are an auditor, do you go directly into the board without even looking at how the company is structured, how the company sells? Do you study the product? Do you study the methods of selling those products? Do you study how they sell it? How the office function? How the workers work? You don't go directly into the board of directors and say, hey, give me all the details. They won't listen to you. You have to study the operation of the company first to identify any problems, and then you slowly goes into detail. So let's get into the objects. How do we perceive the world? How the world appear in our perception. So we study the first 5 consciousness in relation to the object they perceived. Only the first 5, not the 6, not the 7, not the 8. So how do our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our body perceive the world? They perceive the world in 3 ways. The state of the objects, state of solitary impressions, state of transposed substance. Do you know what that means? If I don't explain it to you, you probably don't know what it means. But then, right now, we only study the objects of perception. Nothing else. We're not studying the most of knowledge yet, which is the second category. We're only studying the world as objects and how we perceive them. All right. So we're going to say, okay, the first 5 consciousness, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, the 3 states of the objects. The world can be perceived in 3 ways by the first 5 consciousnesses. The 3 states. All 3 states are involved in direct perception of the senses. In other words, these are the veridical perception, the factual perception. The first state, the state of real objects. The absolute reality as it is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and touched here and now. This state is direct veridical perception only, devoid of discrimination, no distinction-making ability, and see the world as representation only. Since it is always exactly the same, it is the suchness of all. When the object first being sensed, no distinction-making process occurs, but when the second thought continues to interact with the 6th consciousness, distinction-making process occurs, and it is not considered as the undiscriminated reality anymore. Do you know what it means? Some people may not know what it means. But let's resolve it. The eyes, the ears, the nose only see them as they appear to be. When you see this, without making the distinction as what it is, you have that image in you, the impression in you. Not yet the discrimination. So if I see a man walking into the room, my eyes see a man. But I don't know whether he's John, whether he's female or male. There's no distinction, no discrimination, no judgment yet. Just the absorb, the perception of the impression of the image. The judgment of it, the analysis of it, the idea of it, the bias of it belongs to the 6th sense. So the salesman only sells. He doesn't make any discrimination. He only sells. He only absorbs. So the eyes, the ears, the nose, and all these, they only absorb the image and the impressions. Nothing else. If your eyes and noses see things as they are, and there's no more discrimination, no more bias, then it's suchness. In other words, you're getting to enlightenment. So in other words, when you see things as they are, and don't pass any judgment into them, no bias, no judgment, no personal view. You won't say somebody shows up and say, he's lazy. He shouldn't belong to our group. He should exclude him out. You're passing judgment on that person that already belongs to the 6th sense, which is the troublemaker. But if you see John, say that if I see someone, I categorize it as someone I don't like. I'm a racist. That person belongs to that group that I'm a racist, that I don't like. When he comes in, I already passed the judgment is, get out. But if I don't, he comes in, I only see him as an impression and an image that he is a man. I don't pass judgment on him. You're already one step to enlightenment, because you don't look at that man with tainted glasses. You don't pass judgment. You don't have no bias. You don't have jealousy. You don't have hatred. You don't have rage. You don't discriminate. So our eyes, our ears, and nose see objects as they are and get impressions. Now this is one state that our consciousness perceives. Things as they are. And no judgment, no bias. That is one way of looking at things. That's one way that objects appear to us. What is the second? The second is the state of distorted objects. What is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and touched are real, but because we impose an imaginary existence upon experience of them, we come up with distorted images. The next state is we look at them as a factual thing, but we pass the wrong judgment on the images. For example, seeing an old hunchback man at night in a forest from a distance and thinks that he is a ghost. Since our mental constructs do not match reality, it is a distortion of reality, but it still contains a grain of reality, so it is called distorted reality. Do you know what it means? So in other words, there's still a grain of truth that it is reality, but I pass a distorted image onto it. When I see a man in there, I said, no, that's a gorilla. Gorilla, it's an animal. But it's a man. But because it's a man, you distort what you see. It's a distortion of image. That is called a state of distorted objects. There's another way our consciousness sees things. You know how dangerous your perception is? You could have distorted what you see. You could have distorted what you heard. Somebody said you're a fool, and then you get mad, but actually he didn't mean that. You just distort his words, and you get mad. So many times you distort the input of information, and because of that you act with suffering. You act with hatred. You act with jealousy. Third, the imagery state of subject-object discriminations. This state is not of reality. It is just imaginary or illusion. This state accepts the validity of the illusory object, that happiness depends on having a new car, that the desert mirage is an oasis, that my imaginary prediction is correct. Also, this imaginary state may become true, false, so it is indeterminate. The second state is, of course, wrong because it's distorted. The third is you create an illusion in your mind. You're meditating in here, your mind creates a lot of illusions. No real object that you see. So you don't distort on the objects because there's no real object, but you create illusions in your mind. The illusions, for example, happiness is having fame and reputation and money, and happiness is attached to a lot of material aspects of life. You create an imaginary discrimination in your mind. And you're driving in a highway, and because of the changes in atmospheric of the water and the air, you see some mirages in there. You think it's an oasis. You think you see water, but there's no water in there. It's just a reflection of the light and water to form water in front of you. It's an illusion, and most of the time our life believe in illusions, believe in delusions. That's the problem. That's how we see things. With these things with imagination, with delusion, with distorted ideas, with discriminations. The second state and the third state creates a lot of problems. And it takes a major part of our thinking. So let me ask you this question before I finish. The first five consciousness, how do these first five consciousness see things? Do they see things in the number one state, or number two state, or number three state? Number one. Because your eyes only absorb reality. They don't make decisions. Can your eyes itself make decisions? No. Can your ears make decisions? No. Your tongue by itself tastes bitterness, sour, vinegar? No. So don't blame your outer salesman for the wrongs that you have done. And it's something inside that creates the problem. Don't look at things superficially. So we say, okay, the first five consciousnesses, the state of their perception is the first one. The state of what? Of real objects. Real objects. They only see real objects. Knowing this, how does it help us in our practice, in our improvement of personalities? We see things not in a real way. We distort information. We create illusions. We get mad because we have illusions. We have depressions because we think that everybody, when they see me as someone who has no value. They see me as someone who is hopeless. That's how I distort how people see me. So if you are not dressed properly, if you don't have any confidence in your own look, then whoever look at you will say, I'm ugly, I'm no good. That's the way they perceive me. You pass your judgment on somebody else's judgment, and you'll believe in it. And that's your habitual thinking. Habitually, you have been doing that. You distort information. You create your illusions. In your whole life. That's why we go to rebirth, reincarnation. All right, so I've just finished the first one. All these 8 consciousnesses perceive these 3 states. They either perceive the state of real objects, or they perceive the state of distorted objects, and perceive the state of imaginary state of subject and object discriminations. They create these states. They create them, and they believe in them. And let me tell you before I go, that even real is not real. Even the first state, you say, oh, the first state is the most real, because a lamb is a lamb, a computer is a computer, and it lasts. Even this computer, by its superficial reality, is false. It's just a conglomeration of factors to make it a computer. It's not what it is. It is just all these elements put together to make it happen. You see me as a body, but this body is empty. This body is living on conditions. So this body, even your eyes believe it is real, it is still not real. So even the first state is not real. That's what the Buddha is pointing out to us. Even the real is not real. Not to say your distorted information, your delusion, your illusions. Nothing is real. It's only in your mind. It's only in your mind. Your mind creates it. So you got to study your own mind. How can you get enlightened if you don't even know how yourself can think? We start to explore into the first 5 consciousnesses. The eyes, the ears, the eyes consciousness, which is vision, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, the first 5. And how do we study them? We study them according to 8, 9 categories. How do these consciousnesses perceive the world. How do worlds appear to our eyes, to our ears, to our nose, to our tongue, to our touch? And how do we get to know, how does each consciousness get to understand, get to know the moral nature, realms of activities, and then concomitant mental functions, necessary preconditions for these consciousnesses to work? How does each consciousness function, spiritual transformation towards enlightenment? How did the Buddha teach us to transform this tainted consciousness into pure enlightenment? And then after transformation, how do the transformed person, the enlightened person, lead sentient beings to enlightenment? We already have touched a little bit on 1, 2, 3. Now let's continue again. The world can be perceived in 3 ways, hence the 3 states. All 3 states are involved in direct perception of the senses. Senses are veridical. It's a direct perception of what is in front of us. We usually use the word factual. You are in front of me, I perceive you, I see you. Everything here, veridical perception. So the world can be perceived, or the world appear in 3 states. Why did the Buddha tell us all these? It seems to be very academic, very psychological, and very theoretical. No. The Buddha told us the world is unreal. It's not a real world, but you perceive it as real. How did the world, the 3 states, appear to us? The first state, the state of real objects, the absolute reality as it is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and touched. For example, a raccoon gave out pungent, very bad smell. You smelled it, I smelled it, everybody smelled it. Unless your nose is not functioning, that's veridical state of real objects. I see this building, everybody see it, unless your vision is distorted, unless your vision is, you don't have any vision, you see things. This is real objects. That's the first state of the world. They appear as real. This is, you can see, you can smell, you can touch all these. That's the first state. The second state is the state of distorted objects. They can still contain a little grain of truth in it. For example, if I see from a distance at the corner that I see a cow with horns, and I thought there was a lion. You distort the object. We usually see things this way. A car coming in that direction. I saw it's not a car, it's a cow, because that car is a strange car with 2 horns coming out. I thought there's a cow. So that's distorted. You distort. It's not the factual. You distort the fact. But it still contains a grain of truth. A little bit of this true, because that is not a cow, that is a deer, that's not a ghost, that is a human. You still contain a little bit of truth. You just distort it. Third one is simply out of your imagination. For example, in your dream, it's simply out of your imagination. You're sitting in here, you close your eyes, you're meditating, a sense of depression swelled up in your mind. And you thought of your abusive childhood. You hated it. So all these imaginations got up in your mind, swelled up in your imagination. You hated it, and that induced your hatred hormones to act. That induced your amygdala in your brain to act. You actually imagine all these things. You're in a room. You are in the cafeteria with your friends, and a lot of people there, and people stared at you, and you thought, They stared at me because they thought I don't look good. I'm ugly. That's the way people see me. I'm not good looking. That's the reason why when people look at me, they look at it with a strange way. When my in-laws talk to me, they talk to me as if they hate it, they despise me because I don't have any value. You created all these things. Like a depressed individual create images, create feelings that they thought that's the way they look at me. They must look at me negatively. Because I'm negative. You don't know that you're negative, and you think that people look at you negatively. You think people attach no value to you. You're valueless. You're hopeless. You can't do anything. That's imagination. So those are the three, comprehensively, the three states that you perceive things. And I would like to ask you a question. Out of these three states, which state is real? Right? Which state is real? Tell me. Which state is, say, real? That's really real. Which state? Which state? Let's get back to the first one. Which state is real? Huh? The first state? Yes. The Buddha laid out all these states to you. And the Buddha said, even the first state is not real. You know why it is not real? What's the meaning of reality? Everything I see right now is conditional creation. You are here, I look at you, you appear in front of me. Who are you made up of? You're made up of conditional body and mind. I may not see you tomorrow. So you have a temporary existence now. Everything is on causation, everything is impermanent, everything has disintegration. But we, as an enlightened individual, we're attached to them. We know they are not permanent, but we like to think that they are permanent. That's the reason why we want to keep them, we want to safeguard it. We want to protect self-interest. I have an ego. Because you look at things as if they are real. When somebody scolded at you with no reason, his words hit your eardrums. They are real, real sound, real reprimand. A reprimand that makes you angry, that makes you create vengeance. But are they really real? They're made up of frequency. They're made up of some words that is distorted by the individual who passed these words into your eardrums. But you got mad. You wanted to yell. You wanted to shout. You wanted to hurt. Or even you want to kill. You want to injure. You act on these because you think these words are real. The words are meaningless. But it gets into your mind. You make up all this meaning. The words themselves don't kill you. It's you, your own consciousness, kill you. You understand what I mean? The sound itself is nothing. But if somebody gave you the bad language, the four-letter word, for example, you really get mad. But the four-letter word themselves, they're harmless. But when it gets into your mind, it becomes very harmful. Because you thought that your ego is being hurt, your respect is being hurt. You act, you get violent. So even the first state is not real. You see why the Buddha teaches all these things? They want to point out to you all the facts and tell you that where did we go wrong? How do we perceive the world? So, here comes my second question. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body perceive, right? How do they perceive? They perceive the first state, or the second state, or the third state. Usually. The first one. That's how the eyes. Because the eyes can make decisions. The eyes themselves that can make decisions. When the eyes see a buffalo there, he thought it's a buffalo, but actually it's a horse. It's a deer. But the eyes don't make that decision. That's a horse, that's a deer. The eyes is just a camera. If you study biology, you know that. The pupil reflected the image into, the image got reflected with the light, with the conditions of light. It reflected into your pupil, and then you got that image. But your eyes themselves would not say, this is a man, this is a woman, this is a cow. The eyes themselves, they don't make the decisions. Your eardrums don't make the decisions. Your eardrum would not say that's music, that's classical, that's rap, that's pop, you know. Your eardrums, no. So your eyes, your ears, your nose, they don't make decision. They don't make decisions as, oh, this is perfume, this is a pungent bad smell. They don't make decisions. So they, the Buddha said, the first five senses fall into realizing, percepting the first state. Of course, as we said before, even the first state is not real, but put aside that. The first five senses that we're exploring now, the Buddha said in his verses that the first five senses belong to the first state. Everybody understand? If you don't understand, raise your hand. Okay, second. So, okay, then we know that. Then how does each consciousness of the five get to know things? How do they know? Okay, let's get to the modes of knowledge. The subject, the perceiving components, has three types of knowledge, three types of knowing. The perceiving component is all the five senses. The world is being perceived, so the perceiving and the perceive. You know, the subject and the object. How do each consciousness get to know things? The first one is direct veridical perception. The first five perceptual consciousness give a truthful picture of reality. You see an apple, you're hearing the river flows, that's what's happening here and now. This direct perception, that's your eyes, your ear, nose, but that direct perception. The second one is inference. It is an assumption based on perception. It is a process of deriving logical thinking of assumed premises, or the process of arriving at some conclusion that possesses some degree of probability relative to the premises. That is what your sixth consciousness thinks upon interaction of the first five consciousnesses which have sensed the object. For example, this apple I see will taste good. So in other words, inference is rationalization, intellectualization. It weighs out all the probabilities. It gets back to the old files, dig up the old files immediately, remember, judge, analyze, rationalize. The cerebral cortex, that is your learning brain. There's a rational brain. You got that brain. However, that brain, the rational, the cerebral cortex, differs from person to person according to your education, your background, your personality. So everybody's rationalization is different. Everybody's intellectualization is different. Everybody's analysis is different. But somehow you maintain certain level within, you know, that society you live in. Next, fallacy, dreams and hallucinations. Fourth, knowledge from saints and trustworthy source. What is fallacy? Fallacy is going through your rationalization and your intellectualization and an analysis. Sometimes your rationalization is false. It's a fallacy. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's wrong. If at that corner so far away I saw a cow, I thought that's a cow. There's actually a deer. So I make the wrong inference. So that's a fallacy. If I see something, I judge that's a cow, that's really a cow, that's not a fallacy. That's not fallacy anymore. And fallacy also includes in your dreams. So that's how consciousness get to know, get to believe. So you believe in something through direct vertical perception. You believe in something through inference, which is rationalization and textualization. And sometimes if it is wrong, it becomes a fallacy. If it is not wrong, it becomes a real fact. You believe everything in this way. The fourth is you get to know and believe it because somebody told you. You know something through a trustworthy, you think trustworthy, or really trustworthy source. That's how you believe in things. If your dad told you, well, direct veridical perception is through your own senses. You actually see them. Then you believe in it. But some people usually say, I only believe in things I actually see. I only believe in things I actually heard, I actually taste. Is that really true? If you only believe in things that you actually can see, can hear, can touch, then there are many things you shouldn't have believed in. Have you seen your great-grandfathers? You haven't. But you believe you have a great-grandfather. Do you actually have to see your great-grandfather? You didn't have a chance because he lived 100 years ago. So you believe in things not only through direct veridical perception, you believe in things through rationalization. So for some people it's illogical when they tell you that, I don't believe in that, I don't believe in reincarnations, I don't believe in ghosts because I haven't seen ghosts. I don't believe in something that some sound explosion 3 miles away. I don't believe in that. Even if everybody told me, I don't believe in that because I didn't hear it. But I'm sorry, you're wrong. Because your audible senses is not better than even a dog. A dog can hear 3 miles away, and you can only hear half a mile away. So even your senses lead you astray. Don't believe in your own senses sometimes. So what do you believe in? So these are the ways that you believe in things, you know things. Getting back to people who like to always to say, how does this help me in my daily life? How does it help me in whatever I'm doing? It helps you to analyze what is right and what is wrong. It even helps you in your discussion with people. If some people say, I only believe in things I veridically perceive, well, you're illogical. But there are many things that you haven't seen, but they're real. They're really facts. Are there anyone in here who are elderly enough to see the father of the present Prime Minister? The present Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. The father of Justin Trudeau is Pierre Trudeau. Have you seen him? No, you have seen him because you're elderly enough, right? But some people have never seen Pierre Trudeau. You haven't seen him. Do you believe him existed before? He did. But if you say, I only believe things I hear, I heard, I taste, you're illogical in your thinking. So if the Buddha told me this is what it is, if I believe in it, is that superstitious? No. Because one of the 4 ways is knowledge from saints and trustworthy source. The Buddha told me this is what it is. And through analysis and rationalization, I believe in him. You understand? So that's how your senses believe. Next. And the eyes, the ears, the nose, the body, and the tongue, each consciousness has a certain moral nature in it. In other words, each sense, when they interact with the world, from the moral perspective, morality perspective, they have certain nature. What are these natures? None of the 5 perceptual consciousness contain the potential for making moral distinctions. So each one is per se indeterminate in nature. But it interacts with the 6 consciousness simultaneously and creates wholesome, unwholesome, and indeterminate deeds. In other words, the eyes do not contain the potential for making moral judgments. The eyes themselves is the 6 consciousness that make the decision is this is wholesome, this is good, this is bad, this is neutral. The eyes themselves, the first 5 consciousness, they don't make moral distinctions. Something is good morally, something is bad morally, and whatever falls outside the good and bad is neutral. We call them neutral. And of course, there are more wholesome than unwholesome. There are more unwholesome than wholesome. It's the degree. But generally, this is what it is. Getting back to the same question again. How does knowing this help me in my enlightenment? How does knowing these things help me in my enlightenment? Knowing these things would trigger something in your mind. Behind the 5 consciousnesses, there is a manager there who makes all these decisions. There's a manager there who's more powerful. All my senses are only the tools. I got to explore into that something that is very powerful, and he makes the decisions. If I understand the manager, I would know a lot. If I understand that manager, I will know how to interact with that company, with the salesman, with all that is related to the salesman and to the company. All right, so these are the moral distinctions. And then we say, okay, the first 5 consciousness, what kind, moral distinctions do they make wholesome? Are they wholesome, unwholesome, or indeterminate? Any answer? They're indeterminate. Because the eyes don't make the decisions. They're neutral. The eyes say, I don't care whether this is, I don't care this is bad or good. I'm neutral. I don't have that ability to make the decision. I'm neutral. Okay, so that's the 3rd category for a moral perspective. And then next, before we go for lunch, what realms of activities the 5 consciousness fall into? What does that mean? The first 5 consciousness, in what realms they work. Then you first have to understand what are the realms, what the realms mean. If we can say the whole universe, but actually the whole universe, quote unquote, has 3 strata in it. Kamadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu. 1, 2, and 3. Say, forget about this top first. 1, 2, and 3. This is the world with material and desire. That's the Kamadhatu. Dhatu means ram. The second level, Rupadhatu, Serjie. There's no more form and there's no more desire at the second level. The third level, even material don't exist. Only the spiritual exists in 3 levels. And as the level go higher and higher, happiness increase. And some religious people refer to for this level and this level, they refer to them as heavens. So there's so many heavens. There's not only one heaven. There are how many heavens? Roughly 22 heavens. Each heaven has its degree of happiness. We are now in this Kamadhatu, which is a mixture of happiness and sadness, a mixture of suffering, tribulations, and sometimes bliss. We don't always suffer, but sometimes we feel good about it. But basically, most of the time, we have suffering. Rebirth, do we have rebirth? Aging, sickness, death, departure from beloved ones. Your beloved dead, your mom, your brothers and sisters. Some people have them die prematurely, or whatever you how to pronounce it. Living with hated ones. Some people you don't like to live with, but you have to live with them. Husband and wife, they don't love each other, but because of the children, they want to stay with each other, but they dislike each other. In a company, colleagues, stabbing people's back, tattletelling, you hate them, but you still have to work in that company because you have nowhere else to go to. You have to make a living, so you have to live in that company. So living with hated ones, suffering arising from the 5 skandhas, all these. That this is the level that we live in. And we have 6 paths of reincarnations. Devas, asuras, humans, animals, ghosts, and hells. We all reincarnate after we die. Reincarnate could be hell, could be ghosts, could be animals, humans, asuras, and devas. What do we mean by devas in here? Even this level have 6 heavens. But these heavens still have desires. They still have male and female desires. There are 6 heavens in there. So 22 plus another 6, altogether 28 heavens. But we're not in heavens, only the devas are in heavens. But these heavens here are much higher level. Why do I bring this out? So where do our first 5 consciousnesses, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body, act? Where are they active? They are active in here, in this realm. Your eyes, our eyes and nose and ear, they are very active in the world with desires and materiality. Active, yours, mine. We know our senses are active unless you lost them. You lost your vision, you lost your hearing, then of course they're not active. But basically, we are all active. Our first 5 senses are active. But, for example, in this level, the first jhana level, only the eyes, the ears, and the body, the touch is active. There's no more consciousness of the nose and the tongue. They don't exist anymore in these heavens, in the first jhana heaven. Why? They don't need to eat food like we do. They don't kill animals for food. They don't taste the lobsters, the cows, the pigs, the chicken. They don't kill them. They don't kill the animals for food. We kill animals for food in here. So they don't need the taste anymore. They don't need the smell. You think, oh, this smells good. They don't need them. The lesser first 5 consciousness you have, the happier you are. So they don't have the nose and the tongue consciousness. And if you go to the second level, all the second level up, they don't have the first 5 consciousness. They don't need them. They are crude. They induce a lot of sufferings in it. So they don't need them. We are conscious with this kind of tainted consciousness because we are in a lower level. But heaven is not the way to go to. It's not your ultimate enlightened place. Because you still have to reincarnate. You have to what? Get out even from heaven. Even heaven is not ultimate. They still reincarnate. So you have to be at what level? In order to get out from suffering, you have to be at this level. Arahat Pratyeka Buddha Nabuddha. Or at this level, you are out from samsara, life and death, at this level. This is the enlightened level. This is the sentient being's suffering level. This is the enlightened being's blissful level. Okay? We'll have to stop for another month, I guess, till I return. Then we get on to other topics of the first 5 senses. We've been talking on the verses summarizing the parameters of the 8 consciousnesses. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is the main theme in the subject that we're exploring. And consciousness has a lot to do with psychology, with modern psychology. Modern psychology is the study of behavior, especially of mental behavior. So it's very much related to the study of consciousness. And the study of consciousness in the Buddhist terminology is called yogacara. And Buddhism is not just about listening to these words. You really have to practice it. All right, let's get on to it. The study of consciousness in the Buddhist language is called yogacara. 瑜伽行派，瑜伽行派也行。瑜伽 yoga. What is yoga anyway? What is yoga? You're practicing yoga. What is yoga? In yoga, there's one word that you must have in your mind when you practice yoga. What is that? 瑜伽是什么？ Harmony. You're harmonizing something. What are you harmonizing with? You have to find out how to harmonize. So yogacara is the study of consciousness, and all phenomenal existence in external world is without intrinsic self-nature. That sentence sounds simple, but is extremely philosophical and complicated. You really need a lot of time to think about it. All objects are just representation in our consciousness. When you come here and you're looking for how does Buddhism give me more riches, let me prosper more so that I can do everything smoothly, so that I can get everything I wish, so that I can get a better family, better business, better reputation, more money. Is that Buddhism? If you're looking for that, you're not looking in the right way. You're not looking in the right way. But most people starting with, what can I get from Buddhism? What can I acquire from Buddhism? If Buddhism is just to increase your greediness, that's not Buddhism at all. All those who've been listening to consciousness, you know already. If you're just greedy for something, that's not Buddhism at all. Let's carry on this, what we call summary. We're talking about a summary, regurgitation. Yogacara is meant to be applied as a meditative practice and knowledge to thoroughly understand consciousness. The final goal is the complete transformation of consciousness into wisdom. So the Yogacaras study consciousness in detail. And why did they study that? They want to transform consciousness into wisdom. There's a difference between consciousness and wisdom. We can also say consciousness is polluted wisdom. So we want to turn the polluted wisdom into wisdom itself. We have consciousness, but we may not have wisdom. We can say we have intelligence, but we may not have wisdom. Wisdom is something that is close to nirvana. Is nirvana. It's a tool to nirvana. And intelligence isn't. Intelligence has basically two sides to it. It's intelligence that is good and intelligence that is bad. Which one do you have? It's intelligence. Warlords have a lot of intelligence, but they impose killing on other people. So intelligence could be used in the wrong way. Now, in the perfect clarity of enlightenment, there is total awareness and complete understanding. So that if you really have perfect clarity of enlightenment, in perfect clarity of understanding of enlightenment, intelligence, and wisdom, then you have total awareness and complete understanding, which subsumes the I of the ego differentiated self. So we have a self, an ego. And in the perfection of enlightenment, there is no samsara and no suffering. It is nirvana. So in other words, if we have the wisdom, transform consciousness into wisdom, the final goal would be your ego will be subsumed, will disintegrate. There's no more I, no more ego. And there's no more ego, there's no more samsara, no more life and suffering. And in Buddhism we call it nirvana. So just to put it very simply, the study of consciousness, why do we study consciousness? What consciousness examines, who has the consciousness? Who has the consciousness? Who am I? Why am I coming to this world? Where do I come from? Who am I? Psychology is dealing with who am I, who is he, what is our relationship. So who am I? Let's explore who am I. I am body and mind. I am body, and body is a physiological system, and mind is consciousness. You are, we are, everybody is nothing but body and mind. Nothing else. Body and mind. Without a body, you don't have the mind. Without a mind, the mind resides in the body. I'll put it that way. So body and mind, they have to be in harmony. You have to do some yoga about it. Because the body and mind sometimes is not in harmony. As we always said, especially so those neuroscientists, they said the right hemisphere of the mind and the left hemisphere of the mind, they're not in harmony. Their vibrations are different. The frequency of a vibration are different. And even the brain's vibration sometimes does not harmony with the vibration of the bodily parts, the distinct bodily parts. So when the whole body is not in harmonizing vibration, the body has problems. Physiological problems and mental problems. Do we have all these problems? Yes, we do. Because we're not harmonizing. Now let's start with the body. What does the body have? The body have the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue. and the brain. Why particularly pinpoint or emphasize on eyes, ears, nose, and tongue? The body is the body. So the body, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and brain will have the six parts. And when we talk about the body, it contains not only the eyes, ears, nose, and tongue, the hair, the nails, the teeth, the skin, the flesh, the veins, the bone structure, liquid and bone, kidney, heart, liver, bladder, spleen, lungs, intestines, stomach, feces, brain, gall, phlegm, plus you name them. And all these make up our physiological system. And the Buddha particularly lay out eyes, ears, nose, tongue. Why? Why? Because it's our eyes, ears, nose, tongue that creates all this karmic energy. Because they contact external world, and in the process of the context creating relationship, in the process of this relationship we attach, in the process of this craving attachment we perform, in the process of performance of our behavior and expression of our speech, we create a lot of karma. Because of karma, we suffer. So it's not because of God, because of you yourself. We're creating all this karmic energy that lead us into what we are today, what we will be tomorrow. So tomorrow is in your hands. The past, you already have performed. You can't change the past. You can't change the fact that you were born as an orphan. Can you change that? You say that you come from an orphanage, and now you're an adult, you left the orphanage, you came up to the society, you do your work. Can you change your past? You cannot. In the past, you came from a poor family, a broken family. You can't change that. But you can change now. And you can change for the future. So you're filled with hope, filled with confidence. You can change everything. Physiological system, the brain, that's our physiological system. Everything is in a constant flux of changes. Even now, inside your body, your physiological system. All right? That's your body. I am the body and the mind, and my body is changing all the time. And my body should always be seeking a constant harmony with the mental. But I don't know about the mental, so I'm not always harmonizing. I'm always running into trouble when I'm not harmonizing. So let's talk about the mind now. We have perception. In perception, we have vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. And in the Buddhist language, the first vijnana. The first vijnana means consciousness. The first consciousness, second consciousness, third, fourth, and then the fifth. So we have the first 5 perception, the 5 consciousnesses in the front end. And you know, in the study of Yogacara, the Buddha, in all the sutras, point out in detail what are these vijnana, what are these consciousnesses. And right now we are studying them. I've been talking for about a year already, off and on, and I haven't really covered about 1/3. So the Buddhist sutras all touch in detail about vision consciousness, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. And the details are much more than modern psychology. People who are studying psychology, you should know, I study psychology, I know. I studied psychology 100, psychology 200, psychology 300. I study sociology about human behavior, deviant behavior. I study even a subject in deviant behavior in sociology. I wasn't good at science, you know, when I was in university. So I tried to avoid physics, chemistry. Those are not my good points. I was good at chemistry, but not in physics, not in mathematics. I don't know why I became an accountant. I was really bad with mathematics. But then later I find out that accounting is not dealing with mathematics in details, only debits and credits. And I had trouble in remembering debits and credits. And when I was at my home, one side of my room has no window. That's the left side. And the other side of my room has a lot of windows. And I always remember the debit side is without window and the credit side has windows in it. That's how I remember, even debit and credits. So perception, the 5 perceptions. And then other than perceptions, we don't only have perceptions, right? Perception are only perceiving. After what you have perceived, you still need to what? You still need to think about it. The next what we have is cognition. You found that in psychology. Deviant behavior, that the subject I took, is in between psychology and sociology, because society is dealing with deviant behavior externally, because God, they have to deal with it. There's a lot of deviant behavior of the society. And how does deviant behavior come about? You just have to study psychology. So sociology and psychology, they always hand in hand with each other. So when you already have the vision, perception, you got to go through a whole series of cognition. And in the Buddhist language is mano vijnana, mano. And I always call that manager who are in control and who are training, who are controlling the first 5, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. That's the manager behind, which we call the mano. The manager, always remember, that manager's name is Mano. Hey, Mano, how are you? Mano. Mano is supervising vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Mano, the manager, also can go through past files. You see, vision, the staff of vision, staff of hearing, smell, taste, and touch, they have no right to, all these files are confidential. They can't get into those files. Only the Mano can. Mano can get into files, can do budgeting. So Mano, cognitions, okay? And then all this Mano also what? Collaborate with manas, with ego proliferation. Because that ego is always dealing with I. How do I do it? I got to be better than you. I'm jealous of you. I frown on whatever you're doing. I don't like you. I hate you. I love you. Always I and he and me and she. You always have this ego proliferation inside of you. And that ego proliferation is like a prison wall that's been enveloping you. You have no chance to get out. We are all living in that ego prison in our mentality. We cannot go beyond it. As a Bodhisattva, to learn the Buddhist philosophy is to get beyond this ego prison, get out from this ego prison. If you're in that ego prison, you can never get out of samsara. You're always in life and death. So that ego proliferation, that ego has always been a consciousness dominating you, inside of you, for what? For as long as you live. Before you live. In your previous reincarnation, in your future reincarnation, in your present reincarnation, that ego has been with you all year round, 24 hours per day. The 7 vijnana, the 7 consciousness. And then all these, cognition, ego, and perception, after what they have done, they don't get disintegrated. So what you have perceived, what you have heard, what you have talked about, what you have done, what you have thought in your ego. So after you die, did it all disappear? They're all gone. Oh, when I die, nothing left in me. So I can do what I want. I can, as long as I'm happy in this life, I can do what I want, right? As long as I'm happy. That's a criminal approach. I can kill, I can steal, I can be jealous, I can get mad, I can be selfish as long as I can look up to my benefit. If I don't like you, I can get rid of you. If I love you, I can do whatever I want to possess you. If I can do whatever I want as long as it makes my ego happy. Is that what the case is? That's been the case of all ordinary people. That's the problem. Because that's the ego proliferation. All these, after what you have done, you think you can get away with it when you die? No. There's a karmic energy that gets stored into the last consciousness. That is a very important consciousness. That is the consciousness that is responsible for reincarnation. When you all died, you don't have the eyes anymore. No body, no lung, nothing of you left. What is left? That karmic energy that gets stored into the eighth consciousness and roll into the next life. And you roll into this life with that energy before. Because of what you have done in your previous life. In this life, why did your dad pass away when you were so young? Why didn't you have a chance to see your dad? And why did your mom go through all these? Why did your mom have to remarry with you, go into another family? You could have been mistreated in another family. Why did you go through all this? Because you already have germinated all these causes in your previous life. You know why your dad treated you differently than how he treated John, your brother? Because John loved your dad in previous life and gave your dad a lot of, love. Whereas you hated your dad in your previous life. And there's unfinished business that you have to come back again, and they treat each other in a different way. Everybody has different destinies, different things, different karmic energy. Don't blame anybody. You could have done the same thing to him or her before in your previous life, and this just came back to get you, or to repay you, to love you, or to hate you. You did it all yourself. And that is all stored in the consciousness. That's never forgotten. That's all in your computer memory. You think when the computer is gone, that's gone? It's all in the memory. And that memory is more powerful than this millions of bytes and bits and bytes in your computer. That's invisible. That energy is invisible. It can store billions of memories in there. Nothing got forgotten. You think you have done something wrong and nobody would see it, and then nobody know about it? No. Your sixth consciousness, your eighth consciousness, store every word, every thought. The memory is so unlimited. And that is what you call that? Store consciousness, the alaya consciousness. The eighth Vijnana. So when you count 1 to 8, there are 8 consciousnesses. And what we're talking about for a year now, I don't know how long when I finished it, maybe slowly I will finish it. I've been talking about it for a year, off and on, for many hours already. And we call it verses of the 8 consciousnesses. That is one of the many literature that contains the Buddha's teaching on consciousness. There are a lot of others. So, if you're good in English, if you're a Chinese, you're good in English, this is the field of study that you should get into. Because there's a lot of English literature on this. Because this clan, this school of thought of the Buddhist teaching is the most prevalent in the Western world, North America. Because why? It's so close to psychology and sociology. So a lot of scholars for the past 100 years have gone into this field and explore a lot. The first country that explored a lot in English in the East is Japan. They spend a lot of time studying this and translating it in English. And the second country that has spent a lot of time in studying consciousness in English and in German is Germany. Germany is another country that spent a lot of time in studying this Vijnanamatrata. You know why Germany? Because Germany was a country and still is the country that specializes a lot in Sanskrit and in Pali. They have a lot of scholars like George Muller and so many of these scholars, they study. You know why? Because the German, they are, what do you call that? What do you call people who dig underground to extract old things? What do you call that? There's a term for that. I forgot that term. Huh? Archaeologists. The German were very good archaeologists, and they sent troops into India to extract relics, and they extract a lot of scripts of Sanskrit, the scrolls of leaves, thick palm leaves, and a lot of Sanskrit, and then they extract a lot of languages in there, and they didn't understand. In order to be archaeologists, have to understand everything they extracted from the soil, and then scholars started to study Sanskrit. They were Sanskrit expert, Pali expert. They studied not only Devanagari, they studied Siddham, and they were expert in Siddham. And the Chinese, 1,200 years ago, some of the monks traveled to India and brought back a lot of sutras, the Buddha sutras, and they were written in Siddham. The present day Sanskrit that you study is not Siddham, it's Devanagari. But if you know Devanagari, then it's easy for you to study Siddham. When you take a course in Sanskrit poetry, you thought that is just literature. But when you examine the actual Sanskrit poem, then you know at the time when the Buddha was preaching, there were groups of people who submerged themselves in just Epicurean luxuries. And there's another group that is really philosophical, really studying how to get away from samsara. So these people, they wrote poetry to express their feelings about society, about thinking. So don't think that it's just from philosophical sutras that you can get, get a little bit of enlightened intelligence from it. You can also get it from poetries, And there's such a course at UBC, the Sanskrits and all that. There's no end to learning. The more you learn, the more you know that the Buddha's teaching was really the kind of wisdom that people have ignored. They're just looking for pleasures, materials. There should be people who bring this out to the public, to let people know that, look at all these, the wisdom of the Buddha is all in here, but you're not studying them. You're not looking for them. You're only looking for pleasures, looking for enjoyment, and looking for going about partying, going about, all these different luxuries in life. This is something that we're looking for. By the way, this is a group of people who are not doing that. You're looking for wisdom, actually. We should praise you for looking for wisdom. Otherwise, what would you do had you not been in here listening to this monk talking about these things? You would have been in what? White spot? Sleep in for 2 hours? People just on a Saturday morning, they just sleep in for 2 hours. And then after they slept for, sleep in until 11 o'clock, they just went for brunch, combining the breakfast and lunch, And then what did they do? And after brunch, they go on to a gym, exercising, reduce. After they put in some fat in the body, then they reduced it. They're all in the process of getting fat in the body and reducing the body. Getting fat in the body is called eating. Reducing is called going to gym. So is that a kind of dichotomy that they always work to us? I don't know. Vilakrati Sutra, oh, time's up, I can't even do a review. What's the reason for suffering and mental disorders? Because of our craving and attachment. We are suffering. Do we know about that? We are suffering. Do you know that you are suffering? Even though you think that you are not suffering now, why are you not suffering? We have death, we have aging, we have sickness in front of us. We have all kinds of suffering. Those are facts. Do you have to die? Would you get sick? Will you get old? Other than all these mental disorders that we haven't mentioned. Would you get jealous, greedy, hatred, depression, fear, phobia? Lots of mental disorders that we have. And do we call them sufferings too? All right. So why do we have all these? Because whenever we have that, it's because our sensory organs attach and crave to externalities, all these externalities, and then what is arising? A consciousness is arising. And we have to study all this relationship. The Buddha, in all the sutras, says, want to point out all these relationships so that we know how to deal with them. And then what I would like to talk about later, I want to like to talk about all these mental experiences, and then I would like to talk about why do we have emotions, and then I would like to talk about the first 5 consciousness, how do we get about studying them? What's the approach? We want to study the I consciousness in detail, and the approaches we use, we have 9 approaches. We want to study how the eyes perceive the world. We want to study how the eyes get to know the world, how the first 6 consciousness, the moral nature of the first 5 consciousness, the realms of activities of this 5 consciousness, the concomitant mental functions that arise simultaneously with each consciousnesses, the necessary preconditions for these consciousnesses to materialize, and how does each consciousness function, and how do we transform all this consciousness into wisdom, and finally, how do we use each consciousness to attain enlightenment instead of performing crimes, performing misbehavior? How do we use our consciousnesses to transform them into wisdom instead of using our eyes and nose and ears and taste and all that to injure others, to create bad energy, immoral energy? So what do we choose? So we want to study consciousness, each consciousness, from 9 perspectives in detail. That's what we've been talking. And maybe in my next lecture, hopefully, I was talking about the next lecture, and then suddenly he said he's gone to Hong Kong. So I received a few calls from Singapore, and they said, I looked into your YouTube, and we like all the lectures. We even listen to all this Q&A that you have, and we'd like to invite you coming over to Singapore. And I didn't reply them. I got this call, variety of calls 2 years ago, and I didn't even reply because I didn't have time. I'm here, so how can I go to Singapore and Malaysia? And then last time when I was at University of Hong Kong giving a talk on how to overcome emotional challenges, I got someone sitting by my side, a couple, and he started to talk to me, and he said, we have an organization in Singapore that we have been contacting you, and we didn't get a reply, and now you're in Hong Kong. I would like to talk to you personally, and I would like to invite you to go and talk about the Buddhism, because you are bilingual. Singapore people, young people in Hong Kong, they speak English and Putonghua, and some Guangdonghua. So he said, you can speak English and speak Putonghua. So we would like you to go over there because, sometimes when you listen to Chinese, some of the Chinese is in ancient style, some of the sutras, and young people may not understand. But if you speak in English, they understand perfectly. So I said, all right, I'll think about it. And then this 2 months passed, and lately I have a professor coming over to join the meditation retreat. She handed me a letter. She is a professor studying the archive caves of Buddhas in China. Study of arts, carving, relief work, and all that. And she passed me a letter. In the letter, I have an invitation saying that we would like to invite you to Singapore. So I don't know when I should be going. Maybe next year. I try to postpone that and put this in priority. I look after you. It doesn't mean that I'm always away. I look after everybody in here. So this is my first priority. So I said maybe next year. So next year, approximately about this time, I'll be off to Singapore if I still exist in this world. We don't know. I mean, how do we know? Everything is fleeting. You think the fact that you exist now would mean that next year you're still around? We don't know. Everything is impermanent. Get back to the 8 consciousnesses, the consciousness. And usually we talk about consciousness, it's just one consciousness, but actually we have 8 consciousnesses. Last time I did a brief review of this consciousness, and I haven't finished the review because I've been away for quite a long time and I want to slowly get back into it. So it's just like getting back into it, you need a warm up. So I'm doing a brief review of what we've been talking about, and I haven't finished it. So let's carry on the brief review. We always have a question in front of us when we are trying to know something more about Buddhism or about meditation, about the Dharma, about Sangha, about the Buddha's teaching. So what's the purpose of learning and practicing the Buddha's teaching? Or what's the purpose in trying to understand Buddhism and trying to learn about meditation? What's the actual purpose of it? And of course, if we open up a forum of discussions, everybody would raise their hand and show the different perspectives of why they are learning it. But let me just summarize it because I'm doing a review in here. What's the ultimate purpose in learning and practicing the Buddha's teaching? Is it because we want to get blessings from the Buddha? I want to get prosperity. I want to be better in my life. I want to be happier. I want my family to be, everybody would be harmonizing each other. Or some people even say, I want to look for a boyfriend. I want to get a blessings from the Buddha. I can have a good boyfriend, good girlfriend. I have a family reunion. I can be better in my job. I can make more money. I can be more famous. I will have more reputation. Or I will be more healthy. I like to be in good health. And I heard that the Buddha can give you good health. So that's the reason why I'm learning the Buddha's teaching. Is that the ultimate purpose of learning the Buddha's teaching, practicing it? If you have the idea that you want more, I want to acquire more, I want to better myself, that's not exactly the objective of learning Buddhism, because behind you have a motive that you want to get, you want to acquire. You have a desire to get more, to be better in life, to be happier. There's no problem in being happier, healthier, even richer, or more reputable. There's no problem in that. But that's just the side effects of learning the Buddha's teaching. not the ultimate goal of doing it. What's the ultimate goal of doing it? If we can summarize it, it's just in a few words. It's difficult to summarize in a few words, but why don't we put it in two perspectives to talk about it? One is what's this world made up of? If we can say, what is this world? This world is, broadly speaking, it's space and time, right? We are in space. All living beings are in the space. You're occupying space. So the whole world, if we can understand it from a very broad perspective, is nothing but time and space. We live in the time. We live in space. We cannot live out of time and out of space, right? So let's talk about trying to learn the Buddha's teaching and trying to practice Buddha's teaching. Let's talk within space and time. What do we have in space? We have living beings in space. Not just have living beings, we have all kinds of things. Buildings, land, landscape, mountains and rivers and houses and whatever you see, whatever you feel, whatever you heard, we're in space. We can't get out of the space, right? We're in the dimensions of the length, the length, the width, and then we also have the volume, let's see, in space. What do we have in space? What do we have in space? And I summarize it for you a little bit. Let's talk about just space, right? Not time yet. Let's talk about space. What are we in? What position are we in? What space we are occupying? Just briefly. When we talk about space, there's so much to talk about that there's no end in talking about it. But let's just summarize it. In space, we talk about cosmic existence. The cosmos is, the whole universe. Cosmic existence. What is existence? You exist, I exist, everybody exists. A molecule exists, a proton, neutron exists, even though we can't see them. The minute, the most tiniest bacteria exists, but we can't see them. So I could talk about more cosmic existence. Cosmic existence, we say we have the 10 realms occupying space. The 10 realms. There's 4 of them are outside life and death. And the 6 of them are still within life and death. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kinds of existence. Heavenly beings. And sometimes we refer to these beings as beings in heaven. There are heavens. There are 28 heavens. But the Buddha said, in heavens, all these heavenly beings, they enjoy very long happiness. They're not like this world that we're living in, full of suffering. They have happiness. This world is a world that we live in, is full of both happiness and suffering. Sometimes we're happy, and sometimes we suffer, we're unhappy. So we're living in a mixture. But in heavenly beings, when you read sutras, you know that there's details as to how many levels of heavenly beings. At least 28 heavens. In every heavens, there's different degree of happiness, different degree of longevity. And some of these heavenly beings, they enjoy millions of life of longevity, and some only thousands of life. We, in this level, we enjoy only 100 years of life at the most, generally speaking. Occasionally, you have the odd ones who live 110 years old, 125 years old even, but very, very rare. Let's say we live only up to 100 years, then we die. No exception. There's no exception about death. Anybody who don't have to die, raise your hand. Do you have to die? Say, I don't have to die. Raise your hand. You have to die, right? I don't want to be sick. Raise your hand. You cannot prevent from being sick, right? I don't want to get aged. I don't want aging. I always want to stay young. Can you do that? You cannot. Or I have the option of not being born as the way it is in here. Did you have that option? You have taken the route to be born in your family, in certain location. You are born in that family. You have no option. Before you were born, you can say, I want to choose which family I want to live in. I want to choose a family that my father would treat me, would give me the best treatment. My mom will love me. My dad will love me. My brother and sister will love me. I want to be rich, born in a rich family where there's no trouble. I will always be happy. Do you have that option? Some people are born in a family that's broken. Some people live in a healthier family. You have no choice. Being born in this world, you have no choice. If you have a choice, would you have picked, given that your family, you're not satisfactory, would you have picked your family to live in, to be born? Some people were born in a better family, no question about that. But some, even country, some people were born in Canada, some people were born in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Guatemala, the Central American countries, they are, history told us, or the news told us that they were poor countries in Central America. In those countries where some kids don't even have a house to live in. I've been, 2 years ago, I went to Nicaragua. I visited the dump. Many people went over there to do charity work. I went over there. I went to the dump and see what kind of charity work I could do just 2 years ago. And I visited the dump. A lot of kids were picking out garbage in there. The dump is for garbage, and all these kids, they went to the dump to pick out what they can sell. And the most they can make is $1 per day. The most they can make is a US dollar per day. And many, many years ago, not too many years ago, but about 6 years ago, there was a very famous photographer from England or somewhere, I forgot the country, and he went to visit the dump, a very famous photographer, award-winning photography, you know. And he went to the dump, he visited the other kids, very playful kids, and he took pictures of one of the girl, a 7-year-old girl. He took pictures of that, and I thought, I think that picture still was in YouTube, was in either Google or YouTube, I don't know. So he took a picture of that girl, and underneath it, and later he publicized that picture and let everybody see it because he's a very famous photographer. And underneath it said, "The sweetest smile I've ever seen, the most beautiful smile," because that kid, like a dumb kid picking up garbage, very dirty hair, dirty clothes, but the most beautiful smile. And he got an award for that picture. And then 1 year later, he went back to the dump to visit the same girl of whom he took pictures and got an award for that picture. And he always remembered that beautiful smile from the girl. And he went back to the dump, and they found that the girl was dead, HIV. And he was extremely sad, you know. There were a lot of kids, you know, around the dump picking up garbage every day. They lived on garbage. And so we are in a different existence. I said, You have no choice of where you will be born. You have no choice. Why didn't you have a choice? Did you actually have a choice? Actually, you did have a choice, but you have chosen to be there. You yourself have chosen to be born in that family. Do you realize that you have chosen to be born in that family? Because you have germinated the causes for being there. Your karma brought you there. Not God, not Buddha, not Creator. No such thing. You created your own karma to be born in that family. Whether a rich family, a poor family, an educated family, uneducated family, you build up your root to go over there. Your karmic energy pull you over there. And talking about karmic energy, who created your own karmic energy? You. You've been creating that every second, you know. Right now you're creating that karmic energy. Every second, or your thought, every second, every thought you're creating energy. Every action, every speech, you are creating karma. Wholesome karma, unwholesome karma, the karma that brought you to your next life. You may not realize it. You are the creator of your own life. You may not realize it. You just live the way you are. You habituate your thinking. We all have been governed by our habitual thinking and actions, which brought us the karma. You have been habitually hardworking. You have been habitually lazy. You have been habitually depressive. You have been habitually jealous. Because you brought your own life up. Of course, under certain influences, that's karma. If we want to explore the philosophy of karma as laid in Buddha's teaching, there's a lot to do. There's a lot to understand. I'm just giving you a brief introduction. We are creating karma every second in our thought, and we habitually bring our thought into action later. Just for the sake of interest, as an example, what kind of karma you're creating right now? What kind of karma you're creating right now? Of course, we can open this for discussion. You are listening to a monk talking about doing wholesome thing and avoiding unwholesome thing. You're talking about the teaching of a saint. We're talking about life. We're talking about this spiritual exploration of humans. We're talking about intelligence. We're talking about striving towards enlightened intelligence. You are creating wholesome karma right now. On the other hand, if you hadn't come today, what do? You slept in for another 2 hours. You maybe you haven't woke up yet because you're still sleeping, because you play your iPad last night until 3 o'clock, because you don't have to go for meditation in the morning, so you just stay until 2, 3 o'clock and getting on your YouTube or your email or your WeChat or whatever you have, you know, and spend all this time. What do? Chit-chatting on something that is not extremely important. Or you were talking to your girlfriend over the phone until 2 o'clock, and you still carry on because you don't have to come to anything the next morning. But you have chosen to come to learn something more about life, about enlightened intelligence, about not to creating any unwholesome karma. So you're creating good karma. You know, every thought, every action, every speech is conducive to the kind of karma that you're creating. So we're talking about underneath this line, which are unenlightened beings. Above this line are enlightened beings in a cosmic existence. Having talked about heavenly beings, the next one, let's skip asuras, human beings. We'll talk about, we'll get back to Asuras later. So there are people who are heavenly beings. Why did they go to heaven and we didn't go? I mean, we are in here. Why did they go to heaven? Because they created the kind of karmic energy that brought them to heaven, that they reincarnate in heaven, that they were born in heaven. What kind of energy they have created to be born in heaven? What kind of karmic energy they created to be born in heaven? According to some sutras in the Buddha's teaching, all those people, all those existences who have done, always in the process of doing, the 10 good deeds, when they die, they go to heaven. But heaven should not be the ultimate way to go. Because heaven, once your longevity is up, you still have to die. Then you may roll down to other paths of reincarnations. The 10 conducts that would qualify you to be going to heaven. You abstain from all killing. Abstain from killing. Abstain from stealing. Abstain from sexual misconduct. Abstain from intoxication. Abstain from lying, etc., etc. In other words, in your conduct, you are really refining and reforming your conduct. So your conduct, yourself, your behavior, your speech, your thinking lead you to where you are. So you have to be, all of us must be very careful with our speech, with our conduct, and with our thinking. Some people have done so many merits that when they die, they go to heaven. But according to the Buddha, most living beings, if they are in the human beings realm, when they die, most of them go a lower level than human beings. They can't get back to the human being's path because they have committed a lot of unwholesome karma. It's not a punishment. When you want to get an A in your exam, you got to work at it. If you're not working at going to heaven, then you can't. If you're not working towards your A, you can never get an A because you have been lazy, you haven't attended all the lectures, you haven't listened to the professors well, you haven't even registered. So don't blame anybody, just blame yourself. You are responsible for your actions. Easy to talk about it. People say, yeah, if that's the case, I should really work hard. I should really improve my conduct. I should really improve my thinking. Listening is one thing. Doing it is completely a different thing. I have seen a lot of people say, oh yeah, I like the Buddha's teaching. And that's really true. But they keep on lying, keep on stealing, keep on, I don't know, they still keep on doing what they're doing. Talking about it, thinking about it is one thing. Doing it is absolutely another thing. You really have to have the determination. I have seen people, I have talked to people, different people talk to me, and I want to become a monk. I really like the Buddha's teaching. And he's been talking about it for 20 years, and now he's 70 years old. He talked to me when he was 50. But he keep on just talking about it and never attempted to do anything. And when he gets 70, I said, maybe next year I will. And then I point blank and say, no, I can't accept you anymore. You are 70. And why not just be a good man? Don't think about being a monk, You've been talking about it for 20 years. You never practiced it. You just talk about it. And I have seen youngsters, when they were 18, they were talking about, I like the Buddha's teaching. And I like to practice it. And then when he was 19, he got a girlfriend and he got married. No more practice anymore. So let's get to human beings now. So there's human beings who are in reincarnations. Talking about human beings, there are rich human beings, poor human beings, healthy human beings, unhealthy human beings. There are human beings with broken homes. There are human beings with happy families. And why are these differences? Why? And some people say, it's God who created all these. Some people say, it's my parents. I hated my parents because my parents got me all into all these. And they say, I particularly hated my brother. I mean, they blame everybody for what he's suffering, what he's got today. He should have an inner contemplation of why, not just blaming. Now, what I'm talking about seems to be so simple. You know, all these cosmic existence so simple, but there's a poem in Chinese, and the poem said, 3岁小孩也懂得80老翁都不懂. Do you understand? It says, a 3-year-old understands this. But a guy up to 80 years old, he's still ignorant. He's been learning from 3-year-old to 80-year-old, but he's still just talking about it. He's still ignorant because he never practiced it. He knows. You don't have to talk to me like that. I know all these things since I was 3 years old, but up to 80 years old, I'm still going through in reincarnation. I'm still being egoistic. I'm still angry at things. I still have greediness. I still have sexual misconduct. You know, many of these things happen. Departed spirits, I mean those who passed away, we call the ghost realm. There's a path of reincarnation, a realm which after a person dies, he can't even be a human being anymore because of what he had done before. He became a ghost, a spirit. Of course, he can't go up to heaven. Heaven is the highest in this realm. And then human beings, a lower level. And then spirits is under the lower level, the ghosts realm. You believe in ghosts? Anybody here who've seen a ghost? Nobody saw any ghosts before? You did? Surprising. Yeah. I did too. I did. You want me to tell a story about my personal experience, or should I go on something else? Go on something else? Huh? Tell you about how I see a ghost? Anybody who wanted to hear my story about me seeing a ghost, raise your hands. Anybody who gets scared and they don't want to listen to it, raise your hand. There's none, so I should keep on talking about this ghost that I saw. I hope she's not around. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. I don't know, 10 years ago, actually, I saw not only on one occasion, but the one last was about 10 years ago. I went to Hong Kong to give a lecture, and as a habit, I like to visit bookstores. I like to go to bookstores and spend about 1 or 2 hours flipping the books and see what kind of books I like. Philosophy or even literature. You know, Hong Kong has a lot of bookstores. And so I was walking in Kowloon. You know Kowloon? There's a Hong Kong side and a Kowloon side. And in the Kowloon side, I was walking along a very busy street. The name of that street is Reclamation Street. If you live in Hong Kong, you know San Tin Dei Gai. If you've been in Hong Kong, you know what I'm talking about. So I was walking along the street, very busy street, and I look up. I was looking up on the 6th or the 7th floor. I saw a sign. It said Buddhist books. Then, oh, usually a bookstore would contain all kinds of books, not just Buddhist books. So I saw a sign that Buddhist books, so, oh, maybe I should walk up there. A bookstore not on the ground floor, a bookstore on the 6th floor. So I entered the building, and when I was entering the building, I saw the security guard. He was waiting in there, and then he looked at me and I looked at him, and he knew that I'm a monk. I don't meant to be a robber or a thief, and he knew that maybe I look like more or less not a bad guy, you know. So he'd say, okay, go in there. So he didn't I just went in, and I went to ask. I pushed the button, 6th floor, and then the elevator went up to the 6th floor. So I walk out from the elevator, and I turn. Oh, this is a 2B, but that is the 2E. So I went to a 2E unit. Oh yeah, there's a 2E unit. It says bookstore 2E, right? From the street, it says 2E bookstore. So I went up to a 2E bookstore, and I didn't see any sign in there. So I pressed the doorbell. Ding, the doorbell. I pressed the doorbell. No answer. So I pressed it again, second time. No answer. So I pressed the third time. Something happened when I pressed the third time. I was waiting, and then the door slowly opened. The door slowly opened, and it was pitch dark inside. How come a bookstore was so pitch dark inside? And then I was trying to look through, and suddenly a lady's face appeared in front of me. Who are you looking for? Who am I looking for? I said, is this a Buddhist bookstore? I saw her face, and then I asked the question. She said, who are you looking for? I said, is this a Buddhist bookstore? And then suddenly, I didn't see her face anymore. She was more or less shocked a little bit because maybe I appeared as a monk. They said that a monk has some protection or some light, some aura. I don't know. I don't know if I have any of those. But the lady looked at me and gone. The door was still half open. I didn't see the lady anymore. It was pitch dark inside. Then I know what happened. I back off, and immediately get out from there. I know what happened. How come suddenly I didn't see her face? I still remember the face was like, there's no feeling on the face. It's like a yellowish, not dark, gloomy face, but a yellowish face. The sound was very slow, like, who are you looking for? Oh, terrible. So I back out and went back to the elevator. I went down, and then I went up to the security guard. I said, on the 6th floor, was there a Buddhist bookstore on the 6th floor? He looked at me and said, it's not working anymore. It's not there anymore. He didn't want to say any. I asked, I wanted to buy some Buddhist books. He didn't talk to me. There must be something in there that he didn't want to tell me. So I saw a lady, and the lady suddenly disappeared. And I don't know what's the definition of a ghost. If I saw something and then it disappeared immediately, and it even talked to me, is that a definition of a ghost? You tell me. I don't know. And I had a radio program in Vancouver, a Chinese program, on which I have been in that program. I was a host to that program, talking for 5 minutes of the Buddhist teaching and the Buddhist saying, and I have been doing that for many years, 25 years already. And about 15 years ago, I had a call from someone. He called me. He said, "Oh, Reverend, I wanted to talk to you." I said, "Who is this that I'm talking to?" I'm Dr. Cheng. I'm from China. I had a lot of personal experiences that I've been listening to your radio program about the Buddhist teaching, about Buddha saying. I have a lot of, and you also talk about stories, about the Buddha stories, about your personal experiences. I have a lot of personal experiences that I would like to tell you so that you can use those examples in your broadcasting, in your talk. All these stories happened to me. I personally experienced them. So can I arrange a time with you that I can talk to you? So I said, oh, okay, Dr. Cheng. So, okay. So we arranged time to see each other. So he came on an appointment. So I was in the library and we were talking. And to make it brief, Dr. Cheng was a Chinese doctor coming from China. And he was educated Western medicine. He was a brain surgeon. So in other words, not a Chinese, he's a Chinese, but he was educated as a Western doctor. And he's specializing in brain surgery. So he operated on a lot of, people in the brain. So it's a very famous brain surgeon. And then he immigrated from China. He went to Hong Kong first, and then he immigrated into Canada. And then he was a very educated and studious person. He got his license in Chinese acupuncture in here. So he's also a Western doctor and a Chinese acupuncturist. But he practiced as a Chinese acupuncturist and not on Western medicine because he couldn't get his license. You have to pass certain exams if you want to be a brain surgeon in here. And he didn't write any of those exams. He just became an acupuncturist, a herbal Chinese doctor, but he had the education of Western medicine. So he sat with me and he told me a lot of his personal experiences as a doctor. And I like to tell you one of his personal experiences, which I talk about on the radio program. He was a brain surgeon. And one day, they brought in a patient from an emergency. And the emergency was like this. In those days, it was still under the rule of very strict communist regime. And they were in the outskirts doing some farming. 3 very educated people doing a farmer's work. So, and they wanted to build a house, a squatter house, and a simple farmhouse. And one was holding a pile to make sure that they piled it onto the foundation to make the foundation tough, hard. So he was holding that stockpiling. There's a certain thing that they want to, you continue to. I forgot what you call that. They pound in to make sure that the foundation was hard. So, a pile driver. Yeah, he was holding that, and these other 2 guys were using a huge, big hammer, hitting that one. So 2 guys were hitting it, and 1 guy was holding it. And then somehow, because 1 guy was careless and hit his head, so he fainted. His head was broken. And this guy with a broken head was rushed to the hospital. And on that day, Dr. Cheng was the brain surgeon. So an operation, emergency operation must be done. Otherwise, that guy will be dead. It's something that has to be done immediately. So he operated on the broken skull, and it was a mess. He said it was a mess, and I spent about 5 hours, and I haven't really finished it because being a surgeon, when your operation hasn't been done, a surgeon, you have to stand up for 5 hours. And when you're working on the brain, it means every nerve counts. You must be extremely careful. It's very demanding. A brain surgeon's work is very demanding. If you work for 5 or 6 hours, you can't even go to the washroom. You think you can stop for a little while? You know, I wanted to go to the washroom. You can't go to the washroom, and when you are operating on a nerve, you can't even breathe. Any doctor in here, you know, they can verify that. I was told that way. When you're right, is that right? You know, when you're operating on the brain, you have to hold your breath in case you breathe too much. Then you cut on the other line. Then they will be wrong. You can't even go to the washroom. That's the reason why they charge you high. You know, that's the reason why when you do an operation, they charge you a lot of money, because that guy really was tough work. So after operating for 5 hours, he came to a point that he could stop for a little while. So he wanted to stop and go to first go to the bathroom, and then he went back to his room to sip some tea. So he was prepared. He went to the washroom and immediately come back. He only had about 10 minutes, so he immediately come back and poured his tea out and sit down and want to, you know, zip on his tea. And then when he was drinking, they heard the door creaking, door creaking. And then they looked at the door. The door was slowly opened for about 4 or 5 inches. And then something slipped in, like some energy, or you would like smoke or cloud or whatever. Then, boom, a person appeared in front of him, sticking through the door, like an energy, you know. And then a man appeared. It was the man that he was saving. And the man said, "Dr. Cheng, thank you very much for saving me. My time has come. And I just want to say thank you. I'm destined to be like that. I'm going now. There were 2 persons waiting for me outside. I got to go. Thank you very much." Boom, it's gone. And then, just the next minute, somebody tapped at the door. The nurse came in. "Dr. Cheng, the man is dead. Let's go back. The man is dead." So they go back, and the guy dead already. So I haven't heard of a personal experiences of seeing ghosts where the ghost actually talked to him, actually communicated with him. Usually people see a ghost, they say, okay, see it from a distance, you know. But that ghost actually communicated with this Dr. Cheng. Is that scary? Do you believe in a ghost? The time is up for lunch now. I haven't even started. You say, how can I do any review? I can't do any review. I keep on talking about personal experiences like that. So that's departed spirits. And that man said, "Thank you very much. I'm destined to leave." Dr. Cheng said, "I still don't understand why there are 2 persons waiting for him. So that means there's always a Mr. Chip waiting for you when you're about to leave." Have you heard about Mr. Chip? Mr. Chip or Mr. If you see that movie, Heaven Can Wait, there's always, that Mr. Chip is always standing by and ready to take you to wherever you have to go. So that's departed spirits. There's 2 kinds of spirits, one friendly ones and unfriendly ones. There are spirits who are furious, who want to hurt, who want to damage others. And there are spirits who are just indifferent. They don't manage to harm you. They're not harming you unless you really owe him or her something when he or she was living. You owe her your life, you owe her your money, then he'll be looking back at you and get you. Otherwise, they won't. Otherwise, they're just like human beings. And they were under control of their gods. And some of them are so furious that they will hurt you. Depends on who you will meet. I hope you're not going to meet them. I hope you're not going to encounter them. But there are good. It's just like humans. Some humans are kind. Some humans are unkind. Even in ghosts, in the departed spirits, some of them are kind and some of them are unkind. And some of them, if you don't, if you're careful, if you don't bring any harm to them, they won't harm you. But if you are careless, sometimes they may get to you. When I was a kid, I was more or less in the 60s. We were street kids in Hong Kong. Say street kids, we like to play around in streets, and we are very smart in street sense, because sometimes we're in the black alley, and some kids like to smoke. You know, when they were 12-year-old, they like to smoke, and some kids, when they smoke, when they finish up to the end of it at the butts, they like to pinch it against the wall, you know, to extinguish the smoke. And we have been taught, the street sense, don't do that at night. You could have burned the guy who was standing inside the wall, and they got into trouble. You know what I mean? Your cigarette butts still burning, and they are, you know, this spirit could be standing anywhere. And if you put that cigarette butts into his face or in his body, he's going to get you. So we had a lot of those street sense, because in those days in Hong Kong, when we were in the streets, in black alleys, in dark side of the streets, you know, many things happen, and you have to have street sense. You have to be street smart. So that's what we've been educated when we were a kid. All right, those departed spirits, animals. There's also a reincarnation ram. Animals. Why did it go to the animal rams? Because they created the karma to be in the animal ram. They are in the hogs, the pig rams. They are ready to be killed by humans, slaughtered for food. Chickens, ducks, cows. They were humans before. It's just they lost all of their memory. You kill them for food. You've been eating meat, you kill them for food. You think that they say, okay, you can kill me, I'm meant to be your food. They don't like it. They hated you. They built a lot of bad karma against you. They would get you. They would ask for repayment in flesh and blood, in money, in anything. They wanted to get even. You can't get away with killing. So many examples of those who were involved in killing animals and get their retribution right in this life. I've heard so many of those examples. Actually, real examples. I can give you hundreds of those cases, but one case that very simple one, it's there's a couple who was involved in barbecue ducks in Hong Kong. Very famous, the Cheng family, very famous for barbecue ducks. Then they make a lot of money from barbecue ducks. And many people like their barbecue ducks than other shops. How they do it, they kill the ducks overnight, rip off all the hairs and everything, make it clean, and they barbecue it in what do you call that? In a kiln. I don't know. It's the ovens in a stove, an earthen stove, and then they put it in the stove where they have all this charcoal burning on the outside to smoke to burn, you know, they barbecue the ducks, and they make extremely delicious, juicy barbecue ducks. And they make a lot of money, become very rich. A lot of shops open. And the couple even have their children doing the same kind of work. Approximately when they were 60 years old, they live in a luxury apartment. And then one day, the apartment was on fire. The next door was on fire. And the couple who were the pioneers of the barbecue duck family trade, family business, in the morning, they were having their breakfast and it was on fire. So they wanted to get out from the apartment. They were searching for the keys and all that. Smoke was coming in and it was, in the fire. They couldn't get the key and they couldn't get out. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't. They wanted to destroy in Hong Kong, they have the wooden door outside, and the second level is like a metal door. In Hong Kong, they like to have two doors. The first door is a wooden door, with nice looking wooden door. The second level it's like a metal door, so you need two levels. So they have to open up the metal door and then get out, open up the other door. They couldn't open the inside door, and they were burned to death like a duck. The whole body was burned, like a duck. And most people say that is a present life retribution effect of killing barbecue ducks. I didn't mention any names, so don't involve in any bad karma. It'll get back to you. Create only good karma. Watch your behavior, watch your speech, watch your thought. You have to purify your karma. The wholesome karma, unwholesome karma, and neutral karma. Unwholesome karma will get you unwholesome effect, cause and effect, unwholesome retribution. Good karma, wholesome karma, virtuous karma will get you to good effects. So you are the creator of your own life. How about neutral karma? Neutral karma, say I'm sitting at home, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing bad action, nothing bad, I'm just watching television, I'm not hurting anybody. Well, can you consider my karma as neutral karma? Yes and no. You're not doing any bad karma, no unwholesome or wholesome karma. You're watching a TV show in which that TV show is talking nothing about violence and sex, and it gets into your mind. You are creating ignorant karma, neutrally ignorant karma in you. But every thought counts. If it's not wholesome, it's unwholesome. If not unwholesome, it's neutral. In the neutral karma, you could be, I'm sitting right in the woods, I'm just sitting in there browsing, I'm not hurting anybody. You're not creating wisdom. If you are in the woods, I'm meditating and I'm learning how to become the Buddha. I'm learning how to better my behavior. I'm learning how to promote the Buddha's teaching so that people can be benefited by it and become virtuous people. Then you're creating good karma. Anniversary, centennial. It's 150. We still call it a centennial, right? The 150th centennial of Canada, Centennial Day of Canada. 150 years. I remember on the 125th centennial, which is 25 years ago, this temple, the International Buddhist Society, this temple, received an award from the Lieutenant Governor of Canada, bringing on the award, it says, significant contribution to the Canadian community. We have an award. I never mentioned it. If you want, we still have that award hang on the wall of our office. You can see the Centennial Award. At that time, I don't know who was the Prime Minister. Mulroney, Mulroney, something there, was Prime Minister. And we have that award. I think the award were given to 2 persons in Richmond. One, as far as I can remember, in Richmond. One was given to this temple for significant contribution to the Canadian community. The other one was given to the mayor of Richmond, I think Mr. Gil Blair, for being an excellent mayor during his term in office. So all those who volunteers to this temple should be proud of it. We actually received the award. So 25 years already passed, and we've changed during the 25 years. More and more people came here, but we still have a lot of work to do. We still want to make a lot of improvements. We're not stagnant. We want to do more and more and more, and bringing more contributions to the Canadian community. That's our slogan. That's our mission. All right, so let's continue with the verses summarizing the parameters of the 8 consciousnesses. So just one slide to remind people of what we're talking about, because I don't know if we have first-time comers today. Probably we don't have any first-time comers. So we are studying the consciousnesses, the 8 consciousnesses. And in the first 5, we have the perception consciousnesses, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body. And then those are the first 5. And then we have the 6 consciousnesses, which is the cognition consciousness, or the mind, we call it the mano. And then the 7th consciousness will be the manas. It's the manas consciousness, which is the ego consciousness. And the 8th is the store consciousness. We call it the alaya consciousness. We've been studying these, and now we want to first concentrate on the first 5, the perception consciousness, the first 5. Each consciousness has its own characteristics, has its own knowledge, realm of activities, its definition, its function, etc., etc. But we have to remember, how do we approach to study these consciousnesses? We can say, okay, we study the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body, but we have to have a system in studying it. The Yogacara always have a system in studying the Yogacara. So we have to have a system how to look at this, each consciousness. And the system we have is this. We have 9 categories when we look at each one of these consciousnesses. We look at how each consciousness perceives the world, the state of objects, how each consciousness gets to know things, the modes of knowledge, and the moral nature of each of these consciousnesses. The realm of its activities, when we say realms, because we have the 3 realms of the universe, right? The realm of desire, the realm of form, the realm of formlessness. So we need to know the realm of its activities, and we also need concomitant mental functions that concurrently function with each consciousness. Necessary preconditions for the arising of each consciousness. How does each consciousness function? And then spiritual transformation towards enlightenment. How do we, the Buddha taught us how to transform this polluted consciousness into enlightenment. And then when we transform it, how do we get to enlightenment? Now that we have to know. With that in mind, then I hope today, without talking about anything else, we can just mention briefly on the 1, 2, 3, 4 objects, modes of knowledge, moral nature, and realm of each consciousness activity. Hopefully we can finish that. That's the reason why I don't want to go through too much chanting today. We still have about 45 minutes to cover. So hopefully we can cover each one of these. The first one is the perceived objects. How does each of the first 5 consciousnesses perceive objects, perceive the world? How does the world appear to each consciousness, the first 5? And they appear in 3 states. 3 states, that's how the first 5 perceive the world. The first state is the state of objects as perceived in reality. And then the state of objects distorted by imagination. So when we see things, is either we see them or hear them or listen to them, the first 5 consciousnesses. The state of object in reality, how does it look? The second state is you distort the reality. Your senses distort the reality. And then the third is the imaginary and illusory state of subject-object. These are the 3 states that we have to examine today. It's very academic, it's very philosophical, it's very psychological. Not just about worshipping, burning incense, that's not that, okay? Next one, most of knowledge. How does each consciousness know things? By direct veridical perception, by inference, as a fallacy, or by knowing it through knowledge from saints and trustworthy sources. Third, how about the moral nature of each consciousness? Wholesome, unwholesome, or indeterminate? And realms of the activities. The first 5 appeared only in the first and second ground, in the first or second realm. So there are 9 realms, but the first 5 consciousnesses function only in the first and the second realm. But we'll go through that. First ground or first realm, or first 5 consciousnesses. Second ground, nose and tongue do not function in there. Only the eyes, ears, and body function. When you get up to a higher level, your nose and your tongue, they do not function. Because the nose and tongue are too coarse to function, too crude to function. The higher level of consciousness, sentient beings, they don't use the nose and tongue. Only the lower level, like us. Only lower level. So this is what we're going to study today. Hopefully we can cover everything like in here in a systematic way. Okay, let's go to first the 3 states. The world can be perceived in 3 ways by our first 5 consciousnesses. All 3 states are involved in direct perception of the senses. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the body, and the tongue. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the mind yet. Remember, we're not talking about the mind yet. We're not talking about the ego consciousness, the 7 yet. We're not yet talking about the 8th. We only talk about the first 5. Okay, now what is the first state? The state of object as perceived in reality. The absolute reality as it is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and touched here and now. As it is, as it appears it is. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the computer. I'm looking at, as it appears in now, a reality. I'm looking at reality with no distortion. They appear that way. I'm looking at Sam. I'm not going to say he's not Sam. He's Cheng. His figure's distorted. No, I'm looking at Sam. Everybody knows that's Sam. I'm looking at everything in reality. This state is direct veridical perception only, devoid of discrimination, no distinction-making ability. I'm talking only about the first 5. I'm looking at this lantern. The shape appeared in my eyes. I didn't hear it because that's from the form. I didn't hear. This doesn't function. My eyes function. When I look at this lantern, the form appear as an image in my pupil. It is red but there's no distinction in the first instant of looking. Only in the second instant of looking, when it interacts with my mental, with my mind, then I know it is red. The eyes itself does not know it's red. The eye only perceives the object. When you use the camera, you want to capture a shot of a scenery. The camera itself only functions as a perception, only take in the image. The camera won't say, this is a beautiful picture. The camera itself does not say it's a beautiful picture, it's winter, it's autumn, it does not make distinction. Only the mind does. So the state of object as perceived in reality is the state of objects of the first 5 senses. Like when you talk to me, when you yell at me, I listen to that yelling, my eardrum works, receive the sound, but my eardrum itself, that sense itself does not discriminate as to whether an anger is in there or the feeling is in there. It does not differentiate the feeling. Okay, the state of object is perceived in reality. Some people will say, how does it help me in my life? It helps you a lot. Because when the Buddha talks about consciousness, that should be in detail. That we know that there's a more powerful force behind the first 5 consciousnesses. The second state, the state of real objects distorted by imagination. What is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and touched are real, but because we impose an imaginary existence upon our experiences of them, we come up with distorted images. For example, seeing an old hunchback man at night in a forest from a distance and thinks that he is a ghost. Since our mental constructs do not match reality, it is a distortion of reality due to false thinking and attachment of the ego. But it still contains a grain of reality, a real man, so it is called a distorted reality. Even this is very difficult to be understood by people who don't know about the Chinese language. But then sometimes I think the English express the meaning, I think, in a better way than the Chinese in this case. Because by looking at just those 3 words, 代指境, I don't understand what it's talking about. But by looking at the English explanations, sometimes it happens. Sometimes certain language express something better than other language. Sometimes it's vice versa. All right? So the state of real objects distorted by imagination. It's still something, there's some reality in it. You saw a man at night and you thought that's a ghost. It still carry a grain of reality. It's a man. Okay, so it's just a distorted image. The third is the imaginary or illusory state of subject-object. There's no reality in there. It just comes out from imagination. This state is not of reality. It is just imaginary or an illusion of the 6th consciousness. This state accepts the validity of the imaginary or illusory object. For example, you think that happiness depends on driving a Ferrari, or the mirage as perceived in the desert is an oasis. There's no such thing as an oasis. It's just a mirage. And you think the rabbit has horns. How can rabbit has horns? Only cows have horns. Rabbits with those 2 ears, they're not horns. But you think rabbit has horns is out of imagination, out of illusion. So all our first 5 senses that perceive things in such a way, you either distort it or you work with the 6th consciousness and create imagination and illusion. You think you're being despised upon by people. You think you imagine things. It's horrible sometimes the way you imagine things. It's horrible sometimes the way you look at illusory state of objects and you believe it to be true. It's distorted. You believe it to be true. You look at it with tainted eyeglasses, and that brings you a lot of trouble. Your mind don't work as if your perception is the reality perception. So that's the reason why when we are meditating, we say, here and now. Remember, we have very famous meditator, teachers and masters and guru meditators and say, here and now. Don't think of anything else. You have to live and perceive reality. So that, now, as far as we're talking about the state of objects that you perceive the world. Your first 5 senses perceive the world in 3 states, and that is inclusive of everything. In reality, with distortion, with imagination. That's how you perceive it. You perceive Mr. Chen, and you think that's Mr. Chen, but that's not Mr. Chen. There's someone that you don't know. So that is what? That's the second state. You distorted information. But with some reality, because that's a human, you think that's Mr. Chen. It's not Mr. Chen. You perceive a human, you look at him, and you immediately discriminated him by saying that this guy, he does not have a good face. He looks like a bad guy. He looks like a criminal. He looks like someone who's stealing something. But you distorted your information. The state of real object distorted by imagination. Or sometimes it's all in your imagination. That guy talked to me, he despised me. Or I'm useless. I have no value in me. I don't have any confidence. If you're always in the if only I had this syndrome, as we've always been talking about, Alan's been talking about, if and only if I had this, it would be that for me. If only I can be more handsome, if I only can be taller, if I only can be richer, if only I have better education, you always crave, you always attach. That's how you perceive things, as the object of externalities. Remember, when you observe things with distortion, with imagination, with illusion, suffering comes. Mental afflictions come. Because you don't perceive things as they appear in reality. You distorted it. Someone talked to you, your ears receive the sentences, receive the feelings, and you thought that he despised you. You thought that he got angry. You thought that he's jealous of you. He thought that he has a hidden implication of every sentence, every word that it was talking about. You're suspicious. You create the imagination of suspicion. You create the imaginary state of illusion. Our senses work that way. As we always said, we have an internal commentator since birth. Do you trust what you see? Trust what you hear? Trust what you taste? It's not trustworthy because you distorted it. Because when you see things, that's how you see. You always see the imagination with illusion. You always distort the information. You add on your information. You add your personal bias onto everything when your senses interact. That's the first thing we got to know. Second, how does each one of our consciousnesses, the first 5, get to know things? We get to know things by direct veridical perception. The first 5 perceptual consciousnesses give a truthful picture of reality. You see an apple, you are hearing the river flows. That is what is happening right here and now. 限量, direct veridical perception. You know it now, here and now. Your eyes know it here and now. Your ears know it here and now. All your first 5 senses know it here and now with no distortion, here and now. There is a direct veridical perception, 限量. What's the second mode of knowledge? Inference. It is an assumption based on perception. It is the process of deriving logical thinking of assumed premises, or the process of arriving at some conclusion that possesses some degree of probability relative to the premises. This is what your sixth consciousness thinks upon interaction of the first five consciousnesses which have sensed the object. The apple will taste good. So the second one, the second knowing, mode of knowing, is not just direct veridical perception. It is by inference. You apply probability to it. You guessed about it. You apply probability relative to the premises. We're getting into high-level philosophy and psychology, you know. You have to think more about it. When you get to know things, it's not just, I only believe, some people say, I only believe in things that I actually saw, I actually heard, I actually tasted, I actually, you know, they always say, I don't believe. You believe in a God? Have you seen God? If you haven't seen God with your eyes, how can you believe in something that you haven't seen? Is that how you know things? Do you only believe in things you actually hear, you actually see? If you only believe in things you actually see, actually hear, actually taste, then there are many things that you shouldn't believe in. Today is the 150th centennial. When I first came into Canada, the Prime Minister was Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau. And I guess some people here never had a chance to see Pierre Trudeau. And they say, I haven't seen Justin's father, so I don't believe Justin has a father called Pierre Trudeau, because I haven't seen him before. Can you say that? You cannot, because we know that Justin has a father who was a prime minister. Even though you haven't seen him, you believe in him. So you cannot say, I only believe in things I see, only believe in things I listen to. No. Do you believe that in France there's a Louis XVIII, there's a French Revolution? You say, I haven't seen the French Revolution. It only happened in history, so I don't believe it. People will say, you're crazy. Because you don't necessarily only believe in things you actually personally see, or seen, or saw. Sometimes you do it by inference, by thinking about it, by comparing, by probability. You know that have you seen your great-great-great-grandfather? You haven't. But by inference, you know that if I have a father, my father have a father, and my granddad had a father, then I must have a great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, even though I haven't seen him. Right? You do it by inference. So you don't necessarily say, I will only believe it if I actually see it with my own eyes. Logically, if you say that, you have a logical problem. Sometimes you do believe in things, you do know things through inference. You agree? If you disagree, always raise your hand. If you don't raise your hands, that means you agree. Right? It's very simple. If you disagree, raise your hand and challenge and say, no, I only believe in things I see. If you don't raise your hand, that means, this is logic, you know. If you raise your hand, then you disagree. Then you disagree. If you don't raise your hand, that means you agree. Right? You inference. That's how you know things, not necessarily by direct veridical perception. You believe in things through inference also. Third, what happens if number 1 and number 2 is wrong? Say number 2. I believe in things through inference, through probability, assumptions, guessing. But what happens if my inference is wrong? There's certain probability promises are wrong, right? It happened that way. If it is wrong, then it becomes a fallacy. It's not right. It's wrong. It's fallacious because your assumption is wrong. You saw an apple in the distance. That's an apple. Actually, that is not an apple. That is a pear. Looks like an apple. And you say, I saw an apple. I saw an apple is direct veridical perception that that's an apple because I see it with my eyes. That's an apple. But your perception is wrong. Although it's direct veridical perception, but that's not an apple. That's a pear. So it could be wrong. In other words, the first one and the 1 and 2 could be wrong. Don't say that you're always right. It could be right, it could be wrong. If it is wrong, it's fallacious. So these are three ways you are knowing something or you're trying to know something. Through direct veridical perception, through inference, and sometimes they're wrong, simply fallacious. And other than these three, getting to know things by all these three, there's another one that you should know about. Actually, there's 5, but mentioning 4 would be enough. Knowing from saints and trustworthy source. You get to know something, you don't necessarily have to see it with your own eyes. You don't necessarily have to think about it and doing an inference. And you don't have to guess whether it's right or wrong. Just someone you trust told you. My dad told me that I had a great-great-grandfather because I know my dad wouldn't cheated me with this. And in the history book about Canadian history, we knew that we started some time ago. We knew that there was a transcontinental railway, a CPR built that railway, and it was built in the early 1900s. And it was built by many people, and many people got killed, and many people dug up tunnels, and they spent a lot of time in building the transcontinental railway. But I haven't seen it, but I know everybody's talking about it. It was written in Canadian history. I trust Canadian history. I trust that book, that textbook. So when I believe in something, I don't necessarily have to see it with my own eyes. I don't necessarily have to do any thinking and inference. I simply pick up something and I know it's from the right source. Everybody was talking about it. So it could be from saints, from trustworthy source. So sometimes you say, why do you believe in that? Because the Buddha told me that. Why do you believe in that? Because some people believe in their God. They say, God told me that. Why do you believe in that? Because the Bible told me that. Why do you believe in that? Because some sutras, the Buddha's teaching told me that. That's how you get to know something. All right, so any other modes of knowledge that I haven't included in here? It's very comprehensive. It lays out all the modes of knowledge. Modes of knowledge mean how do you get to know things. It lays out all the methods that your senses get to know things. So your senses try to understand something through these sources. That means you have to acknowledge that sometimes you could be wrong, sometimes you're right, sometimes you can't say, I don't believe in anything unless it is seen by me. No, you know it by knowledge from saints and trustworthy sources. So sometimes the 4 work together helps you to know something. The wiser people would ponder using these 4 ways to know things. People who are biased, maybe they say, I only believe through direct veridical perception. Anything that I don't see myself with my own eyes, I don't believe. Anything I don't hear by my own ears, I don't believe. Then you could be wrong. You know why? Because as I always give an example, if an ambulance is going by, just about 2 minutes ago, the dog was stuck to bark because the dog's hearing are better than ours. Our hearing is not trustworthy. If we say, I don't think that there was an accident, even you tell me now. Somebody call you and say, hey, there was an accident on number 3 and between number 4 and number 3 and Stevenston. No, I don't believe in it. No, it's true. Because the ambulances went by and the dog knew about it. Your ears couldn't hear it. But the dog's ear was better than yours. The dog's ears are better than your ears. Human ears, they don't function they don't function in a perfect way. They don't even function better than dog's ears. All right, that's how you get to know things. Knowing this kind of information by studying Yogacara, how does it help me? You know how limited you are in your senses. You know your senses are biased. That you know that sometimes you could be wrong. You know that you have an ego that you don't want to change. But actually, what happens in your mind, 50% of the time may be wrong, but you don't acknowledge it. All right, let's take a look at the next one. We're talking about, we already covered the first one, the state, how do we perceive externalities, the state of externalities that we perceive, the 3 states, the state of actual reality, the state of distorted reality, the state of imagination. Those are the 3 states that how we perceive the world. And the second is what? How do we get to understand, to know something? It's either by direct theoretical perception, or by inference, or they could be fallacious, or by trustworthy sources. All right. Now we study the moral nature of each of our consciousnesses. None of the first 5 perceptual consciousnesses contain the potential for making moral distinctions. So each one is per se indeterminate. So in nature, but when it interacts with the 6 consciousnesses simultaneously and creates wholesome, unwholesome, or indeterminate deeds. So we have wholesome, either unwholesome, or indeterminate. What does that mean? The eyes themselves, you cannot say, oh, my eyes are wholesome. My ears are unwholesome. My ears listen to this criticism, my ears listen to this gossiping, and I got very angry, so my ears are unwholesome. That's not true. Your ears only receive the information when the information is diagnosed with your ego, with your 6th consciousness, then it creates the mental afflictions in you. So the eyes, the ears, the nose, the body, and the tongue, they are what? They are indeterminate. They're neutral. Depends on how you actually interact with your mind that creates the moral nature of wholesome, unwholesome, or indeterminate. So your eyes itself does not create wholesome, unwholesome, indeterminate karma. It's only through interaction. Okay, so remember, each consciousness has a moral nature by itself, except the first 5. So as I always give the example, the first 5 are only salesmen. They don't make the judgment. Only the mano, the manager behind, makes the judgment. All right, the 3 moral natures. And then, okay, then we get to I got 15 minutes to explain the realms of activities of each consciousness of the first 5. In other words, where do they function? Where do these 5 consciousnesses function? In order to understand that, you have to know the position of where we are now. We are in a universe which is divided into Kama Dhatu, Rupa Dhatu, and Arupa Dhatu. This is the world of desire and form. This is the world with form only, and this is the world without form and without desire. The higher level, the higher consciousness You don't have any form. You don't have any desire. You only have desire when you're in the lower level. So in order to know where your consciousnesses function, you have to know where we stand. We stand in the first ground. This is the first ground, the first realm. The Devas realm, Asuras realm, humans, animals, ghosts, and hells. The Devas means heavenly beings. So this is the first realm or first ground. And we got the first dhyana, second, third, and fourth. This is the second realm. So the whole of this Kamadhatu is the first realm. Plus 4 realm in here, 4 realm in here. So what's the total realm that sentient beings exist in 9 realms? The Buddha is already out. It's not classified as a ram. The Arahat and Pratyeka Buddha, they're already out, so they're not classified as a ram. The highest ram is the 9th ram, which is the 8th jhana. The jhana of neither consciousness nor no consciousness. So you know where our position stands now? You think human beings are the most intelligent? No. We're not the most intelligent according to the realm of activities. We are in the lower level. We are at the level of heavenly beings. Even heavenly beings, they are not the higher realm. They're still in this realm. Humans, animals, ghosts, or hell victims. So we have sufferings like rebirth, aging, sickness, death, departure, suffering arising from departure from beloved ones, suffering arising with living with hated ones, suffering arising from the 5 skandhas interaction. So we have all kinds of suffering and mental afflictions. And it's the first ground. And then the second ground will be the first dhyana. We call it the second ground. The second ground, as far as our 5 senses are concerned, the 5 senses happen or function in the first realm, no question about it. Do you have the 5 senses? You have. Even heavenly beings. Heavenly beings, they live until 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, longer. We only live up to 100 years. But heavenly beings, they live up to thousands of years, but they still are the lower level. So don't think about just going to heaven. Going to heaven is not an ultimate way to go. It's just much, much more happier than humans. So when we say, oh, when I die, I want to go to heaven, it's much better than humans, much better than animals, much better than ghosts, much better than the hell rams, but they're not the outer way to go, because after 5,000 years, 6,000 years of happiness, you still have to go back to reincarnation. So even the heavenly beings, they have the 8 consciousnesses. They have the 8 consciousnesses. Now in the second realm, which is the world with no desire, in the first ground, the tongue and the nose, they do not function. They don't need the tongue and the nose. When only lower animals need the tongue and the nose. Only lower animal needs the 5 senses. When you go higher and higher, you will see later that our consciousness is at a crude level. All right? Now this is just a preliminary explanation to you. You got to know these. I don't want to explain that in detail. How do you get to the first jhana, second jhana, third and fourth? We can't get into details, otherwise I can't finish. I only have 5 more minutes to go. So let's get back to the grounds. The realms on which the first 5 consciousnesses arise. We call it the 9 grounds. All right? Summarize it: the first ground, the second ground, third, fourth, 5, and up to the 9th ground. The 9 grounds. Remember this 9 grounds, and then the first 5 consciousnesses happen fully, function fully in the first ground, the ground that we're in now. In a higher level, which is the world with no desire, with only form, the nose and the tongue do not function anymore. Only what? Only the eyes, the ears, and the body, and the sixth consciousness, the seventh consciousness, and the eighth consciousness exist. The realms on which consciousnesses arise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What do they stand for? Our consciousnesses. Number one consciousness is eyes, and then ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, the ego consciousness, the store consciousness. This represents the consciousnesses. And this represents the grounds, the realms of activities in which our consciousness function. This P represents partially function. F represents this consciousness fully function. The first ground, the heavenly beings, all of these function. People in heaven, the devas, all the eight consciousnesses function. Ordinary beings like the ghosts, the animals, the humans, all of them functions. For hell victims, sorry, they don't have the eyes, the ears, the nose, tongue, the body, they don't function. Only the six consciousnesses partially function. The 7 and 8 functions. So only your consciousness, your 6, 7, 8 consciousness function in hell. In other words, in hell you don't have a body. Partially, you have partially a body exists, but actually your 6, 7, 8 consciousness suffer. Not your eyes, your nose, your ears, your tongue, your nose. So these, if you summarize it, most of your 8 consciousnesses function in the first ground. The second ground, there's no nose and no tongue. Only eyes, ears, body, cognition of mind, ego, and the store consciousness. And as you go further and further up, when you go to the highest level, the full consciousness that exists is the line consciousness. At the very high level, just the level before you get out from reincarnation, get out from samsara. So the meditators, when they meditate a higher level, they don't have the body anymore. No more tongue, no more nose, no more body exists anymore. The body exists at a very crude level. Even at the 8th ground, the first 5 consciousnesses do not function in this level, nothing whatsoever level. So in the formlessness world, only the 6, 7, 8 consciousnesses exist. The first 5, they don't even exist because you're at a very high level of consciousness. Our consciousness are very crude, very coarse. The finer you are, the higher level you are. So we better work hard to get out from all this. But we don't. We thought that we still like food, fame, reputation, sex, families, love. We still attach to these. We can never get out from these. We think that we need these. But actually we don't need these. If you throw them away, don't attach to them, and really practice, you're a very higher level. So when those people at a higher level, when they look at us, they want to close off their nostrils. You really stink. We really stink. They want to get close to us. Do you want to get close to a garbage dump? Or you want to get close to living beings in a garbage dump? You don't want to go there. And how come these people at a 9th ground, 8th ground, they don't come to us? Because we're in the garbage. We are a worm in the garbage dump. I'm not being negative. We try to be very positive in the garbage. I'm a positive worm in a negative garbage dump. That's what it sounds like. And every day we're living in a garbage dump, and we think we're okay. Everything we're involved with, a lot of mental afflictions. We're involved with killing, lying, sexual misconduct, drinking, intoxications, killing, everything. We're involved with everything that creates karma. We don't know about it. We're craving for fame, reputation, sexual misconduct. We're involved with everything that creates bad karma, that binds us in the garbage dump. We can't get out of it. Only the very wise could get out from it. First of all, only the wise people, I'm not praising myself, who wanted to be a monk or a nun. Who would become a monk and a nun to get out from a garbage dump? Who would want to become a monk and a nun to learn how to get out from a garbage dump? No, they don't want to. They want to get involved with the family, with a wife, with a husband, with kids. Whoa, they want to be involved with all the worms in the garbage dump. Do you want to learn how to get out from a garbage dump? In August, we'll have a temporary ordination where you can become a monk for 7 days or a nun for 7 days in the coming August. Are you going to join us? I have 46 people from Hong Kong. They fly all the way from Hong Kong to take this, to join us in this program of ordination. And out of the 46, 26 wanted to become tonsure. They want to shave their hair to become a temporary monk and nun. They want to learn how to become one in the 7 days. And the number of participants is increasing. So we have learned how our first 5 consciousnesses perceive the world, the state of objects as perceived, 3 states: reality state, distorted state, imagined state, and then that's how we perceive the world. And then we learned the most of knowledge. How does each consciousness get to understand and know things? Is either through veridical direct perception, inference, fallacy, or from trustworthy sources like saints and other trustworthy sources. And we also learned each consciousness usually have a moral nature. It's either the consciousness is wholesome, morally wholesome, morally unwholesome, or morally indeterminate. The first 5 are what? Indeterminate. It depends on how it mixed up with the 6, that it becomes wholesome or unwholesome. It by itself, per se, is indeterminate, it's neutral. And then we learn where do our first 5 consciousness actively function. Our first 5 consciousnesses only actively function in the lowest level in this first ground, and in the second ground too. But in the second ground, the nose and the tongue, they don't. And when you go to the third ground, even the first 5 consciousness, you don't need them anymore. The less of the first 5 you have, the higher level you are, if you practice in the right way. On second thought, I'm thinking back at what I've always quoted as an example on Helen Keller. Helen Keller did not have the first 5. Only they don't have the first 4. So the eyes, ears, nose, the tongue is okay. So when you have less senses, the very wise people would have more energy to get enlightened. If you direct your energy of the senses to the right way. So she was able to be very wise with less senses. But usually people with less senses, they don't function. Say if you're blind, if you're deaf, you say, I give up, I give up. I can't see, I give up. I can't listen, I give up. When you give up, then nothing comes true. But when you don't give up, then you conjure, when you concentrate in your attention, your energy into what you're good at, maybe it turns out to be, turn out to be much better than everybody else. Any question up to now? So I have covered the first four. I still have others. So we do it in a very systematic way. The first five are very simple consciousnesses. When you get to the 6, 7, and the 8, they become extremely complicated. If you do not know what I'm talking about now, you may as well don't need to come later, because it's getting more and more complicated. It's getting deeper and deeper into consciousness that you may not know what I'm talking about. I've spent 40 years to study this. And some of this I'm still searching for it. It gets very complicated. I don't know how these ancient people can have so much intelligence getting into details like this. I'm amazed at how Azanga and Vasubandhu, could have written something like this and it's still passed down from one generation to the next. For first-time comers, you may not know that the Buddhist teaching, most of the Buddhist teaching concentrates on the mind, consciousness, not about blind faith, about believing in Buddha and you'll be forgiven. It's not that. The Buddha wants us. A Buddhist is an investigator of truth, a researcher of truth. Not just blindly believe in the Buddha and say, Buddha give me blessings. That's not what the Buddhist teaching is all about. You have to study your relationship with the universe, your relationship with other people, with the society, with your family. So it's a study, it's actually a philosophical teaching. So right now we have been concentrating on the consciousness, the mind. We've been studying the mind. And when we talk about consciousness, we only have one consciousness. Actually, the Buddha told us that we have eight consciousnesses. That's a very strange word. You don't take a plural in consciousness grammatically, but we take a plural in this case because there are 8 altogether. And the Buddha delineated very clearly and analyzed it very clearly so that we understand our own consciousnesses. So that we understand, if we just use one word for consciousness, the common English is the mind. You have to understand your own mind. You may not understand yourself. Most people, you may think you understand yourself, actually you don't understand yourself. You're not in control of your own mind. If you are in control of your own mind, you would not have depression. You will say, I don't want a depression, please go away, and then the depression go away. You're not in control. You would prone to getting into anxiety, and you don't know about it. So the Buddha said, study your own mind in detail so that you know how you think, what you are thinking, how to turn your polluted thinking, how to transform your polluted thinking into wisdom. And with the wisdom, you can gear yourself to nirvana, to enlightenment. So that's what we've been talking about. We've been studying this, and I'm going to flash this again and again. This is very complicated, but just one page contains all the 8 consciousnesses. This is the external environments. We have objects, material, and then we have sound, smell, taste, and touch. That's the external environments that we're in contact with. To summarize into 5 categories. Objects, all those make up of matter, molecules, protons, electrons, you name them. Sound, smell, taste, and touch. And then how do we get in contact with them? The perception. The perception contains eye perception. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. You see the eyes, consciousness, ears, nose, tongue, and body. And that's what we call perception through the 5 sensory organs. Now those are 5. And then the 6th is cognition. After we perceive them, then we cognize them. Various functions of the cognitive process, including interpretation, intellectualization, rationalization, stigmatizing and all that, cognition, go through your mind. And not just the 6 senses, we have the 7 consciousness, which is the ego consciousness, the manas consciousness. We have an ego mixed with our consciousness, tainted in our consciousness. And the ego is very profound consciousness that the Buddha went into detail as to study our own ego. And then we have the store consciousness, which is called the alaya consciousness, store of the present and past karmic energy. What you have done, what you have talked about, what you have thought about, what you have behaved, they won't get forgotten. They've always been stored in your consciousness. So you cannot get away with bad deeds. You think nobody have seen it, nobody have heard it, and you don't care about it? No, it stores in you. All the bad things, good things, neutral things. So that's the reason why you have to be extremely careful, not just in your action, not just in your speech, in your thought. You have to be very careful in your thought. Thought is the origin of your behavior. Thought is the origin of your speech. You try to solve your problems at the root, not at the speech. You can't just shut up. When you shut up, you still have a lot of anger in you. Although you don't yell, you still have the anger in you. The Buddha said, you have to change the root. You have to change your anger, not just your yelling. All right, now these I just flashed it through. You have seen it many, many times. How do we study consciousness? We have been using 9 categories to study it. Objects, how do we perceive things? Modes, how do we know something? What is the moral nature of the consciousness? Where do this consciousness get activated? What are the concomitant mental functions, the mental factors that go with it, the necessary preconditions? How does each consciousness function? And how spiritual transformation into enlightenment, and how to lead sentient beings to enlightenment. We use this 9 categories to study every consciousness. The 9 categories. We want to systematize our study. This is a very profound course in philosophy and psychology. Some part of it is in modern psychology, but modern psychology may not have included Buddhist teaching, because the Buddhist teaching go very, very deep into consciousness. Modern psychology only got into ego, superego, and that's about it. And even in ego and superego, they just touch on the subject, they don't go into details. And they're only concerned about the present life. They have nothing to say about previous life. And all that. So a lot of details we go into. So we have gone into the realms of activities, and we said last time that all this 1 to 8 are the 8 consciousnesses, and these are the realms of activities. And we have 3 realms. This is the humans, the animals, the hell realms. This is the heavenly realms. This is the heavenly realms. But all this up to the 9th realms, they are still in life and death. When you're at the 9th realm, you are in heaven. You enjoy just happiness. When you are in this 1st realm, we are here. We are in the 1st realm, the 1st ground. We have the 6 paths of reincarnations. We're in the lowest realm. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, we're not there. Only for those higher level sentient beings, they are there. We are lower level. We're only in the 1st ground. Sometimes we think that we're the most intelligent. We can dominate the animals. We can, animals depend on us for a living. We are the most intelligent, but that's not the case. We are suffering. There are second, third, fourth, 5 level, which is much higher than us, and 6, 7, 8, 9 in a very high level. The Buddha has gone out of this 9 level into the realm of non-retrogression into these levels. So in other words, if you're at the 9 level, you are the heavenly beings in the 9th level, the top level. After you enjoy all the happiness, you still have to get back to life and death, to reincarnation. That's not the ultimate way to go. Heaven is not the ultimate way to go. It's much, much more happier than what we are in here. But still, you have to be subject to reincarnation, life and death. Right now, we are talking about the 8 consciousnesses in detail. And we are studying the eyes, the nose, the ear, the tongue, and the body only. We haven't got into 6 consciousness. We haven't got into 7. We haven't got into 8. We go from 1 to 5. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. In here, in our realm, in the first realm, they all are active. Our eyes are active, unless you don't have eyes. Some people are deaf, some people can't see, some people can talk, right? So they are deficient in their senses. But assuming that you're not deficient in your senses, all your 8 senses function in the first realm, in this realm that we're living in. But in this realm we're living in, the animals also have the first 5 consciousness active. The ghost realm, the 5 consciousness are active. Even heavenly beings in the first ground. There are heavenly beings in the first ground, and there are heavenly beings in the 2, 3, 4, 5 ground too. So the heavenly beings in here, and sometimes you call them heavenly angels, the first 5 are active. But in the hell dwellers, hell victims, eyes, ears, nose, body, and tongue, they're not working anymore. People, sentient beings who suffer in hell, their eyes, their ears, their nose, their tongue, their body, they're not working. You know why? Because, for example, eyes. In hell, it's all darkness. The eyes don't function anymore. All darkness. And the ears, the clinking and clanking of all those torturing. You know why torture? Torture is not because there's another world which is like a prison. In this world, we have a prison, right? In the prison, they lock you up in a prison, for example. In hell, they also have prisons. Other than prisons, they have the kind of torture that you have been using to torture others, because there's cause and effect. So your eyes, your ears, your nose, your body is subject to all kinds of suffering. Your body is not effective anymore. It's just your 6th consciousness that is suffering. There's no talking, for example. They can't talk to each other. The tongue is not working anymore. So people in hell really suffer. And when they suffer, it's not just a superficial suffering. It's partially the 6th consciousness. P represents partial, and F represents the whole thing, 100%. Partial is not 100%. So in here, all the 8 senses are working, are active, except for hell victims. But if you go to the 2nd ground, which is a higher level than us, nose and tongue, they don't need to work anymore. Why? In other words, in a higher level than us, they don't need tongue and the nose. Why? Well, let's go. I summarize it for you in here. All first 5 consciousnesses function in the realm of desire. On the 2nd realm, the nose and tongue consciousness do not function. Only the eyes, ears, and body functions on a higher level than us. Why? Because sentient beings there in the higher level than us do not depend on morsel nourishment, which is connected with nose and tongue. In other words, they don't eat bread, rice, noodles, hamburgers, meat. They don't eat that kind of coarse food anymore. They don't need to use their nose to smell. They don't need to use their tongue to taste. Their food is taken through mental contact of joy. In other words, in a higher level, their food is not the same as our food. You think our food is delicious. No, our food contains a lot of karma in it. You've been killing animals for food. You kill the pigs, you kill the cows, you kill the ducks, the chickens, and put all this karmic food onto the table and you eat it, a very coarse level. The crudest form of food is taken by mouthfuls via the smell of the nose and the taste of the tongue. This kind of bodily nutriment is subject to decays and changes and is only seen in the realm of desire. Coarse food is effective nourishment for coarse organism, which we are, but it's of no use for finer organism, for example, in the second ground. They are of the higher level. Higher and higher consciousness level must be fed with finer and finer kinds of nourishment. So to them, their joy is what? Their joy is in tranquility. Tranquility is their joy. But tranquility is what we're looking for when we are very sad, when we are depressed, when we are very angry. We're looking for tranquility, which we cannot. That's the kind of food that the higher organism have, that we've always been looking for, and some people never can enjoy tranquility and peace of mind. Peace of mind is the kind of food that they have. Peace of mind is the kind of food that we're always looking for and we are lacking. Do you know that just for instance, just an example, peace of mind. Do you think we have peace of mind? We don't have peace of mind in here. I remember that reporters have been interviewing tycoons and billionaires, in many, many parts of the world, and sometimes the conclusion is, what is your happiness? Mr. A, you have thousands of billions of dollars. You must be extremely happy. You have all the money. You don't even know how much money you have. Thousands of billions. Are you happy? And what is your definition of happiness? They usually don't say, my happiness is more money. No, they may not say that because they have billions. My happiness is the peace of mind that we have. I want peace of mind. I don't have peace of mind. I have a lot of money. I have a lot of girlfriends. I have a lot of boyfriends. I have a lot of luxury homes. I can't even remember how many units of luxury homes I have. I can't remember all these mansions that I have. I have luxury homes in every part of the country, in every country of the world. But I don't have peace of mind. I still need that peace of mind. Every day I'm involved in meetings. I'm involved with all these people calling me up. They want decisions to be made. I have meetings and interviews. I never get a chance to see my wife, my children, and maybe I have children in every country of the world. Do you know that there are actually people who have 100 sons and daughters? They could have 20 in I don't know, in China, 10 sons and daughters in Hong Kong, in Canada. They can't even remember their sons and daughters. And I have heard a story that when they want to know how many sons and daughters they have, to get into their computer. And tomorrow I'm traveling to Canada. I want to see my offsprings. And they press the button, it comes up, I got 21 in here. All right, so I got, the number 12 is John, number 13 is Jeanette, number 16 is Chris. So who am I going to meet tomorrow? You're not surprised by that? So peace of mind or joy, mental joy, they're always in meditation, the higher level. The kind of food that we take is hamburgers, bread, you name them. That's the kind of food. Those are the coarse kind of food that we're eating. But we seem to be very satisfied with the kind of food we have. We need them for nutriment, for body nutriment. And when we eat that kind of food, when you take that kind of food, coarse food in, mouthful by mouthful, it will be excreted out from your body. in dirt. So you take it in, it's like a test tube. It's like a test tube. You put something in the test tube and it comes out from the other end of the test tube. That's what we're doing in here. We keep our lives active. All right, so now we have studied now the first category. How do our five senses perceive the world? We perceive the world as actual reality. I've explained that in detail. I don't want to explain it again now because people will be bored, who listen to it again and again. And then the modes of knowledge. How do the first five senses get to know? There are, of course, four kinds of modes of knowledge. By direct veridical perception, by inference, it turns out to be a fallacy. Knowledge from saints and trustworthy sources. And then the moral nature of the first five senses we've been talking about. And then the realm of activities. All these five senses are active in the first ground. We're now in first ground. And in the second ground, the tongue and the nose, they don't need it anymore because their food is different from ours. Their food is the meditative food, the kind of joy that we don't have, but they have. And then in the third ground, they don't need the five senses anymore. They don't need eyes, ears, nose, body, and tongue. We need them because we're not the final level of living existence. You have to understand that. All right, now the next category that we want to study our first five senses is our eyes, ears, nose, body, and tongue. When they're active, how did they work? How do our five senses work with the mental factors inside of us? Our eyes work with some mental factors inside of our mind to carry our actions. The mind itself is just a consciousness, but concomitantly working with the consciousness are many, many mental factors. We call them mental functions that help the eyes to judge, help the eyes to differentiate. There are mental functions that help the ear consciousness to function. There are mental functions to help the taste consciousness to function. Now we are analyzing into something more detailed. The concomitant mental factors of each consciousness. So far you know what I'm talking about? You're already bored because how does it affect your daily life? It affects you a lot. When you know all these, then you know actually who you are. Why do you behave in a certain way? That is detailed psychology about yourself. How do you understand yourself? Why are you in suffering? Why am I in depression? Why am I have fear? Why am I have anxiety? Why do I have this phobia that I don't understand why I have this? I started this phobia or depression when I was 12, and I don't know why I have this. You have to understand it in detail. Then you can solve the problems. You just don't depend on a psychiatrist giving you medication. You understand it bit by bit. Then you can resolve it. Well, let's get into another category of study, the fifth one, which is concomitant mental functions. Let us get into it. Concomitant mental functions that goes with the eyes, ears, nose, body, and tongue. First one, generally interactive functions. Particular functions, unwholesome functions, wholesome functions, four indeterminate functions. So altogether, in our consciousness, we have 51 mental functions altogether. In other words, if we're talking about the eighth consciousness, the eyes, ears, nose, body, and tongue, and the sixth consciousness, which is the mano, the seventh consciousness, which is the manas, and the eighth, which is the alaya, there are 51 mental functions helping these eight consciousnesses simultaneously to work. There are 51 altogether. But not every consciousness have this 51. Some consciousness may have 34, some may have 22, some may have 30. The sixth consciousness, the mono consciousness that we have all the 51 functions helping to perform. But the first 5 consciousness, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the body, and the tongue, only have 34 concomitant mental functions helping the 5. But we got to know the 51 first, right? So when you study the Buddhist teaching, it really is very profound, because before you know something, you really have to understand the basics before you get into the details. So then you have to understand, how do our mind works? How does our mind work? When I see something, how come I'm attracted by it? When I see something I dislike, how come I hate it? When there is an anxiety in me, how come it comes up? How does the depression actually originate from me? How does it work? The depression is not you. The depression is a conglomeration of all these causes that you have been accumulating. If you understand it, you can let go of them. They don't affect you, because you have been identified. You identify yourself with the depression. You identify yourself with the phobia. You identify yourself with the anxiety, with the sadness, because you think that's who you are. You are that person, but you are not. You've just been bound by it. You don't understand it. You don't know about it. You get mixed up with it. You should stand apart from it. If you understand it, you will stand apart from it. If you understand all this garbage that you are in, these are the heaps of garbage that you are in, you walk out from it. You walk out from the garbage, because those heaps of garbage are not you, but you identify yourself with the garbages. Poor guy, poor girl, you've been identifying yourself with the depression, with the anxiety. Get away from it. You don't need it. You can stand away from it. But the strange thing is, when you know that you have these garbages, for the first few instances, you may get shocked. Oh, I have these garbages. You may get shocked. How come I have these garbages? Previously, you don't know you are the garbage. You are in the garbage. Now you know, you realize that you've been surrounded by these garbages. You want to walk away from it. But that's the first step. In other words, if you want to climb up to the mountain of enlightenment, of understanding, you're standing in here, you really have to go to the valley to go up. Don't be afraid of getting down to the valley. Because if you go down to the valley, you don't get buried in the valley. You slowly climb up. Sure, you go down to the valley in order to climb up, but when don't be afraid of it. There could be creeks in the valley, streams, thorns, all kinds of things in the valley. Have you heard that song? Cross every mountain, cross every stream in Sound of Music. That's really a good song. That nun has been singing about how you cross every mountain, cross every stream. Yeah, you have to cross it. Don't be afraid of it. Then you'll be on your way to enlightenment. So, we want to study how these mental factors have been affecting you, have been affecting us. Generally, interactive functions. Now, you always have to remember, I'm not talking about the sixth consciousness yet. I'm talking about the first 5, the most simple ones, the simple consciousnesses, not the sixth. The sixth is extremely complicated. The sixth consciousness is very complicated. If you can transform the 6 consciousnesses, then you can transform the first 5. But you have to understand the first 5. So in other words, the first 5 consciousnesses are your salesman and your sales lady. The 6th is the manager. You want to change the company. You can't just change the salesman and the sales lady. You have to change the person, the manager, who have been managing those salesmen and sales lady. You change the manager. You can't just change the front end. You change the manager. But let's get to the front end first. If you don't even understand the salesman and the sales lady inside of you, how can you understand the manager? The salesman, sales lady, manager is all you. But that is the polluted you, the illusory you, not the real you. Not the real you. You have been identifying that as you, as I, but that's not your real I. That is a polluted, tainted, illusory, imaginative I. That's why the Buddha pointed out to us. You have been living with that illusory, imaginative I, and you have been suffering. We've been suffering. You have to get out from it. Very scientific. Nothing about Buddha, give me the blessings, and if you give me the blessings, I'll be on top of everything. You have to work it out yourself. Walk your path. Take the road that you have to walk. You can do it. The Buddha said, you can do it. The Buddha have been doing that. The Buddha has already finished doing that. He walked out from the forest and he wanted to give you a map to walk out. This is our map to walk out from the forest of confusion, the forest of suffering, the forest of life and death. We are in the forest. Are you interested in walking out? Some people may not even know that they have to walk out from it. They're still involved with what? Money, fame, reputations, killing, sexual misconduct, lying, all kinds of things. We are in the forest. It's a pity. We want to walk out. The Buddha showed us the map. A lot of people have already walked out from it. We haven't. We are in it. But we have that map. Well, strangely speaking, some people may be given that map. When they look at it, they don't want to look at it. I'm confused. I don't know how to look at this map. They just put it down and keep on driving. And they get into the wrong road, they never get into the destination. Some people don't like to look at map. They don't have a map. They don't want the map. But we do. We want it. All right. The first 5 generally interactive functions. Attention. What is attention? When you see something, do you need to pay attention to it? Sure you do. When your eyes see something, the holding and thought of an object that has been earlier experienced, its functions is keeping the mind on the object. That means if you see something using your eyes and you're not paying attention to it, you don't know what you're seeing. Do you? If I'm looking at you, and if you're John, if you're Jeanette, if you're Bill, Chris, I'm looking at you, but if I'm thinking about something else, I'm looking at you, but I don't know who you are. If I look at you and I want to identify you as who I know, I have to pay attention. If I'm eating something and I'm grief-stricken, I don't know what I'm eating. I just keep on eating. But I'm crying, I don't know what I'm eating because I don't have the attention in my eating, in my tongue consciousness. And in my ear consciousness, if I don't pay attention, I don't know what I'm listening to. There's just sound. If I'm extremely happy, I may not differentiate the sound in me. So in order for that consciousness to work, you must have the attention. If the attention is not there, then your consciousness is not working. How does that help us in knowing this? I like to always ask the question, for those who you cannot identify what you learn from your daily experience, then you're not learning. You're like taking a course, a philosophy course, you just memorize it. Okay, attention, context, sensation, perception, volition. You're just memorizing words and you don't know what it means. That's usually the faults, the habit of a student. But they don't want to think. They don't want to identify every one of these to their daily life. What is attention? If you want your consciousness to work well, you have to pay attention. If you're in a lecture room listening to a professor giving you a lecture, you're sitting there, but you are as well be dead. I mean, you're not listening, you're sleeping, or you're not paying attention. So if you want to work out something, you must pay the attention. If you really want to be a good employee, you must give the attention. And it's not easy to get that attention. If you're working, I'm depressed. I want to pay attention to my depressed attitude. I want to pay attention to my anxiety. I pay attention to my fear. You cannot work. You may as well say, boss, I want to go home because I'm depressed. Attention can be directed. If you say, I don't want to think about this depression. I want to be attentive in my work. That change whole attitude. It's you who pays the attention, not anybody else. Attention. When you're meditating, if you're not paying attention, your meditation is not going to work. Period. If your body is here, you have listened to Alan giving you the brief introduction as to 3 adjustments. You're not paying attention. You're not interested in it. You just sit there. You're not meditating. So attention, contact. When the attention is, what is this contact? The contact is the state of contact arising out of the encounter of the organ, the object, and the consciousness. The contact is that which is born of the coming together of the faculties. In other words, your ears, your listening, your ear organs, listen to a sound. So your ears, your sensory organ of ears, listening to external sound, the two things, right? The listening organs, the ears, the sound. The two in contact, when the two is in contact, there arises the consciousness. We call it the listening consciousness. If you don't have the contact, you don't have the listening consciousness. Sensation. Generally interactive functions, there's 5, attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. They must be present. And if your consciousness, if your first 5 are really active, this will be generally interactive functions. Those are the 5 functions. Those 5 functions are active in your first 5 consciousness. Sensation. What is sensation? When you have the contact, when you have the attention, when your sensory organs interact with external sound, and thereby the hearing, listening consciousness arises. Then, as a result, you will have sensation will come out. What kind of sensation? A pleasant sensation, unpleasant sensation, and a neutral sensation. I'm listening to the music, I love it, I like it. I'm listening to that guy yelling, I hate it. So you have either a pleasant sensation, or unpleasant sensation, or neutral sensation. And that embraces all the sensations. Of course, sensations can be broken down into finer ones. I have this sensation of joy. I have a pleasant sensation of, sometimes you may have a sensuous sensation. In other words, the kind of music you listen to arouse your sensuality. Arouse your, some kind of music arouses your greediness even. So just to break it down into generalization of sensation is either pleasurable, unpleasurable, or neutral, which is indeterminate. There's got to be sensation arises when that consciousness is working. Perception. You actually perceive the externalities. Volitions, as a result of perceiving it, having the sensation. Volition is somehow your consciousness would work with the sixth consciousness to carry out into a thought or a speech or an action. It will be carried out. So in other words, your senses work with all these 5 factors, all these 5 functions, and volitionally carry out into behavior. A violent behavior, a deviant behavior, a normal behavior, abnormal behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior. So your behavior is from the interactive, generally interactive functions working together to get that behavior out. This is psychology. Why do you have to know this? Then you understand yourself better. So that sensation is not the real you. It's the habitual you, the illusory you. Some people yelling that infuriate you. You want to yell back. You want to fight. You want to hurt. You want to kill. You want to lie. You want to... That is not you. That is the infuriated you. That you have been tainted by all this karmic energy that you have to get rid of. You have to cleanse. That you could just be a thought of sensation. Don't identify yourself with that thought. That thought is not you. That thought is a result of you attaching to something. And you've been identifying you with that thought of hatred, that thought of depression, that thought of anxiety, that thought of jealousy. So if you learn all these, you slowly learn how to detach from your emotions. But you need training though. Knowing about it and actually know how to deal with it is another thing. It's just like when a person has depression and you are, maybe your family members, been taught, oh, I have depression. And maybe you think that, oh, my sister or my brother has depression, then I want to get into Google to get all the information and tell him the theory of, the philosophy, the theory of depression. You don't need to, because he knows about it already. He does not need the theory, because he knows about it. He may just need someone to talk to be together with. So you don't say, okay, this is why, this is the reason why. You have to slowly in other words, you have to spend your time with him, get through it with him, in order to resolve it. He needs the time to cleanse it, not medication. Medication can only suppress it. It will come out again. Suppressed it, comes out again. All right, particular functions. When we're talking about particular functions, not every consciousness has it. And desire, this is the liking for an undertaking. The desire for an object that has been thought about. In other words, when your 5 consciousnesses function, some may have stronger desire to do something, and some may not have. May not have that desire. So the desire in every consciousness is not the same. So what's the desire in the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body? What is the desire in the tongue? The desire in the tongue is to taste something delicious. When that desire is strong, you will habitually stick to that desire. You want that taste of coffee. You want that taste of hamburger. You want the taste of meat. You want that you want that desire. And resolve is something like you want to be persistent in doing it. You want to have the resolve that you want to be persistently having, you want me to be a vegetarian? I cannot. I'm a meat eater. I'm not used to vegetarian. Killing animals? No, I didn't kill. I just bought it from the supermarket. But you don't know that you're indirectly supporting the killing of animals for food. They slaughter animals for you because you want to eat animal meat, so they slaughter for you. There's karmic energy in slaughtering animals. And you bear that energy partially because you're involved with killing. You may not like people killing seals, but you like to wear the fur coats, the mink. They smoke 200-300 of minks to get a mink coat, but you don't know about it, you just wear it. Because you have the resolve and the desire to have that. And you don't know how wrongful it is. You don't know how it is involved with killing because you didn't analyze it in the detail. Okay, so far in the questions, I don't want to go too deep into particular functions. Maybe I should take particular functions next time. Now, in the first five, the first five consciousnesses would be active if you have attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. Will be all active in there. Some of this may not be active, but if the first five consciousnesses work, it has to be generally interactive, in order that the action is carried out. The thought is carried out, the speech is carried out. Maybe I should stop at this point. Any questions? Any discussions? No feedback? Are you bored by it? Is it interesting or not interesting? It's interesting. So the reason why we are studying consciousness is then we know every thought arises in us. We know what kind of thought. When you're meditating, when you all of a sudden have a thought arises in you, you will analyze where does this thought comes from and how it arises. This thought is not me, it's just a thought. This thought of jealousy, this thought of rage in me, I hate it. But that's just a thought, that's not you. It's just a thought that comes up because of many of these conditions put together, it comes up. But don't identify that thought, that hatred, that's you, that's not you. But when you don't know about yourself, when you don't have the wisdom, you identify that thought with you. You cannot get rid of it because you thought that thought is you. That's a thought that comes in your mind, which you have to refine, you have to let go. If you can be in control of your thought, if you are in control of your own thought, if you realize every thought that comes up and the nature of that thought, if you know that you should or should not have that thought, you're already on your path of enlightenment. So if a thought, if a wholesome thought, if a moral thought comes up, if a thought of compassion comes out, I have a thought of compassion. This is the right thought. I want to carry out my compassion into doing something nice for my family, doing something nice for myself, something nice for the society. You want to sustain that thought, and when the thought comes out as a thought of rage, a thought of anxiety, a thought of killing, a thought of lying, then you know this thought, and I should not have this thought. I want to let go of this thought. Then at least you're on the right path. But most people, they don't know about that thought. When someone have the habit of alcoholic person, when that thought of wanting to drink comes up, he cannot get rid of it. He has to have it. Plus the physiological changes that has inside of him. He need the alcohol physiologically. He needs that alcohol psychologically. Both what drives him to do what he has to do to get that alcohol. He can't get rid of it because he has identified himself with that thought of wanting to drink. A major part of the Buddhist teaching is on the study of the mind. It's not about blind faith and religious connotation of Creator and God. It's about study of one's own mind. That's very important because you have to know, in order to practice meditation, in order to know your human nature, or your nature in relationship to the world, to all parties of the world, then you have to study the mind. So the mind is the most important concept in the Buddhist teaching, and we have been doing that all the time. The mind consists of 8 consciousnesses. The first one, external environments. What are our externalities? What are externalities that we are confronted with? External to our mind. What are those? Objects, sound, smell, taste, and touch. What are objects? All those we can see. All objects of the world that you can, if you can feel, you can see, those are the objects. They are as small as protons and electrons and neutrons, and as big as mountains and oceans, and you name them, whatever you can see. These are your externalities, external to you. The next is sound. You cannot see sound, but you listen to sound. Sound is another kind of externality. And then smell, and then taste, and then touch. You may not have eyes, you may not have the listening skill, you may not have, maybe you lose the smell, you lose the taste, but maybe you still have the sense of touch. So all these are externalities that is external to your mind. And these 5 include almost everything in the universe. As big as the galaxy, as small as neutrons and electrons. These are external environments, external to your mind. Why do we have to study all these? Because to study your own mind, you need to know all these. What is external to your mind, internal to your mind, and how does your mind work? How does every thought come about? How do you maintain the right wholesome thought? How do you know that a bad thought comes up? A bad thought of lying, killing, intoxication, egoistic, selfishness, greediness, hatred, jealousy, anxiety, depression. How does every thought comes up? The Buddha said we have to analyze every thought. We have to see every thought. In order to do that, we have to know how the mind works. So, we have externalities. We perceive externalities. Perception through the 5 sensory organs. Through our 5 sensory organs, we perceive externalities. And one of these 5, the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, and body consciousness. That we all know. I'm just giving a brief summary. So these are the 5 consciousnesses that perceive externalities. But they themselves, they just have the perception function. They don't rationalize, they don't intellectualize, they don't analyze. Do your eyes analyze things? Your eardrums analyze sound? No. They just perceive them. And then, what's next in the summary? Then after we perceive all these through perceptions, we have cognition. That's the sixth consciousness that we have. We have the forefront five consciousness, and then we come to the sixth consciousness, we call it the mano. Usually if we use an example in mano, we call that the mano is the name of the manager. And all these five, eye, ears, nose, tongue, body, they're the salesman and the sales lead at the front end. And behind it, the mano controls everything, the manager. The manager controls all this front end personnel. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body. The mano is extremely important. The manager, the mano consciousness. You have that consciousness in you. And what's the function of this cognition, the mano consciousness? Various functions of cognitive process, including interpretation, rationalization, intellectualization of the perception. In other words, the manager can go to dig up past files, budget for the future. The eyes cannot budget for the future. Can the eyes budget for the future? The ears budget for the future? Only the mano, the manager. The manager has the right to get to access to past files. That's the reason why you remember. So that's the reason why you become sad when you remember something that induces your sadness. That's why you become depressed when you remember something that you don't like, you dislike. So the mano could refer to the past, worry about the future, and control or manipulate or exercise the present. That's the mano in you. The mano in you is responsible for all the bad deeds, the good deeds, the neutral deeds that you are doing, or you will be doing, or you have done. So the mano sometimes could be the culprit of your bad action, the culprit of your jealousy, your hatred, your depression, your ego. That's your ego. That's working with your ego. The mano is not the ego, you know. The mano is just the manager. So what is the next consciousness? We have 8, right? So now we count 6. What is the 7th consciousness? The ego attachment. So the mano consciousness can go to all images of the past, present, and future. It can dream also, right? In dreaming, you go into the past, you worry about the future too. So the 7th consciousness is, in the Sanskrit language, is called manas. The manas consciousness, which is the ego attachment. Everybody came with this ego. You were born with it. You already have it when you were a baby. You already have it when you were in the womb of the mother's body. That's the origin of all the bad deeds, of all the egoistic feeling, of all the egoistic behavior that you have. You may not realize it, but it's there. The ego attachment. The 7th, the manas consciousness. And the manas consciousness, or the ego attachment, personalize everything. Personalize everything you see, personalize everything you hear, personalize everything you feel, you touch, you think. He started to personalize everything. He's the internal commentator in you. You give your egoistic comment on almost everything. And that's the problem. You egoize it. You don't know about it. You habitually have been doing it. You may not know about it. You have been greedy. You don't think you're greedy. You have been lazy. You don't think you're lazy. You always sink into depression. You don't even know about it. You may know about it, but you can't get out of it. All the anxiety, the phobia, the fear, everything. So that's your manas that's working. And the manas only care about the ego. If I can give you an example, using a company as an example, what is this manas? That's the director of the company. He cares about nothing except the profit, about his own profit, the shareholders. The manager works, but he's just cared about his own profit, the price of the stock. He doesn't care about anything at all, just about his own profit motive. That's you. You've been caring about only yourself and nobody else. That's your ego. You can't get rid of it until you become the Buddha, until you become the Arahat, or in different stages of enlightenment. In the first stage of Sotapanna, second stage of Sakritagaman, third stage of Anagaman, and the fourth stage of Arahat. You have different stages of minimization of your ego. The more ego you eliminate, the higher level you get. Up to the Arahat level, no more ego. No more ego left. When you don't have any ego left, you're out from life and death. No more life and death. No more reincarnation. You always have to go through the loop of reincarnation. You and me, we're in life and death, which we call samsara. Poor guys, you and me. We're always in samsara. When we die out this body, we take another body. We go through the same sufferings. Aging, sickness, death. I mean, you name them. Relationships, you name them. We're going through all these in life and death. And you've got this ego. I've got this too. Unless you're an Arahat, no more ego left. And of course, the manas consciousness, personalization and arousal. When you start to personalize, you arouse emotions in you. You are breeding mental afflictions in you. Mental afflictions of what? Jealousy, hatred, greediness, ignorance, pride, fraudulence, you name them, depressions, anxieties. We all have all these things. If you start to put all these mental afflictions, there's no end to the list of mental afflictions. I was giving a lecture at University of Hong Kong just about, I don't know, in May, and the topic of the lecture was how to overcome emotional challenges. At the end of the session, we had discussions with some professors and some students, and we all said that if everybody is forced to give a list of emotion, of mental afflictions and emotions, the list is inexhaustible. You can't even, there's no end to mental afflictions. Because jealousy, hatred, anxiety, all this is just the broad term that summarize all the mental afflictions in us. Because you could have a mixture of them. If you talk to a psychologist, or anybody who is involved with the study of the mind or of psychology of the mind, feelings are very complicated. Emotions are very complicated. Some emotions you don't even know, you don't have a name for it, because it's a mixture, a part of all ingredients put into one. How do you term something that is a mixture of jealousy, hatred, and anxiety, and depression, and what do you call that? Aggressiveness. It's all a mixture. These are just the general broad terms. That comes from the ego. That's why people are getting more and more sickness psychologically, mind sickness, because of the breeding of the ego. So these are the 7 consciousnesses. And there's an 8th consciousness. Why there's an 8th? Because we say, okay, perception consciousness, cognition consciousness, ego consciousness. What happened when we died? All these consciousnesses are gone? No more of them? What happened when we died? What sustained our life? What is that in us that sustained our life from day 1 to day 2 to the end when we died. There's always a sustaining consciousness, a storehouse consciousness. And that's what we call the store consciousness. And in the Sanskrit language, it's called the alaya consciousness. What does alaya mean? Alaya stores everything up for everything that you have done. If you use an analogy, it's the same as your computer memory. Unlimited, immeasurable memory in you that's been stored in there. Once you key into the keyboard, it gets into the computer. It can never be erased. It always stayed in there. So that's the storehouse consciousness. And that's the essence that is responsible for the reincarnation, for the life and death. All these other things will go. Perception, no more eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, no more manos. They're all fire. They got all fire. The ego, what? What would the directors do? The directors fire the manager, fire all the salesmen and sales ladies. And what happened? They're still holding the shares. They're still holding the directorship. And the manners shrink into the alaya consciousness, and with this, roll into the next body. They changed the name of the company. The name of this company is Mr. Jackson, Wilson, Jeanette, whatever name you have. And when you die, what happened? You change the name of your company. You become John. But the directors are still there. The shareholders are the same. Where are they? They're in that company. That's the store consciousness. That's the whole eight consciousness in a very simple PowerPoint slide. We are going to study this in detail. How it works. How does the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body work? How does our cognition works? Why do we personalize everything? Why do we become egoistic? How do we contemplate every thought? Can we contemplate on the arising of a thought? Create our watchfulness, our mindfulness on every thought, and gear every thought to enlightenment, or we gear every thought to hell. You are the master of that gear. You gear yourself to hell in one life. In another life, you gear yourself to heaven. But heaven is not the ultimate way to go. Because why do you go to heaven? Because you have done good deeds. When you do all these good deeds, you qualify for going to heaven. And then when the time is due that you die in heaven, there's still death in heaven. You just enjoy millions of years of life. Now maybe we enjoy 100 years of life, but when you go to heaven, millions of years, and then when you die what? Maybe you reincarnate into a human again with a lot of riches in you. When you become a billionaire and become the richest, you become the most handsome, the most beautiful, or the richest person on earth. And because of the riches, you get into misdeeds again. There's a danger that the richer you are, the more karmic energy you created. People always say, I'm not handsome enough, I'm not beautiful enough, I'm not rich enough. But when they have that, they started to create bad karma. And what did they do when they create this bad karma? They get into reincarnation again. It's a loop. We are always looking for that thing, quote unquote, that once we get them, we get into trouble, we lose it, and then we hope to get the same thing again. That's what we call fame, reputation, wealth, and all that. You use all means to get those, and once you get those, you create means to downgrade yourself, to get into crimes, and to get into sins and guilty, and whatever you have, you thought about, and then you get into the loop of reincarnation again. So that's a summary. Store of present and past karmic energy, and that's reincarnation of life and death. This whole slide looks very simple. To some people it may not be simple, But the Buddha spent years in explaining it in detail. And that school of thought in the Buddhist teaching is what? The Yogacara approach. You heard of Yogacara? Yuga Heng Pai in the Cantonese language. Or Yu Qie Heng Pai. Or Wei Shi Pai. Wei Shi. Or mere consciousness, the study of mere consciousness. And there are millions and millions of words written about this school. Did you get a chance to read them? Or what have you been reading? You have been reading something else. But let me tell you, there's a lot of depth, a lot of wisdom in the Yogacara knowledge of the whole world. Get to the next one. How do we study consciousness? We use 9 perspectives. The objects of each consciousness, modes of knowledge, moral nature, realms of its activities, concomitant mental functions, necessary preconditions, how does each consciousness function, spiritual transformation, how do we transform each consciousness into enlightenment, and leading sentient beings to enlightenment. So we use this 9 perspectives or topics to study each consciousness. And that's exactly what the Buddha has been talking about on this. We've been talking about only the first 5 consciousnesses, and we already have covered objects, modes of knowledge, moral nature, and then I think we stopped at realms of its activities. So let's get to the realm of activities, and I think we already have talked about the realm of activities. In other words, in the first 5 consciousness, the eyes, the ears, nose, tongue, and body, what realms are these consciousness active? Where are they active? And what are the concomitant mental functions that are always working with this consciousness? I think we have been talking about that in my previous lecture. And let's just carry on from there. It looks like a very complicated diagram. 1 to 8 represents the 8 consciousnesses, and F means fully active. In some of these realms, fully active, and P means partially active. And these 9 grounds are the stages of our enlightenment. The lowest, without enlightenment at all, almost like a hell dwellers, ordinary beings, and the 6 desire heavens. And then the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana, infinite space, infinite consciousness, nothing whatsoever, neither cognition or non-cognitions. These are the jhanas that we go for meditation. In meditation, it goes higher level, every level go up. As you increase your level of enlightenment, you lose your coarse, root, and unrefined consciousnesses. Remember, we're only talking about the first 5 consciousness. We haven't talked about the manas and the 8 yet, because we haven't touched that part. Ordinary beings, even at the heavenly beings, all the first 5 consciousnesses are active. But if we go to the first jhana, we don't have the tongue and the nose consciousness. They're not working anymore. What does this mean? Can you get anything from it? Why? Only the lower level required the first 5 consciousnesses. At a little higher level in the first jhana, they don't require the nose and the tongue. The nose and the tongue is only for lower end beings. Why? Let's get to the next one. Sentient beings in the higher level, which is the first jhana in the higher level, do not depend on morsel nourishment, which is connected with nose and tongue. Their food is taken through mental contact of joy. In other words, our food is rice, bread, vegetables, and if you're not vegetarian, maybe meat, chicken, ducks, goat, cows and pigs. You take muscle nourishments, which is connected with the nose and the tongue. Your tongue like to taste it. Your taste buds like to taste fish, so you kill fish. You like to take cow, pigs, and chickens and ducks, so you kill them for food to satisfy your tongue. In a higher level, they don't eat chickens and ducks. Their food is through mental contact of joy. The crudest form of food is taken by mouthfuls via the smell of nose and the taste of the tongue. This kind of bodily nutriment is subject to decay and changes, is only seen in the realm of desires. In other words, in the realm of desires, so to speak, sexual desire, relationship desire, they eat flesh, animal flesh. They taste animal blood. But in a higher level, when they discard the sensuous desire, they don't eat meat. They don't eat meat anymore. They are in contact of joy, and they are in meditative joy. So even in this world, maybe high up in the mountains somewhere as a hermit, some meditators, they may not need to eat any food. Every day they're just in meditation. Meditation is the food. The joy is. So that's the reason why when you enter into the temple, remember there's a laughing Buddha, and underneath the laughing Buddha there's a slogan carved on a stone. It says, "Always maintain a joyous mind." Can you maintain a joyous mind? You cannot. But in the first jhana level, their food is meditation. When they're in a meditative state, that's their food. They don't need to eat food like what we're doing. Our food is subject to decay and changes. We are like a test tube. At one end, we'll put in all this food. Chicken, ducks, hamburgers, bread. On the other end, we'll let out the filthy part of it. So we're like a bag of impurities. We're a bag that put in a lot of impurities in our bag and a tube, and then all these impurities come out. So when people of the first jhana, you know why they don't want to come to this world? You really stink. They don't like to come to this world. This world is a world of stinkiness. You may not know about it. When you smell a hamburger, it tastes good. But when those first jhana people, when they smell a hamburger, they want to walk away miles away. They don't want to smell hamburgers and chickens and ducks. They're all yucky to them, but we like them. People here, we like them. So we're like a bag of impurities. At one end, we put in all this food. On the other end, we let them out. Coarse food is effective for nourishment for a coarse organism, but is of no use for a finer organism. Higher and higher consciousness level must be fed with finer and finer kinds of nourishment, and they call it mental joy. So now, when we study the first 5 consciousnesses, what do we get from this? Only lower end organism require all the first 5 consciousness. At a little higher level, they don't require the nose and the tongue. At the higher first jhana, no nose and the tongue, they don't need it. At the second jhana, all the first 5 consciousnesses, they discard them already. They're too coarse, they're too unrefined. They're a burden to them. Eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and body are burdens. You may not find it a burden to you, but they find it, these are burdens. In the second jhana, they don't require the first 5 senses, the third, the fourth. And in a much higher level, they only have the 6th and the 7th and the 8th. And the 6th become partial. At the highest level, they only have the 8th consciousness left. And that's the happiest, the higher level. But even at the 9th level, they're still subject to reincarnation. Because you know why? Because that they still have the ego. The F is the liar consciousness, they still have the 8 consciousness. They still have the tainted ego consciousness in them. Only when they get rid of the ego consciousness would they be out of life and death. So even at the 9 level, they still subject themselves to life and death. Only when you get out, you change your 8 consciousness, you transform your 8 consciousness into complete enlightenment. That's the stage when we call it the Arahat stage. But they're not at the Buddha stage yet because they still have a method of transformation. They still attach to Buddhism. But suffice it to say, with Buddhism, with the boat, they get onto Victoria already. With the boat, they get onto Victoria, they already have crossed the ocean of life and death. But they're attached to the boat. You got to leave the boat. They still attached to the method. They still attached to the method of transformation. In a complete unattachment, even the method has to go. You have to throw away Buddhism. Don't let Buddhism affect you, but that's at a higher level. We need the Buddhism now to get rid of the ego. Once the ego is gotten rid of, even Buddhism has to go. Don't attach to Buddhism. No such thing as Buddhism at that level. There is Buddhism, but there isn't Buddhism. There's Buddha, but there isn't Buddha. It's just an expression. But without expression, how can you express it? You need an expression. What is called Buddhism is not Buddhism. That's the reason why it is called Buddhism. You understand what I mean? What is Buddhism is not Buddhism. That's why it's called Buddhism. Yeah. That's what the Diamond Sutra says. You know what level we're at right now? We're at this level. We're at number 1 level. You're still attached to your fame, your reputation, your wealth, your health, your relationship. You still want to be the director of a company. You still want to make billions of dollars. You want to form a family. You want to have a handsome boyfriend. You want to have a beautiful girlfriend. You want to have kids. You want to have, I don't know what you have. You want to have all these things. All these things will prevent you from going any further. Your parents may not like to hear what I'm saying, because if you come here and they say don't form a family, you become a monk and a nun, and they will come to look for trouble. But that's what it is. The relationship pulls you down. Now, once we understand the realm of activities, how are these 5 consciousnesses active in what realm, what is our next perspective that we study? We study when these 5 consciousnesses work, how do they work? There are certain mental functions that work with them to get us into trouble. We call them concomitant mental functions. These mental functions arise at the same time when these consciousnesses arise. And you've got to be realized, you've got to be mindful of those. Sometimes when we do meditation, we say we have to be mindful. But you don't know what mindfulness means. People say, some meditators say, you've got to be mindful, but you don't know what it means. What do you mean by mindful? You got to be mindful of all these mental concomitants. That's why it's called mindfulness meditation. How mindful we are, what should we be mindful of? We study all these concomitant mental functions. How many of these mental functions that help, that assist our 8 consciousnesses to cognize, to rationalize, to intellectualize, to analyze? You know, there are 51 concomitant mental functions working with our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our mano manager, our manas manager, our ego, our our store consciousness. All these 51 are the what? Are the ministers of the kings, of the 8 kings. Kings, these consciousnesses, we call them, if we use analogy, these are the 8 kings. These kings have ministers to help them to do bad deeds and good deeds, you know. They pull you down. There are 11 good ministers and the rest, and 26 bad ministers. In a parliament with 11 good ministers and 26 bad ministers who are in control, who is the majority. The bad guys are in the majority. I'm not referring to the government now. I'm referring to the government of your own mind. You know, in the government, in the parliament of your own mind, you have 26 bad ministers and 11 good ministers. And the rest are what? The rest are housekeepers. Generally, interactive functions are the housekeepers. Particular functions are particular housekeepers. Unwholesome functions are the bad 26 ministers. Wholesome functions are the good ministers. And the indeterminate functions are what? Are those sitting on the fence. They're sitting on the fence. Those are the cunning guys. Whoever is in power, they go to where they are. They're indeterminate. So with 51 of these ministers working in the parliament of your mind, you are responsible for all the actions and speech and thought that you have been doing. You may not even know about it. You may not even know that you have such a parliament in your mind. You gotta clean up this parliament. You have to know your parliament. You have to know each ministers. You've got to be in control of these ministers. That's what the Buddha said. You've got to be in control of your own mind. What happens if you're in control? If you're in control, you are a much happier man or woman in this life. And when this life is due, you go to enlightenment. Do you want to do that? Or you don't care about the parliament of your own mind, you just do as this functioning of the parliament wants you to do, because your 26 bad ministers are always getting into trouble. You get into drinking, lying, killing, sexual misconduct. I don't know. What else? You got to watch out. Dangerous. Your mind is dangerous. My mind is dangerous. You're working, you know, you're interacting with people with dangerous minds, including your own. That's the reason why when you open newspapers and you listen to Google News, how many things happen in the world today? What happened when we open the newspapers and try to summarize what happened in the whole world? The parliament of each mind is functioning to bring the whole world maybe to mishaps. And sometimes we're happy. Sometimes we're not happy. But most of the time, we're going through sufferings. There's no denying. There's no denying that life is suffering. You may not agree. No, I'm happy sometimes. I'm happy. Yeah, you're happy. But if you are always confronted with the probability of dying, sickness, aging, not probabilities. You'll get to it. You get to death. You get to sickness. You get to aging. It's not a probability. It's a fact. How can you be happy if you know that you will die? You will be sick. You will be aging. Plus all these other sufferings that you have. Sometimes you could be happy, but for a short time, not for long. Finally, you have to confront death, sickness. If you are young, you may not think that way. If you are young, that word, death, may be remote to you, but actually it's not. There's no difference in age as to when you die. You could die at young age, you could die at old age. But young people tend to think that death is so far away, but it's not. Death is what? It's within a breath. Death is not within a day, it's within a breath. Squeeze your nostrils, how long can you last? It's just, if the breath stops, you're dead. It's not tomorrow or the day after. Death is in between a breath. But you still want to enjoy yourself, right? You still want to fame, reputation, you know, relationship, parties. That's us. That's our habitual thinking. The Buddha said, we better do something about it. Don't roll into life and death anymore. Let's all do something about it. Get into enlightenment. We've been talking on the first 5 consciousnesses. Who am I? What's this identity? It's a combination of body and the mind. The body is a physiological system, and the mind is the consciousness. Vijnana. Vijnana is a Sanskrit word. So by now, we should well know that Buddhism is not a faith. It's not a blind faith. The Buddha said, in order to meditate, you must know how your mind works. You must know how your mind works in order to meditate. You can just sit there and meditate and don't know what's going on in the consciousness. So Buddhism is not a faith, it's not a blind faith, it's a study of your mind. In one sect of Buddhism, which is the Vijnana Matrata, is the study of one's own mind. So we've been doing that for a long time. So right now we continue and continue. We started with the first 5 consciousnesses first, and then we will study the 6th consciousness, which is the Mano consciousness, and then we will study the 7th consciousness, which is the Manas consciousness, and then the 8th, which is the Alaya consciousness. So right now we're still in the first 5. So we know that the body, we have the eyes, the ears, the nose, and the tongue, and then the body, we have hairs, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, veins, bone structures, liquid and bone, and internal organs, and all these, the body, which include, of course, the intestines, the heart, the blood, the circulation, everything, that's the body, right? Why do we put eyes, ears, nose, tongue at the front end? Because they are the sensory organs that interact with externalities. So that's the reason why we put them in the forefront, so that we study the first 5 consciousnesses in detail. And then, of course, we have the brain, which is connected to the perception of it, the consciousness. So the body and the mind is connected together by the brain. The brain connects the body and the mind together. The perception first, with the vision, the hearing, the smell, the taste, and the touch, which is exactly what vision relates to eyes, hearing relates to the ears, smell relates to the nose, and of course, taste relates to tongue. And then how about touch? Touch means the system's interaction, which relates to our internal organs and how the body works. So touch is not just touching, it's the interaction of all the body together. So that is the first 5 consciousnesses that we've been studying, which called it the first Vijnana, second Vijnana, third Vijnana, fourth, and the 5th Vijnana. Vijnana, we simply translate it as consciousness. And then we go on, of course, to cognition of it, which is the mano consciousness, that's the sixth consciousness. Perception is not the cognition. Cognition is the rationalization, the intellectualization, the analysis, the decision making. So the first five is only a reception, a perception consciousness. And then we have the ego proliferation, which is the seventh consciousness. And in the Sanskrit language, it's the manas, vijnana. And then, of course, we go into the store consciousness, which is the alaya vijnana, the eighth consciousness. So these eight consciousnesses include I, includes me, includes you, that's me. And the Buddha said, study yourself in detail so that you know how your mind works. And this has been studied since 2,600 years ago. The Buddha touched on physiology and psychology 2,600 years ago. So this is just a review. All right, then we've been studying it in 9 modes, categories. We studied how the first 5 perceive the world, how the first 5 consciousnesses get to know things, the modes of knowledge, the moral nature of it, the realm of its activities, and then right now we are at number 5. We already have spent a lot of time in 1, 2, 3, and 4. We spent about 30 hours, 40 hours on 1 to 4. Now we are doing concomitant mental functions. Number 5. We're doing number 5. Of course, after number 5, we still have to do number 6, 7, 8, and 9. Right now, we are doing number 5. What is number 5? Concomitant mental functions. That means when your first 5 consciousnesses interact with externalities, not just the consciousness, each consciousness itself interact. At the same time, there are some simultaneous, concomitant mental functions that help this consciousness to what? To interact, to express. And these mental functions are hidden inside of you. So if we can give an analysis, example, assuming each consciousness is a king. So we've got 5 kings in there, and all these concomitant mental functions are the ministers that help the kings to perform, to act, to speak, to do all kinds of activities. And we need to study these mental functions because these are responsible for you, for what you have done, for what you have said, for all the karmic energy that you created. Many of these ministers are really bad ministers. In this parliament, many of these are bad ministers, many are good, some are good ministers. All right, let's get into them. So, how many concomitant mental functions are there? There are 51. Now, remember, there's 51 in here, concomitant mental functions. Altogether, there are 51 mental functions. And out of these, the first 5 are omnipresent functions. That means it does not matter which consciousness is interacting with externalities. These are always present. They always work. They're always generally active, the first 5. And the first 5 also, the first 5 consciousnesses also have this omnipresent mental functions. And then there are contingent functions. That means sometimes it relates to certain certain consciousness, and sometimes it does not relate to it. It's particular, it's contingent upon situations and objects. And then there are unwholesome functions, 26 of them. Unwholesome functions, we call them mental afflictions or delusions. There are 6 root delusions, 8 primary delusions, and 2 medium delusions, and 10 minor delusions. There are 26 of them. So if we're talking about ministers, there are 26 of these ministers that are unwholesome. And then there are wholesome functions too, 11 of them. And there are also 4 indeterminate not sure. But in this case, the first 5 consciousnesses do not have indeterminate ones. They're all determined. Your eyes, when your eyes look at something, your eyes determined to look at. Your ears, for sure, you hear something. Your taste, for sure, taste something. So out of the 51 total concomitant mental functions, only 34 are applicable to the first 5 consciousnesses. And just for interest, right now, before we introduce the 6th consciousness, the 6th consciousness has all the 51 functions. Your 6th consciousness, the mano consciousness, contain the 51, all of them. But the first 5, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, etc., etc., only have 34. And just talking about it, you may not know, but I already have talked about all of them in my first few sessions, because you need to know them in the first few sessions. But right now, maybe it's just good to regurgitate it, review it very briefly for this session, so that you know what are these functions. So let's get to omnipresent mental functions. The first one is attention, the second one is contact. What is attention? The holding in thought of an object that has earlier been experienced, its function consists of keeping the mind on the object. That means the eyes have to pay attention to what the eyes are seeing. The ears have to pay attention for what the ears are listening to. So the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body, the interactions. In other words, if your first 5 consciousnesses do not pay attention, then there's no consciousness. If your eyes are looking at, say I'm looking at the clock, and I'm not paying attention to what I'm looking at, the fact that I'm seeing this clock, that such consciousness is never created, because I never have paid attention to it. So that's consciousness not created. You gotta have attention. But when your senses are interacting, your senses will pay attention to it. So the attention is so omnipresent mental functions. Is it good or bad? No such thing as good or bad. It's just attention. The second one is contact. Contact, that means your sensory organs, the object of the contact, and the consciousness, 3 of them are both created. Then there's such consciousness. There's a contact to it. The contact is the sensory organ, contact the object or situations, and then the consciousness is created when there is attention. In other words, if your tongue is eating, when you are very grief-stricken, you're so sad, you don't know what you're eating. You don't have that eating consciousness, because you don't have the attention to it, even though you have the contact. So all these have to be present, omnipresent mental functions. In order for the consciousness to actually work out, all these 5 must be present. And actually, if actually you're doing it, all these 5 are present. Sensation comprises the 3 types: pleasurable, non-pleasurable, neither pleasurable or non-pleasurable. Sensation. Sensation is created in the process of the consciousness created. So you either feel pleasurable, or you feel non-pleasurable, or it's neutral. So when your eyes look at something, you like something, it's pleasurable. You hate it, you don't like it, it's non-pleasurable. Sometimes you don't have an expression, it's neutral. There's always this 3 nature. And they are named sensation because they are the causes of craving. There's something you like, you crave for it again. There's something you like to taste, you crave for it again. Something you like to smell, you crave for it again. Your body likes certain act, you crave for it again. You create craving. And that craving is the cause of suffering too. You crave for it. You're attached to it. Perception, ideation, this is the aggregate of ideas. Namely, the apprehension of marks such as it's blue or yellow, long or short, male or female, friend or enemy, and so on. It is that which grabs the marks of an object. It is the cause of reasoning and investigation. That's the perception part of it. You're perceiving it. When you're perceiving it, your eyes catch the marks of it. Your eyes determine, oh, this is blue, this is yellow, this is male, and this is female. So preliminary judgment. The eyes itself don't give full judgment. The full judgment belongs to the sixth consciousness. In other words, your eyes do not judge, oh, this is Mr. Cheng that I'm looking at, or this Mr. Cheng is a friend that I met many years ago in certain occasions. You don't go to history. Your eyes don't go to history. Your eyes only observe the present marks. So your eyes only see that person. Your eyes don't say, this is Janet, and Janet is sad now, Janet is happy now, or Janet looks beautiful now, Janet looks ugly now. They don't make the judgment. They just capture that marks and have a very preliminary differentiation. And the reasoning and the investigation would go a little further to the mind, to the mental consciousness, to the sixth consciousness. But there's got to be perception first before it goes to the sixth consciousness. So the last one is volition. Volition comprises evaluation such as decision-making and action. Here, an action is expressed through three general modes: bodily deed, speech, and thought. The karmas of deeds and speech have initiation of action as the basis, and thought has evaluation and decision-making as the basis. So in other words, volition, it renders the thought creative. It is a mental karma. The eyes, the ears, the nose does not have an in-depth volition. It is just preliminary. The in-depth volition goes to the sixth consciousness. But the eyes, the first five, has a little bit of volition into it, only the preliminary ones. So that's a general one. That's why we call it the omnipresent one. Now, so we have reviewed the five. So remember, it's attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. Now these are the five omnipresent mental functions that happen whenever your five consciousnesses are created in the process of your sensory organs get in contact with the objects. These are the five omnipresent, always present, simultaneous. All right. And then there are also the contingent ones. The contingent ones include the desire, resolve, mindfulness, or memory, in this case, concentration and intelligence. These are the next contingent functions that when your first five are interacting with externalities, these may or may not happen. They are not generally active. It depends on the situation. Rather than being active in every situation, they function only in regard to specific objects or situations. They are not directly associated with either wholesome or unwholesome or indeterminate, because it could be any one of these. So let's quickly see what each one is. These contingent functions. First one, desire for action. This is the liking for an undertaking. It is a mental function when one sees an object for which it holds interest and concern and hopes to desire it. It may be wholesome or unwholesome. So in other words, when your eyes look at something beautiful and you say this is beautiful, and you would like to hold it, to get it, to steal it, or whatever, you robbed it, or whatever, desire. Sometimes you may create that desire, and sometimes you may not. Sometimes you may create a wholesome desire, and sometimes you may create unwholesome desires. So that desire is your desire for an action. Your eyes, when your eyes see something pretty, then you have a desire for an action to obtain. So that's the next. You may not have that desire. Next one, resolved, is the approval. It is a resolved with regard to an object. It is the mental function that a determination has been made to pursue the object, holding to the certainty of it. The interest is intensify and stays for the object. You resolve to do it. You have that desire to, for example, you went into a shop, okay, and you saw something beautiful, and you didn't have any money, but you desire to get it, and you resolve that I must get it, in spite of the fact that I don't have any money. So you prove that you want to get it. You desire to do something, even at the expense of doing a misdeed, you want to do it. And you listen to something, you listen to some music, you desire to have that music, and you resolve that I must have that music. So this is contingent upon what you want to do. And then mindfulness is you remember. Now this mindfulness is not the mindfulness related to the meditation. The mindfulness, you are very mindful. You remember a memory, a dharma, by virtue of which the mind does not forget the object, but cherishes it in order to so express it. Mindfulness is that which enables thought to remember an object clearly, not to forget what has been done, is now being done, or will be done in the future. It also applies to samadhi, to meditation too. You have your desire to concentrate on the breath as your anapanasati, and you want to do a concentration. That's on the good part. So in other words, your contingent mental functions could be good, could be bad. If your mindfulness is applied to meditation for concentration, that's good for you because you're creating concentration and mindfulness and samadhi. But if your mindfulness is concentrated on, I must, at the expense of stealing, even by the action of stealing, by the action of, by all means, I must get this material I want. It depends on which one, contingent on what. Is it a wholesome mindfulness or unwholesome mindfulness? It applies to tasting too. You want to taste it. You want to, at the expense of killing an animal, killing a pig, a duck, a chicken, you want to taste. You like the taste of fish. You want to go out fishing. You want to, hook up the fish and bring it in the fishing part of it, and then you want to kill that fish, and then you fried it. That's your mindfulness. You like the taste of it, which involves in killing it. Concentration, absorption or concentration. Samadhi is the unity of the object with the mind, that is the Dhamma, by virtue of which the mind, in an uninterrupted series, remains on an object. Concentration is that which causes thought to be focused on the object. Focusing the mind on the same object constitutes samadhi. Samadhi does not exist separately. That means you have a contingent mental function, 5 contingent mental functions that are hidden in everybody. You desire to have it, you resolve to have it, you remember to have it, you concentrate you want to have it, then you have it done. Your karma is created. It could be good or bad. You desire to be a university student, and in your grade 12 and grade 11, you always be mindful, I want to go to UBC. I want to study for it. I want to take all the exams. I want to get good marks for it. I'm very mindful of it. So you resolve, you desire to get into UBC, to be a university student. You resolve that you must do it. You approve of such an act that you will do in the future. And then you're very mindful. You went to all the lectures, you studied, you put in all your time to study for it, you took your exams, and then you send in your applications, and you really concentrate on what you're doing. Finally, you will be successfully, you get registered as a UBC student, you get accepted by UBC, then you're a UBC student. Because initially you have that contingent mental function in you that you want to be it. If you have that successful contingent functions that you want to be a Buddha, and you're so determined, you're so mindful, you're so concentrated, you become a Buddha. Who do you want to become to be? It's all in your mental functions. If you think positively, then you do it positively. If you think it negatively, you do it negatively. How do you educate yourself? Do you know that you have these ministers exist in you, in your parliament of mind, but you haven't utilized them? You tend to agree with the unwholesome ministers, and you tend to agree with the unwholesome contingent functions. You don't get into the wholesome contingent functions. You want to be negatively concentrated on what you're doing. And if you are a political leader, you want to be negatively using your contingent functions to attack, to occupy, to possess another territories, then you wage wars. So you see the difference? All right, last but not least, the intelligence of it, the discernment. It is the function of the mind that makes the choice of accepting or rejecting the object. It could be a wholesome one, unwholesome one. It works only within the parameters of the sixth consciousness, but also within the seventh consciousness. So in other words, this intelligence, contingent factors, is particularly active in the sixth consciousness. The intelligence do not happen in the eyes. Such an intelligence, the discernment does not happen to the eyes, the ears, the taste. It only happens to the sixth consciousness, which is the mental consciousness. So these are contingent mental functions. We have learned the 10 mental functions. The first 5 are omnipresent ones, simultaneous. It happens to every consciousness. It's present all the time in all situations. The next 5 is contingent mental functions that may or may not happen, that may be wholesome or unwholesome. It depends on that person. So these are the 10 mental functions that are always inherent in us. Right now we are only studying the omnipresent functions and the particular functions. It involves a lot of interpretations. Don't forget the categories. Don't forget the main topics. Don't get lost in the forest. This is the whole forest. Don't get lost. It's easy to get lost because you think this is complicated. There's 108 in some situations. You see, sometimes I'm amazed at how the Buddha can present these things to us. It's so systematic, so logical, and it really follows your thought through. It's like a course. It's like an academic course in your studies. Right now, okay, now the first 5 consciousnesses have these 2, right? And then the first 5 consciousnesses only have 13 of the unwholesome functions. The first 5. And all the 11 wholesome functions, and they do not have the 4 indeterminate functions. So the first 5 consciousnesses are better than the 6 because out of the 26, they only have the 13. They only have half of the unwholesome functions. And right now, we have 15 minutes to go, and let us examine what are the 13 unwholesome functions that pertain to the first 5 consciousnesses, and what are the 11 wholesome functions that our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our body have. You know, what are these? Let's get into them. Unwholesome mental functions. So we have 6 root delusions, very basic ones. The root of all evil, we sometimes call them, the root of all evil. Some people say money is the root of all evils, or urge for fame and reputation is the root of all evil. But these are the root: greediness, anger, ignorance, arrogance, doubt, and false views. These are the 6 root delusions that we all have in our consciousness, because our consciousnesses are tainted, are polluted. They all contain these. And they are in two categories too. Some of them mostly accumulated from the present life, because of the background, because of education, because of the family background, society background, because you all have this, some of this. And some of them are brought forward from previous births, previous lives. And to eliminate the present ones, the present life delusions, are much easier than to eliminate all those are inborn ones that have been accumulated from eons ago, from many, many lives ago. They have been brought forward to now in our consciousness. Those are extremely difficult to get rid of because they have been grounded for millions of years. So we need to study them so that we know them. When you are doing meditation, when you are studying Buddhism, when you're studying about life, you have to know your weaknesses, our weaknesses, in order to improve. Needless to say, we don't just say, Buddha, you give me all the blessings. I want the best of the whole world. I want money, I want fame, I want health. I want everything to be the best. Yeah, you want everything to be the best. But you're craving for the worst. You feel with delusions. In the process of getting them, you hurt a lot of other people. You create new karma. But the Buddha said, look at the basic karmic delusions that are inside of us. Some of them, most of them, are inborn. That's the reason why when the baby was born, you think a baby is clean, like a white cloth clean? No. The baby already has a personality in there. Some babies react in different ways. Some babies have more jealousy. Some babies have less jealousy. They're all different because their accumulated inborn mental functions are different. Okay, and then what are these primary ones? Disbelief, laziness, indolence, thoughts wandering. You think you cannot concentrate in your meditation? You brought that habit from previous life. You cannot concentrate. You brought that habit from previous lives. And torpor, when you sink into torpidity, sink into dullness, forgetfulness, distraction, false understanding. And you stick to that false understanding. Now you also have shamelessness, no guilt. We call it the medium mental functions, unwholesome mental functions. The root mental functions are the very grounded ones. The primary are the very inferential ones. And now this medium mental functions also exist. We classify them as medium. Shamelessness and no guilt. You are shameless, for example, you may not perform something really harmful to others, so they are classified as medium. No guilt is just a feeling. I have a feeling of no guilt. It does not matter. I never say sorry. Whatever I have done, I stick to it. I've done bad things, but I stick to it. I never have any guilt. That's unwholesome mental functions. But they only happen inside of you, so that would be classified as medium. Now, what are these? Secondary ones. Hatred, vengeance. Hatred is expressed. Vengeance is hidden in you. Vexation, jealousy, harm, parsimony. You know what is parsimony? You never want to give. You never want to give out. You always assess, why do I have to give it out? This is my money. This is me. But some people, some people really want to give. If they have $1,000 in their pocket, if they saw someone who need to be helped, they would give out 900. They only retain 100 for themselves. I remember many years ago when I was a child, I was 11 years old. And my junior school, I was in junior school. I had to travel. I have to take a ferry. Like it's the same as like I was living on Bowen Island. I have to take a ferry to North Van to my school. So I had to take a ferry to my school every morning. I was 11 years old approximately. And one day, one morning I was on a ferry. The Hong Kong ferry, each ferry carry 300, 400 people on the passengers on the upper floor, and there's a lot of cars on the lower floor. And I was sitting in there. I was hurrying, doing some unfinished work that I haven't done, my homework that I haven't done. I make use of the time to do my homework on the ferry because I was quite lazy at that time. I always count on having my homework, doing my homework, and then when I was doing it, I looked up and I saw a monk. A monk was having a bow in his hand, and is going to every passenger begging for money. A monk shouldn't be begging for money. A monk should be going arms round for food, right? Was begging for money. But in my kind, small heart, I thought, this monk, he must get lost. He must be from mainland China. But at that time, there were a lot of mainland monks, coming from mainland China. They wanted to get away from mainland China. At that time, mainland China was quite relatively poor, underdeveloped, and many people rushed to Hong Kong. So I thought, oh, this monk, he must have fled from mainland China to Hong Kong, and he was on his way. Maybe he didn't have any money for taking a bus or something like that. So every morning I was given by my mom $1.50 for my lunch, $1.50 for my lunch, and seeing that a monk needed the money, I gave him all the $1.50. Nobody gave him anything. So when he came the bowl to me, I saw looking at the bowl. There was nothing in the bowl. He was already going arms round to about 100. Almost, I was sitting at the back. It was going almost 100 and 200 people. I saw nothing in the bowl. So I put the $1.50 all in this bowl. And I still remember his smile. He smiled at me, and I still remember he didn't have any teeth in here. I still remember that gap. The front the three gap was what a smile. I could see a black hole in it. And that black hole still flashes in my mind, even up to this day. So he didn't have any money. Nobody wanted to give him any money because they were so suspicious of monks going on arms round in the morning. And everybody was so tired in the morning. Some people were reading newspapers. Some people were just sleeping and dozing off. I was hurriedly doing my homework, and I looked up this, I was actually watching since he started begging in there. So he didn't have any money. So I gave him all of it. I was 11 years old at that time. And what happened to my lunch? I tried to borrow from my friends. I borrowed 50 cents from here and 50 cents from there, and I got $1.50. I still had my lunch, and I finally paid back. But at that juncture, at that moment, I didn't think about my own lunch. I just thought about maybe I should give it to that monk who didn't have any money for traffic, for transportation, so I just give it out. And later I found in sutras that if you really give to a monk who is really in need, you have a lot of blessings. I found it out later. And that's the reason why I became a monk myself now. And also I didn't have any, in my life, I haven't been really short of anything. I really haven't really been very poor, maybe that's the reason, that's cause and effect. So that's parsimony, some people never want to give out. I can see a lot of people who have this kind of problem, parsimony. Many years ago, we gave out lunch, Chinese or whoever you are, at lunchtime, and I said, it's free, but you can give any money you want. You can give donations. And sometimes we really give a good lunch, have good food. And you know what happened? And then after they eat their food, and they deposit money into the box, donation box. And sometimes at one day, they didn't give in anything and they didn't drop in any money in the box. So I heard cling, there's a cling in there. And I was interested in how much money that person dropped in. 25 cents. I mean, the lunch is worth more than 25 cents. You ate a lunch and you only drop in 25 cents. So you must have, despised the lunch. Nobody would give it 25 cents for a good lunch, would you? If he was forced to do a hamburger, he would give him $1.50. How much is a hamburger these days? How much is a hamburger? $8? $8, maybe about 12 years ago, it could be about $4, right? A hamburger is worth $4. I remember that lunch was quite a good lunch, and he only put in 25 cents. Cling, 25 cents. He didn't want to give. He's so parsimonious. So parsimony, pride, concealment, flattery, and deceiving. So these are the secondary ones. And in the first 5 consciousnesses, there are only 13. The 5 consciousnesses do not have all these 10. No. Because all these 10 secondaries, why are they called secondary? They're called secondary because not because they are unimportant. Because they are so hidden, so subtle. The eyes do not have hatred. The ears do not have vengeance. They don't have vexation. The tongue do not have jealousy. So these are so subtle, so unnoticeable, so skillful that only the mentality, only the 6 consciousness have all of them. The eyes do not have them. So that's the reason why they're not included in the eyes' unwholesome mental functions. All these 10, they don't exist in the eyes. They only exist in the mind, in the mentality of it. And they exist, they're so skillful, so subtle, so unnoticeable. You have a lot of jealousy that you may not know. You're so parsimonious that you may not know. You don't want to give out. You have so much pride in you, you're so proud of yourself that you may not know. You have a lot of flattery in you, you do not know. You're so egoistic, you may not know. Because they're so skillful, so subtle. All these, now also, the eyes have greediness, anger, ignorance, and ignorance. Remember, out of the 26, the first 5 consciousnesses only have 13. So you drop 10 right there. So where do you drop the other 3? The eyes do not have doubt. The eyes just capture the images. The eyes do not have false views. The ears do not have false views. The eyes do not have arrogance. Your tongue do not have arrogance. So you drop arrogance, doubt, and false views with the first 5 consciousness. So altogether you drop 13, right? So what do we have? Let's get back to the very beginning. So the eyes, the first 5 consciousness only have this and this and these. And then you ask, how can the eyes have shamelessness? This shamelessness and no guilt is so slight in the first 5 consciousnesses. They are very unnoticeable. They may not even exist in some situations, but they have a little bit, according to the study of the consciousness, they have a little bit of those. So these are the explanations of all these, of all the mental functions. The root mental functions, the unwholesome mental functions, the meaning of them, what's the meaning of laziness, thoughts wandering and all that. We already have explained it in many sessions before. The first 5 consciousnesses have the 11 of them, the wholesome ones. Faith, shamefulness, guilt, no greed, no hatred, no ignorance, diligence, joy, equanimity, no indolence, and no harming. Now we have, these are the good ministers that are in our consciousness. In other words, we're not all bad. We're not all negative. We're not all, hopeless. In our mind, we also have the good ministers. It's just we have the bad ones, more bad ones than the good ones. Why? Why do you say, how come the Buddha said we have more bad ones than good ones? Because if you have all the good ones, you are not in this world. You are in the second level of the world. Our existence is in the lower level. There are better ones, there are better existence, sentient beings than us. They are in the Rupa Dhatu. The apparent characteristics, as far as karmic energy is concerned, in the level higher than us is they do not have the sensuous mental afflictions which we have. In other words, in that world, there's no such thing as relationship. In this world, we think relationship is important, but in this world, it's the relationship, the relationship between male and female that get us into this world. In the higher world, they don't need that anymore. They only have one gender. If there's a gender exists, gender exists only when there is sensuality. Only. But in that level, there's no such thing as gender, no man and woman, no such thing. That is a higher level. And then, of course, there's another higher level. So the reason why we have more unwholesome mental functions, the mental function is because we have done all these unwholesome acts. That the reason why we went into this world. This is the karmic world, the world of desires. Okay, there's 4 neutral or uncategorized mental functions. They don't exist in the first 5 consciousnesses. Drowsiness, regret, investigation, and scrutiny. They don't have drowsiness. They don't have regret. Drowsiness, this is when we are full, when we are dull-minded and confused and cannot accurately cognize things. If you sleep, in order to ease the body of meditation, that is wholesome drowsiness. If you oversleep, that is unwholesome. Sometimes drowsiness does not refer to sleep, but to the function that occurs at a time of falling asleep. So drowsiness, they don't occur in the first 5 consciousnesses. Regret, there's 2 kinds of regrets. You feel regretful of things that you have done wrong, that is a wholesome regret. But sometimes you feel regretful of things that you have done right, that is unwholesome regret. Let me give you an example on this. You come into a charitable organization, and then on that day you're particularly kind. You feel happy, you feel very compassionate on that day, and you went into a charitable organization that you like so much. That organization care for children, for example, or care for handicap. Then you feel so like it. Then you have on that day you have so much compassion. You wanted to give out in your bank account, and you have say $10,000. So you were so pleased, and then you want to give out 5,000, half of it. So you donated 5,000 to a charitable organization, and then you've gone home. And then you call up your friend. You say, I donated 5,000. Oh, are you stupid? You donated 5,000. You only have 10,000. Friend, you donated 5,000. You know how much is $5,000? You immediately feel regretful. Oh yeah, I should kick myself. I shouldn't have donated 5,000. After all, I don't know what they do with the 5,000. They may spend all the 5,000 in administration. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. I should only donated about 500. Why should I donate 5,000? You feel very regretful on the compassion you expressed at the time of donating. That's an unwholesome regret. When you have done something good on charity, you don't regret on it. You don't regret on what you have done. But you have done the wrong thing, you regret on it, that's wholesome. You know, I have scolded someone, I feel regretful. That's wholesome, because a regretful feeling is a wholesome feeling on the things that you have done wrong. Or the things you have done right and you feel regretful about it is not a wholesome regret. Investigation and scrutiny. It could be wholesome or unwholesome. They refer to functions that rely on language to further clarify the cognition object and deepen investigation of it. These are factors of volition and intelligence and lies within the mental or the mano consciousness. So the first 5 consciousnesses do not have this uncategorized mental functions, indeterminate, they're indeterminate. So getting back to the first slide that we have studied concomitant mental functions that happen simultaneously with the first 5 consciousnesses. The total concomitant mental functions, there are 51. Out of the 51, only 34, only the first 5 consciousnesses only have the 34. So that's how we study the mind. We study the mind, our own mind in detail, so that we know what we're doing. That's Buddhism. That's one sect of Buddhism that studies the mind, and that's called Vijnanamatrata. We'll carry on. We still have other categories that we have to study. For example, the categories. What do we have? We have. Next time we'll study the necessary conditions, preconditions. There are conditions for the first 5 consciousness to come true, to act, to behave. And there are also how does each consciousness function, and how do we transform our tainted consciousness into enlightenment according to what the Buddha taught us. How do these 5 consciousness can lead us to enlightenment? These 5 consciousness could be doing bad things that lead us to hell. But at the same time, they could be doing good actions to lead us to enlightenment. Don't blame your consciousness. Don't say, my eyes are bad, my ears are bad. They are tools, but you have used them wrongfully. You use them to steal, to kill, to commit sexual misconduct, to do all kinds of bad things. But the Buddha said, turn around. You could utilize them. You can transform them. Utilize these tools to see good things, to listen to good things, to do good work. You are the master of your own senses, but you haven't mastered them well. Now you should learn how to master them in your meditation, how you slowly master your senses. Why are you taking meditation? Because just of good health? Just give you peace of mind? You learn how to master your own senses. That's what the Buddha taught us. We've been talking on the Yogacara approach of Buddhism, which is the study of consciousness. So we have, this is a repetition. Every time when I start, I like to remind, especially because there's some people maybe who haven't heard about it before, so it's worth going through it for 5 minutes. We have 8 consciousnesses in us. Not just one consciousness. We have the vision, vijnana. Vijnana means consciousness in Sanskrit word. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, which are the 5 perceiving consciousness. And then the 6th consciousness, the cognition. The 7th consciousness, which is the manas. And then the 8th consciousness, which is the alaya consciousness. So we have been studying it in detail. And we've been talking about for 50 hours already, and we have not touched on the 6 consciousnesses. Right now, we are still on the first 5 consciousness. So the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body. These are the first 5 front-end consciousnesses. To know about life, to know about who you are, why you come here, what you go after this life, you really have to study who you are. What is your consciousness? How does it function? And how do we study it? We study it from a few perspectives. We study how our consciousness perceives the world, objects, the modes of knowledge, how do our consciousnesses get to know things, the moral nature of it, the RAM of its activities, the concomitant mental functions. All these we already have studied in detail for the first 5. And now we're up to the 6 necessary causes and conditions for the first 5 consciousnesses. What are the conditions for the first 5 consciousnesses to be effective, to function? For those who haven't joined us, you may not know about it, but it does not matter, and you can just pick up some information. All right, let's get into the details. Talking about causality, causation, causes, we have 2 very distinguished sources. The first one is Madhyamaka Karika. It says direct cause and uninterrupted succession, the object and all other ancillary causes. These 4 causes give rise to all phenomena. There is no other cause. So in other words, if we're talking about there must be causes for effect to come true, conditions to come true, there are 4. Only 4, no others. And these 4 conditions or causes include all the causes for an effect to come true. In the Chinese language, 因缘系地缘，缘缘正上缘，系缘生诸法，更无第5缘. Okay, we're going to explore every one of these 4 causes in the first 5 consciousnesses. And this is the 4 causes as expounded by Madhyamaka Karika. But what about Yogacara approach? How many causes does the Yogacara school of thought classify them into? It's the same, but the Yogacara classified them into 10 different causes, not just 4, 10 different causes. So the Yogacara deal with causes and conditions in detail for the first 5 consciousness to be functioning, to be effective. One of these 10 causes, let's examine them. Madhyamaka Karika, direct cause, successive causation, the object, and all other ancillary conditions. Now, how about the Yogacara approach, the Vijnana Matrata, which is the same as the Yogacara approach? Direct cause, that's the seats as basis. In our life consciousness, there are seats, and sometimes we call that inherent hidden energy in us. We have all the inherent hidden energy in us, the karmic energy in us. We brought forward from previous lives, which has been accumulated. So who you are today is what you have accumulated for yourself since all this lifetime. For example, eyes. Eyes are attracted to beauty, to good things, pleasant things. In the Sanskrit language, we call that zupa. That's the reason why we always want to contemplate. Creative contemplation is azupa smriti. That means you contemplate on impurity. So when your eyes are attracted to beauty, to sensuality, it's because you contain the seeds in you since many, many lifetimes ago. It's very difficult to get rid of. Only the Bodhisattva stages by stage can get rid of this kind of accumulated karmic sensuality seeds in you. So the direct cause is because why do you commit certain misconduct? Because you already have the cause as hidden energy in you. Why do you do something nice? Why are you becoming compassionate, kind? Because you have that energy already inherent. You were born with it. That's an inborn energy. So that's a direct cause that instigate all these other conditions to make certain deeds, behavior come true. So direct cause sets its basis. Successive causation, we call it in the Vijnana Matrata approach. In Yogacara, we call it uninterrupted succession of causation. What does that mean? Because consciousness comes from thought. In order for your current thought to be effective or to come true, the antecedent thought must make way for it, must not interrupt with it. So if I'm thinking of, if I have a thought, my thought is in a succession intermittently, without interruption. The preceding thought must go in order for my second thought to take over. If the preceding thought does not go, stay in there, you cannot have a succeeding thought. Do you realize it? You may not realize it. 24 hours, non-stop, our thought is always working and working, but the preceding thought must leave before the next thought comes up. So if your preceding thought is a thought of compassion, and the next thought, you're attracted to beauty, you're attracted to sensuality, sexuality, then that compassion thought leaves. Then this thought of sensuality would come up. If the thought of compassion is so strong that it dominates, your thought of sensuality will not come up. So it depends on how strong your thought is. The previous thought must surrender for the succeeding thought to come over. You may not realize it, but it works just in a fraction of a second that you may not know about it. One thought of compassion could be replaced by a thought of devilish action, whatever. But there must be an uninterrupted succession of causation. So the previous antecedent thought goes, then this thought comes up. So that's a causation procedure in talking about conditions. So the old condition must go before the new condition comes up. So if you have a sustaining thought of compassion, no devilish thought will take over. Because you can't, because your thought of compassion is not strong enough, a devilish thought will take over. So that's why you must train yourself. That's why in Asupa Smriti, you know what is Asupa Smriti? Asupa is thought of impurity when you attach to sensuality. If that's not strong enough, the purity thought cannot be effective. So you must train yourself. That's why this Asupa Bhavana must keep on going, training until it's so strong that if any thought of sexuality comes up, it's interrupted by the thought of compassion, by the thought of purity. See? No, next one. The object. What does that object mean? That means the state, the surrounding. The object is what, sometimes they call it objective referent. It could be a person, it could be a thing. Whatever you see, you are my object. Everything you see is my object, my eye's object. Sound is the object of my ears, of my hearing. So there must be an object so that conditions will come true for the seeing to be accomplished. If there's no object, how can there be a cause for seeing? The eyes cannot see anything if there's nothing, So that means the object. So these are the three: direct cause, successive causation cause, and the object. And how about all other ancillary conditions? The Madhyamaka can only do it by approximation, only do it generally. So, okay, there are other conditions. But the Yogacara break them down into 7 conditions in detail, the Vijnana Matrata. What are these? Sense organ. For the consciousness of the eyes to come true, you must have the eyes organed. For the hearing consciousness to come true, you must have the ears. For the tongue, you must have the tongue. For the nose, you must have the nose. So there must be a sense organ to be the condition for the consciousness. Next, space. In some consciousness, you need space so that conditions to become true. For example, in eyes, you need a space, because there's a space between the object and the sensory consciousness. If it's so close to the eye, touch to the eyes, you can see. That's why you cannot see your eye pupil. You cannot see your own, what do you call that? The lens, what do you call that? Contact lens. You can't see your contact lens because it's so close, right? So you need a distance, then you can see. So there's space as a condition. So there's light. So that for the eye consciousness to come true, if there's no light, how can the eye see? So there must be a condition for such a consciousness to be effective. What's the next one? Attention. If there is space, there's light, there's sensory organs, there's object, there's uninterrupted succession of causation, there is seeds, but you didn't pay attention to it. You don't know what you are seeing. You don't know what you're listening. You don't know what you're eating because your attention is not there. So you got to have attention. That attention, remember we have 5 omnipresent mental functions. Attention must be present in order for it to become true. Next, basis of cognition. Basis of cognition is the 6th consciousness. So in other words, take an example for the eyes consciousness to come true, the eyes would only capture the representation, capture the image. But the eyes don't make the discrimination. The eyes won't say, that's Mr. Cheng, that's Mary, that's a bad guy, that's a good guy. The eyes itself is just like a camera, the lens, the shutter. But it must go to the 6th consciousness to judge, to know this is blue, this is red. So you need the 6th consciousness for the eye consciousness to be fully function. Otherwise, the eye consciousness only function in a very short term, a few seconds. It only captures the image without discrimination. So you need the 6th consciousness, which is the basis of cognition. 9, basis of defilement and purity. Even why do we have, everybody has an internal commentator on everything they see. You look at a ball game on TV and you attach a lot of your opinion to it. Some are good, some are bad, some are biased. Almost everything is biased because you see the things as you see it, I see the things as I see it. So sometimes it's a defilement, it's distorted. Sometimes it's not distorted. So that's the 7th consciousness, which is the ego consciousness. You're egoistically attaching your internal commentary on everything you see, everything you listen to. That's why we create a lot of mental afflictions. That's why we have jealousy, hatred, greediness, because everything we see, we attach our opinion to it. And that's been happening since, many, many lifetimes ago. You have that basis for defilement. That's always a condition that's present in your first 5 consciousness. You may not know about it. Now the Buddha pointed out. You see how detailed the Buddha point out things to us? The Buddha said, try to know yourself. Not just say, I understand myself. But how? The Buddha said, understand yourself, first of all, through every bit of your consciousness. Through your eyes, your ears, your nose. How does the internal 6 consciousness work? The 7 ego consciousness work? How the storage consciousness work? At this point, you should know that Buddhism is not blind faith. It's an understanding of universal functioning relationship. How everything works together. Last but not least, fundamental basis. How does all these things store? How does this work as an aggregate? There must be a storage. Where's the home that store all these things? You got a home, right? There's the home. That's the fundamental basis. That's alaya consciousness. That's the fundamental basis that you roll in your reincarnation, in your samsara, in your life and death. When all these things die, your eyes, your ears, your nose, your body, when all these things dies, what's going to happen? That means you don't exist anymore. If, quote unquote, that you, that identity, just for the sake of calling it I, what is that I if I die? Where does it get stored? If I die, everything would leave. There's no more I, then where do you come from before? You must come from something that is a continuity to this. And this continuity required a fundamental basis so that you have a continuity of life and death. If you don't believe in afterlife, not to say the profundity in the analysis of life and death, if anybody who does not believe in the next life, or who believe that if I'm gone, that's it. If that's the approach to the philosophy of life, to the value of life, that is extremely dangerous for the society. You know why? If I don't have an afterlife, I can do what I want, as long as I can please my senses. I can kill, I can steal, I can do whatever, as long as it pleases my senses right now. I don't care about what happened. That's extremely dangerous. That is without consideration of causality. Causality happened not only in this life, it's in the whole horizon of past, present, and future. And your present is not just of the present life, of your previous life, of your future life, if you still have to roll into samsara. The Buddha has stopped samsara. The Buddha told us to stop samsara, to go into nirvana. So these are the conditions that must be present for the first 5 consciousness to be functioning, to be effective. Why do we have to study all these? Why? You think about it. Why did the Buddha point us in detail about these? And we are studying right now only the first 5 consciousness. Let's just consider I consciousness, the vision consciousness. The vision consciousness requires all of these so that your eyes can see. What happens if you don't have space? Can you see your own contact lens? There's no space between your eye, your pupil, and that contact lens. You can't see it. If there's no light, can you see? No. If there's no attention, can you see? No. If there's no object, what are you seeing? If there's no uninterrupted succession of causation, that means I look at this lantern, if I'm so fixed onto it that my consciousness is only attached to there, how can I see you? You're there, right? So it has to be, I have to stop this preceding, antecedent, seeing, so that I can turn to you to see you. So if there's no seated spaces, if my vision actually has no vision spaces at all in my light consciousness, how can I see? So all these 10 conditions must come true in order for your eyes consciousness to be effective. What happened for a blind person? He actually have lost the functioning of the eye sensory organ. That means he has problem in sense organ. If a person is blind, he lost his sense organ. Condition 4 is not functioning, he can't see. If a person lost his eardrums, no more, then he has no sense organ of the ears, he can listen. The first 5 are very simple consciousnesses. When you go to the 6 consciousnesses, it's a lot more complicated. When you go to the 7, it's a lot more complicated. When you go to the store consciousness, it's a lot more complicated. We're only dealing with the first 5, and we've been talking for 60 hours already. But we require such an amount of time. It's more than just a psychology 101. It's a psychology 101 up to 565. It's 5 years. I mean, we just summarize everything so simple so that we can understand it. So the I consciousness requires the 10 conditions, right? Let's examine each of the 5 consciousness in relation to this 10 conditions. Let's see how we do it. I've done a chart in here. Does it look complicated to you? 1 to 8 are the 8 consciousnesses. And the vertical ones, it's the conditions, are the conditions. So these are the conditions: seeds and spaces, uninterrupted succession of causation, object, sense organ, space, light, attention. All these are the conditions. The first consciousness is I, and they need all the 10 conditions. The ears, what do the ears don't need? The ears don't need light, right? Your ears need light to listen? No. How about, but the ears require all the others. How about, now this is the eyes, the ears, the nose. The nose required light to smell? No. The nose requires space to smell? No. You can stick anything to the nose. You don't require a distance to smell it. If you have a distance, it's okay. But if you don't have a distance, the nose still can smell, right? How about the tongue? The tongue don't require space. It sticks onto your tongue and you can still taste it, right? The tongue requires light to taste something? No. How about the body? The body, touch, you don't need a space to touch, right? You know, it's all attached to it, no space. The body requires light to touch? No. How about the 6th consciousness? The 6th consciousness is within you, the mentality. The mentality don't require a sense organ, don't require space, don't require light. It's just a mentality there. Some people say the brain actually is related to the body. The brain only relates to part of the 6th consciousness. But the 6th consciousness is not the brain. But the brain is part of the 6th consciousness. So don't say the brain is not the 6th. It's part of the 6th. Because the 6th relates to all. Relates to the eye, the ear, the nose, the taste, the body, everything together. How about the ego consciousness? The ego consciousness certainly don't need the sense organ, don't need space, don't need light, does not need the cognition part of it. Now, does not need, because it itself is defilement and purity, so it doesn't need that. Now, for the first 5, we're studying it. For the 6, 7, and 8, you may not be familiar with what I'm talking about right now. I'm just throwing in the 6 and 7 and 8. Actually, we haven't touched that part yet. But I'm just throwing it in there so that you can understand the relationship between the 10 conditions and each of the consciousnesses. We still have to study the 6, the mono, the 7, the manas, the 8, the alaya. So we just think about it now. We don't need to go into detail. But we need to go from 1 to 5. You know that from 1 to 5, each one of the consciousness required a little different conditions. These are the necessary conditions. If you're deficient in some of these conditions, your consciousness don't work. So, what do you learn from all this? You see how valuable your eyes are? How valuable your ears are? If any one of this does not exist, your eyes won't work. So you should appreciate what you've got. You've got healthy eyes. You've got healthy ears. You put values on yourself. You have a lot of value because you have all these conditions. Appreciate what you've got. I remember I heard a story. There was an Indian boy. He was living in a poor village. He didn't have any shoes to wear. He was going around barefooted, no shoes to wear, a poor village. He went into the city, and he was always, jealous of children who wear good shoes, and he always wanted a pair of shoes. He went into the city, and all of a sudden he was obsessed in the jealousy of not having shoes to wear and jealous of those who have shoes. And then suddenly there was someone walking around, another boy. He was limping with only 1 foot. Didn't wear anything. He was putting so values on shoes until he saw the next person who didn't have even legs to wear shoes. And all of a sudden he got enlightened. Oh, I still have my feet, my legs. But this boy didn't have he couldn't wear anything. It was so unfortunate that he didn't even have limbs. So you should appreciate what you've got. All right. So these are the necessary conditions for the production of consciousness. How do we get to know things? How do the eyes see? So how do the first 5 consciousnesses get to know and think about the perceived objects? How do we see things? Now, we analyze it first from the perspective of the perceiving, not of the object, of the perceiving first. How do we get to know things? From direct veridical perception. You know what that means? The first 5 perceptual consciousness give a truthful picture of reality. You see an apple. So you see an apple, I see you, I see this whole hall. That is a direct veridical perception. It's not distorted, right? Everybody see this. This is a knowledge from direct veridical perception. This is what's happening right here and now. This is what you see. That's how we get to know things, to see things. I see this computer. That's a computer. Direct veridical perception. But there are other methods of knowing and see things, though. What are these methods? Knowledge from inference. You postulate. I see smoke in there, and I postulate. I know that there could be a fire in there, but I didn't see the fire. And I know there's no smoke without fire. So I see smoke, but I didn't see fire, but I know there's a fire in there. But I didn't see any smoke, any fire, so that's not from direct veridical perception. That's only from inference. You guess, your guesswork. And sometimes the guesswork is true, and sometimes it may not be true. What happens if it's not true? If it is not true, it becomes a fallacious reasoning. It becomes a fallacy if it's not true. It's not a fire, it's just some haze in there. It's just some smoke. But I thought it's fire. So it's from a fallacy. But sometimes it may be true, sometimes it may not be true. If it is true, it is from reasoning, inference that it's true. If it's not true, it's a fallacy. The 4th knowing is from saints or trustworthy source. I trust my dad. My dad told me that he has a dad. I've never seen his dad. My grandfather died before I was born. So does that mean that I didn't have direct veridical perception of my granddad, that I don't believe I have a granddad? Because I trust my dad, that my dad told me he has a father. And from postulation, from inference, I know that if my dad's dad does not have a son, I won't have a dad. Right? Is it knowing by direct veridical perception? You have never seen your great-grandfathers before. But you believe you have a great-grandfather, right? So some people say, I only believe in ghosts that I actually see. There's so many things you didn't actually see, but that it exists. Because your eyes, your sensory organs are limited in ability. There is some sound that your ears cannot listen, cannot hear, but actually exists that kind of sound exists because that sound is ultrasound. Your ears are not good enough to listen to ultrasound. Your ears are not even better than the ears of a dog. A dog can hear 2 miles away. You cannot. An eagle can see 10 miles away on a grain, on a bird, on a worm. Your eyes cannot see. So you cannot see. I believe in my own eyes. No, that's not logical. Your eyesight could be fallacious. Your eyesight is limited. I only believe in things I listen to. It's not true. Because your listening ability is limited. So these are the 4 sources that will build up our knowledge. Want a trustworthy source? Did you read any history book? The history says that Canada has been in existence for 150 years. The history told us that, we have Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau's dad is Pierre Trudeau. And I believe in history. You can't say, I have never seen Pierre Trudeau. I don't believe his existence, right? You can't say that. Because history told us this is what it is. So sometimes you believe and know things not just from direct veridical perception. I've never seen a Buddha. I don't believe in a Buddha. But history told us that 2,600 years ago, Buddha existed in India. The world history wrote up that history. Here's a historical Buddha that existed in India. Kapilavastu, 2,600 years ago. He found a method to be detached from samsara, to get away from reincarnation, to go to full enlightenment, which we call nirvana. I don't believe it, but because I only believe when I see the Buddha. That's illogical. All right? So, from the perspective of the perceiving, which modes of knowledge the first 5 consciousnesses fall into? You tell me. Which modes? This one. Knowledge from direct veridical perception. So the eyes can only see the present. Can the eyes see yesterday? Can the ears listen to yesterday's sound? You cannot, right? So your actually eyesight very limited, your ears very limited. So that's by direct veridical perception. That's from the perspective of the perceiving. You should be amazed at how the Buddhist teaching fit together. It's not about worshipping a faith. It's about understanding the universe, the relationship. Okay, most of knowledge. Now, here, from the perspective of the object, we just examine from the perspective of the perceiving. Now, from the perspective of the object, we have the state of real objects. This is a real object that my eye see. It's a real object. And there are also the state of distorted objects. Objects that my eyes distort the information about, of distorted objects, and there's also the imaginary state of objects, discrimination. The first 5 consciousnesses only relate to the state of real objects. They can only see the reality, what reality exists. The eyes cannot see your dreams. The eyes cannot see what you think about in your mind. The eyes, the nose, the ears, the tongue, the body can only perceive real objects. They are very limited, but we need them for existence. Just to give an example on the vision, on the eyes consciousness. What you see, you get attracted to it. You get attracted to it because you have that hidden seed energy in you that instigate and arouse your attachment. And that's the reason why the Buddha told us to contemplate, to have creative contemplation so that you can slowly eliminate your internal obsession to what you see. That requires training. One of the trainings that required is asubha smriti, or the training of knowing that it's impure on the moment you see it, not being attracted by it. Why did people commit, for example, sexual misconduct? Because they're attached to it. They didn't see the impurity of it. Why do people take on the misdeed of raping, for example? Because they are so attached to it, they instigate the internal hidden energy that they cannot get rid of it. That's an obsession. That becomes an obsession. The same applies to greediness, jealousy, hatred, you name them. Okay, we continue with verses summarizing the parameters of the 8 consciousnesses, and we're still talking on the first 5 consciousnesses, and hopefully we'll finish the first 5 consciousnesses today with a simple summary. So, last time we said we go to the 8th perspective, I think. How do the first 5 consciousnesses get to know and think about the perceived objects? How do our first 5 consciousnesses know about our external world? So basically, most of knowledge is from 3 sources. Knowledge from direct veridical perception, or knowledge from inference, whether it's true, or maybe false. In other words, from postulations, from analysis, from inference. Third, knowledge from fallacious reasoning. So if the inference is true, it becomes true. If it is false, it's fallacious. And in the first 5 consciousnesses fit into the first one. There's a 4th one too. There's a 4th one. Knowledge from saints and trustworthy source. So the first 5 fall into knowledge from direct veridical perceptions. They know by actually seeing, listening, tasting, so from actual perception. So then the next perspective that we look at is, how do we transform the first 5 consciousnesses into enlightenment? Spiritual transformation towards enlightenment. Now, to talk about that, we need to go back a little bit. Say, our consciousness is the conditioned mind. And then the absolute enlightened mind is the nirvana. It's going to nirvanic mind. So that's the absolute enlightened mind. So there are 2 minds. They are distinct minds, but then they are the same mind. It's different, but then it's the same. Because one mind evolved from the other. But the evolved mind, the final result is not the same as the beginning, the conscious, the conditioned mind. But you can say they are the same, but they are different. It's just like when you were young, when you were 18 years old, before, and then now you are 81, then you say, am I the same person? You're not the same person anymore. Now you're 81. The time when you were 18 is a different person. But then you say, it is the same. Because that person is the same person. So the conditioned mind, you don't blame the conditioned mind, because it's through the conditioned mind that you arrive at the enlightened mind. It's different, it's the same. But certainly, when you look at the final result, they're not the same. One is the purified one, and the other is still the conditioned, the fallacious, the subjective one. All right. So, samsara, the retribution process. We are in samsara now. We're going through life and death. We're going through reincarnations. After one life, we roll into the next life with our karmic energy. So we are in samsara. That's the Sanskrit language. Life and death, reincarnations. That's our retribution process too. That mainly occurs due to the ripening of the karmic seeds of the 8 consciousnesses that we have. So they mislead us to attach and crave to all objects of the external world through perception via the first 5 consciousnesses and their interaction with the internal 6 consciousnesses. The 7th consciousness believes in a self. You have that 7th consciousness and attaches to the karmic seeds of the 8th as its objects. Remember, we have the perceiving part and the part being perceived. The 7th consciousness in you perceive all these karmic seeds of the 8th as its external objects. The 8th consciousness, and then the first 5, and then the 6th, and then the 7th consciousness. So these are responsible for all the retribution. These consciousnesses are responsible for our samsara. You have to be very careful with what you're doing. In order to get out from this, you really have to practice, not just the conceptual understanding. If you don't really gear yourself intensively to the practice, you just roll into the next round of reincarnation, then you may lost yourself, your true identity, and roll into the next round. We've all been suffering. Sometimes we may have temporary happiness, but we've all been suffering through. Sufferings in many ways. I hope you realize that this world is a world of suffering. We're not being negative. We're not being subjective. It's a fact. Suffering is a fact. It's not a postulation. It's not something that say, oh, you're negative, you're not positive. I'm positively understanding that suffering is prevalent in this world. I'm positively trying to remove suffering. I'm positively trying to understand this suffering so that I can get away from this suffering. Talking about it is not negative. But not talking about it, thinking that you're happy, you can enjoy life, you can do whatever you want as long as it pleases your senses, you get into suffering more and more and more and more. Because we are creating karmic energy. You don't know about it. You may not know about it. So, enlightenment requires an internal transformation of the consciousness into the great perfect wisdom. Tainted, subjective, conditioned mind. How to turn it into absolute enlightened mind, into nirvana. That's what the Buddha has successfully done. He already have finished up the retribution process, and he wanted to tell us we can do the same thing by following the spiritual transformation. And he's been telling us in all the Tripitaka, the Vinaya, the Abhidhamma, and the Sutra. But how many people are actually following them intensively, wholeheartedly? They're still enjoying themselves in what they call quote-unquote happiness. Most of this happiness they think is pleasurable happiness. Happiness derived from satisfaction of the senses, or happiness derived from movement of the hormones. It's all hormones inside the body that moves around, that instigate around, and you think that's happiness. How do we do it? Spiritual transformation towards enlightenment. How about the first 5 consciousnesses? That's what we're talking about. We still have to talk about in detail the 6th one, the 7th one, and the 8th one. Now, the first 5 are easier to understand. How do we transform the first 5? First of all, by conceptual understanding. Second is application. Just by understanding it won't get you too much, won't get you anywhere. It gets you to put your first step on the path of practice. But if you don't practice it, you're just like a professional student, always studying in a library. You study for your BA, and then your master, and then your PhD, and then your postdoc. All your lifetime is just studying. You are a professional seeker of conceptual understanding without walking it. In other words, you've been talking about going to Victoria, but you never take the ferry. You never started to drive. You can never get there. You're only talking about it on the map. You're only talking about it on the map. You never get there. And some people just satisfy themselves by just talking about it and trying to understanding it. And some people go around looking for books that they put on the shelf. They put 100 books of Buddhism on the shelf, and which one they have really finished in full and really follow it. And they put all kinds of videos. They go to all kinds of trying to only conceptual understanding. What they want is just a conceptual understanding without actually practiced it. You have to apply it. So there's two parts to it: conceptual understanding and application. And what is the conceptual understanding of it? By applying the Yogacara philosophy to everyday activities, we can replace subjective concepts with objective thinking about the consciousness. So your first conceptual understanding, you have to understand that your views, our views are tainted, are all polluted, are all egoistic. Our glasses are all biased. You know, we have an internal commentator in us, and that internal commentator is the constructs of that internal commentator is what? It's built according to your own karma, built according to your own personality. It's you, that internal commentator. You comment on everything subjectively according to what you think, and you never give up on that, and you continue to be like that. We, all of them, are guided by precepts, samatha and vipassana, jie, ding, hui. Guided by precepts, observation, confirmations of the precepts. So that's the reason why the more precepts you have, the more you will be guiding to the right path, because you won't be creating new karma. If you don't have any precepts at all, in other words, you can kill, you can steal, you can have sexual misconduct, you can lie, you know, even though you meditate every day, you'll be too busy building up more and more karma. How can you get enlightenment? Some people, they practice 3-4 hours every day, but they continue to commit sexual misconduct, to be lying, to be stealing. You know, the morality is not getting any advancement, but they practice 5 or 6 hours per day. You think they will come up to a point that they get enlightened? They'll be too busy receiving a new form, new waves of retribution because of what they have built up in their karma. So it's very important that you have to, first of all, take your Vinaya. So whenever there's a novice monk, you know what the teacher, the master would tell a novice monk? For the first 5 years, spend all your time in studying the Vinaya. Don't go out and preach. Oh, I know Buddhism. Don't go out to preach, because in your hidden personality, you're just looking for fame and reputation when you're preaching. You want to get praise that you're a good preacher. You want to get praise that you understand Buddhism. Internally, you're seeking, you're craving. But the Master said, spend your first 5 years in thoroughly understand the Vinaya and conform to the Vinaya. The more you conform to the precepts, the better monk you will be. The happier you will be. You have more freedom. Some people think that by being bound by all these precepts, you can't do this, you can't do that, I can't do anything. By being restricted from doing all these unwholesome precepts, you'll be more free. You have more freedom. You're free from the bondage of karmic energy bounding you. You're free to practice. So that's extremely important. So guided by precepts, first of all. And so if you haven't really taken the three refuges, you don't even have the first precept. Some people have learned Buddhism for years. They haven't taken the three refuges. Refuges under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. That's the first precept. You haven't even taken that. And then of course, you haven't taken the 5 precepts. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from intoxicants and sexual misconduct, abstaining from, etc., etc., the 5 precepts that you have to observe. And then you have to observe the 10 precepts. Then the person who is striving for enlightenment, then they become a monk. They have 250 precepts to conform to. And the nuns, the bhikshuni and the bhikshuni have 348 precepts to conform to. And then they get into their path of practice. So precept, the samatha is concentration. Vipassana is wisdom. So they have to have the meditation and the wisdom. So precept, samatha, and vipassana. Jie, ding, hui, san, wu, lou, xue. We will reduce the burden of our retribution if we're guided by all these. Stop creating unwholesome karma, nurture or build up wholesome karma, and gradually reduce our attachment to self and craving. So our first lesson, after we're guided by precepts of samatha and vipassana, is to what? Gradually learning how to reduce, eliminate the self. That's what the Diamond Sutra in the second chapter is talking about. Gradually eliminate your ego, yourself, the ego attachment, your craving. Everybody has that ego attachment. Some people are stronger than the others, and you may not know about it. You crave for something, you may not know about it. You're greedy for something, you may not know about it. That's been built in the ego. So conceptual understanding is absolutely important. But after having had the conceptual understanding, you really have to apply it. How do we apply it? How do we practice it? We have to get into details, but let me give you just the simplified version of the transformation according to the Yogacara approach. But we still have to, the application part, we still have to get in more and more and deeply into it. But we've been touching on the conceptual understanding. What is the confirmation? Transform the 6th consciousness into the wisdom of cognition. Transform the 7th consciousness into the wisdom of non-self. Transform the 8th consciousness into wisdom of great perfection of nirvana. Transform the first 5 consciousnesses into wisdom in helping all sentient beings in their final transformation. That really have to get into detail of it. So we've been studying on the last one, the first 5 consciousnesses. And the final result, to transform the first 5 consciousnesses into true wisdom. The first 5 consciousnesses exist based on the existence of the 8th consciousness. Now, this is quite important. The first 5 cannot exist without the 8th. So the first 5 consciousnesses, final transformation, has to be achieved when the 8th consciousness is successful in achieving wisdom of perfection of nirvana. It sounds very complicated. I don't know if you know what I mean. We've been jumping into conclusion right now. Let me give you an example. When a practitioner practice changing the 6th consciousness into wisdom of cognition, changing the 7 consciousness into wisdom of non-self, and finally changing the 8 consciousness into wisdom of great perfection of nirvana, then the first 5 consciousnesses will change into wisdom in helping all sentient beings in the transformation. Why? Because when the Buddha achieved the great perfection of nirvana, then he has that ability to be reborn in many, many locations, many, many worlds, in many, many forms. So in other words, Avalokiteshvara or all Buddhas can be reborn, can be born in all the 6 reincarnations to help sentient beings. So in other words, some people translate the finality of the first 5 consciousness into what? Into wisdom of successful performance in their act in helping all sentient beings to become Buddha. So in other words, the first 5 consciousnesses will be successful only when the great perfection of nirvana wisdom is achieved, and then he will be reborn in many places as Buddha, as Bodhisattvas, as Arahats, as in many, many places. He will be reborn in helping all sentient beings to transform into spiritual enlightenment. So the first 5 consciousnesses has to wait till the effect comes. Then it will be transformed. All the other 5 will be transformed in the cause of it. But the first 5 will be in the effect of it. This is difficult to understand. But anyway, I'm just giving you a summary right now. Transforming in the effect, transforming in the cause, in the causation is different.
With regards to the change,
transformation. Yeah, transformation.
Cause and effect.
Yeah.
The first 5.
Effect, in the effect. So there's a saying, let me translate the saying. 六七因中转, the 6 consciousness, the Manu consciousness, and the Manas consciousness, the 7, they transform in the causation, transform in the causation. And wu ba guo shang yuan, the first 5 consciousnesses and the 8 consciousness finally transform in effect of it, in the effect. Yeah, you understand? So that really, that's something very difficult to understand. Even for those who study Yogacara, it's difficult to understand. Not easily understandable. Yeah.
Because the 6 consciousness is the checkpoint of the change.
Yeah, yes.
It's where it all starts and then it comes back.
Exactly. You have to do the 6 first.
Gotcha.
You cannot get to the 8th and the 5 immediately. So gradually, you have to start from the 6 and 7. You change the 6 and 7, then the 5 and 8 will be changed. So there's certain procedures in doing it. Yeah. So you really have to start with the 6. The 6 is absolutely important. The 6 is very phenomenal. The 6 is really wild. It's going wild. You have to put the 6 under control first. So you have to change your 6. Changing your 6 is difficult, but it's interesting. I don't know if you find it interesting. If you find that the practice is interesting, you're on your way to nirvana. You find that the practice is boring, I better go eating, I better go playing, I better go doing something else that sets my senses, then you can't get anywhere. You have to be interested in it. Some people look at it, oh, why would I have to study this? You know, yeah?
Would it be fair to say that the 6th cognition, the 6th consciousness, wisdom of cognition,
Yeah.
is tied to your point of view?
Yes, it's tied to your point of view, your internal commentator, all those karmic energies that you have had. So you have to change. The 6th is difficult to change. Yeah. When you can change your 6, the 7 is gradually changing. When the 6 and 7 is all changed, your 8 come into place, ready to be changed. And when the 8 is ready, successfully changing, then the first 5 will be going out to enlighten all sentient beings in all kinds of forms, in all kinds of transformed bodies. That's the reason why we are lucky. We still can see the transformed bodies of the Buddha. The transformed body of the Buddha, 2,600 years ago, they could still see the Buddha. Because the Buddha has achieved the final great perfection of nirvana, and he was at the same time doing the wisdom in helping all sentient beings in their transformation. Finally. So, I have finished the first 5 consciousnesses in simplicity. And the reason why we have to study these is we have to know our consciousness. The first 5 are easy to understand because they are more simple, very simple. The 6th is very complicated. If you can deal with the 6th, which is the manager of all your senses, then you're on your way. You're on your way to annihilation of the self. Today we continue with verses summarizing the parameters of the 8 consciousnesses. And in the previous lectures we already have covered the first 5 consciousnesses: the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the nose consciousness, the tongue consciousness, and the body consciousness, the 5. We already have covered the 5. And now we should be getting to the 6th consciousness. So the 6th consciousness in the Sanskrit language is called the Mano Vijnana. Mano Vijnana. The 6th consciousness, as I always give an analogy, is like the first 5 are like front-end salesmen in your body. They're the front-end salesmen that interact with the outside world. They're the interacting sensory organs that create the consciousness. This front-end salesman or sales lady. And the Mano is the manager behind that interact with its own sales crew, and at the same time it also interact with customers. But the Mano manager, the Mano, which is 6th consciousness, is much more powerful and capable, because the Mano, the 6th consciousness, can always refer back to previous files. Doing budget, refer to previous file, check all the customers, evaluate all the salesmen and sales lady. He does everything, or he or she does everything. That's the 6th consciousness in you. The first 5, we already have dealt with them. How about the 6th consciousness, the 6th consciousness, the Mano Vijnana, which is the most powerful. Now we study our own mind, your 6th consciousness. The word consciousness is just an aggregate of all the 7th. So we are studying individually your 6th consciousness. And how does the 6th consciousness arise? Does it arise at the same time with the salesman, with the seeing, the listening, the tasting and all that? Or is it simultaneous or not simultaneous? Is independent of the 5 consciousness? How does it arise? We have to study how the relationship between the manager and the salesman, the sales lady. How come that once our eyes, our ears, our nose create all this consciousness, our mind, our mentality is at the same time working with it, or it works independently? Let's examine that. How does it arise? It arises under many situations, under two main situations. The first one is simultaneously with the first five, 五具意识, or is independently of the first five consciousness, 不具意识. It does not arise at the same time. It can be all by itself. It's independent. Your sixth consciousness can arise at the same time with the first five, or independent of the first five. Do you realize that? Why do we have to study that? You want to study your own mind so that you are the master of your own mind and not the slave of your own mind. That's Buddhism. Buddhism is to understand life, understand yourself. So simultaneously with the first five. So under the first situation, simultaneously with the first five, you have two situations. The first situation is the six arises simultaneously with the first five consciousnesses reacting to the same object. The second one is reacting to a different object. With the same object, say if I look at you and I say, if I look at Janet, I say, oh, that's an image of a lady, and then at the same time, my sixth consciousness, that's Janet. That's my friend. He's coming to visit me today. So my sixth consciousness is interacting with the I's consciousness at the same time, reacting to the same object. And that object is Janet. All right? That's how it works. And the I's itself cannot differentiate. That is, oh, that's not Mary, that's Jeanette. Or that's a man, that's a lady. I like her, I don't like her. The eyes don't judge that. The eyes only for the first few seconds do an image capturing only and make very initial observations. But then the details, getting back to the history of it, I like her, I dislike her, I discriminate her, I don't discriminate her, I do an internal comment on that person, that goes to the sixth consciousness. So that's reacting to the same object. Now sometimes your sixth consciousness arises simultaneously with the first five reacting to a different object. For example, your eyes see smoke. Then the sixth consciousness thinks that that's a fire. Because the sixth consciousness thought there is no smoke without fire. So my eyes look at smoke, but my sixth consciousness does not look at smoke because it's thinking of fire. There must be a fire behind the smoke. So it's a different object. One object is the smoke, the other object is the fire. Create that fire image in the sixth consciousness. All right. So this is, we call inference. Not influence, but inference. Inference, postulation. Your mind, your sixth consciousness is always doing postulation, doing guessing based on assumed premises, guessing based on logical assumptions and logical analysis and all that. So it's a different object by inference. If the eyes see a string at night, the sixth consciousness thinks it's a ghost. Because the eyes see a string, but then your sixth consciousness see or postulate a ghost. So it's different, it's a different object, right? But then, of course, it's a string, it's not a ghost, so that is what we call fallacy. You misjudged it. It's not a ghost. It's not a ghost, it's a string. But then the first one is an inference because there's no smoke without fire. So the first one is more or less a true and accurate inference. Whereas the second one, the inference is wrong because it's not a ghost, it's a string. So that becomes an inference into fallacy. Your fallaciously reason, that's your fallacious reasoning. Is not a ghost, is a string. Why do we have to understand this? Why do we have to study this? in Buddhism. Why did the Buddha want us to know this? The Buddha wants you to know that your mind makes wrong judgment. Sometimes you judge things wrong. Sometimes we get into trouble because we label, we stereotype, we discriminate. We do biased internal comments on many things. And you create your own mental afflictions because of that. All right. So there's two situations like that, right? Simultaneously with the first 5 consciousnesses. And then what's the situations when it is independent of the first 5? The 6th consciousness later thinks about what the first 5 consciousnesses encountered before. In other words, your 6th consciousness start to remember what the first 5, what the eyes see, what the ears listen, what the tongue tastes, later, not at the same time. So it's independent of the first 5. And then also, sometimes the 6th consciousness all by itself arises without the first 5 consciousness interacting. What situation are these? That your own 6th consciousness creates images, creates comments, creates misjudgment, creates bias, or creates illusions, imaginations. There are 3 circumstances. One is when you are deep in meditation, then your first 5 consciousness do not work because you are in deep objective, you're in deep samadhi, you're in deep meditation. Then that's in your 6th consciousness, because your 6th consciousness is in deep focus. The first 5 are not working anymore. The first 5 consciousnesses cannot influence you because you're in deep concentration. You know why? All our senses now influence us, bring us the judgment. Sometimes they are the culprits helping us to do wrong things. Because the eyes help us to misjudge our sight. The ears help us to misjudge the sound. Our tongue help us to stick to the taste. That's the reason why we kill animals for meat, for food, because we like the taste of animal blood and meat. It gives the 6th consciousness the liking, the tendency to cannot stay away from eating meat, cannot stay away from killing, and all that. So our first 5 consciousnesses have been influencing us in the wrong way. But sometimes our first 5 consciousnesses could influence us to do it the right way. When you are on the right path of enlightenment, when you are on the true understanding of wisdom, your eyes help you to achieve what you want to achieve. Your ears help you to listen to Dharma talk. Your ears help you to listen to the right path of understanding. Your taste sometimes could give you the judgment that, well, why do I have to eat animal meat? I can be eating vegetables, right? And the tastes are not that different. Sometimes the taste could help you to stop killing animals. It depends. It's like a knife. You can use a knife to kill. You can use the knife you can utilize to do good things, to achieve what you want decently. All right, so that's deep in samadhi. The second is recall the past and postulate the future. You're independent of the first 5 consciousnesses. Because you think of the future, you think of the past, you don't need the first 5 consciousnesses. You don't need eyes to think about the past. Your eyes cannot help you to think about the past. Your nose cannot help you to smell the past. Your tongue cannot help you to get back the sound that happened yesterday. All right? And also in dreaming, you don't need the first 5 consciousnesses in dreaming. When you're dreaming, you're creating all these images in your mind. That's how your mind works. If you analyze in detail, why do we have to analyze our own consciousness in the detail? We want to understand thyself so that we can solve the problems that arises in our mentality. All these mental afflictions, all these mental disturbances, all this greediness, hatred, jealousy, fraudulence, arrogance, egoism, all this depressive attitude, anger, hatred, is all created inside of us. We want to find out why. Why are we suffering? Can we get away from the suffering? That's what the Buddha taught us. Analyze the situation first. Find out the problems and then slowly resolve all these problems. Not just in blind faith of, worshipping and, burning incense and burning flowers. No. The Buddha said, try to understand. Get to turn your polluted consciousness into pure wisdom and get into the path of enlightenment. So that's how your 6 consciousnesses arise. That's how your manager, your mano, works. That's how your mind works. So you want to watch out all these. All right, that's how that mind works. But as we said before, when we analyze each consciousness, we want to put it in certain modes of understanding. We know how the first 5 consciousnesses perceive external objects, perceive externalities. And we know how the first 5 consciousnesses understand or believe something, the modes of knowledge. And we know how the first 5, what are the inherent moral nature of our first 5 consciousnesses. And now, how about the 6th consciousness, the manager? We're going to understand the manager's personality, right? If you want if you're the shareholders or the directors, don't you have to understand the personality and evaluate your manager? How does the mano, vijnana, perceive external objects? In 3 ways. The first 5 only perceive externalities. The first 5 only perceive externalities in the first way. Raw objects as perceived in actual reality. I see you. You're a raw object that I see. You are the object, the environs, the external object, that you're the raw reality that my eyes see. My eyes only can interact that way. My eyes cannot see yesterday, right? Can you? Can my eyes create an image to see? Actually, no. The image is created by your mano, not by the eyes. Unless your eyes, your organ is broken, is damaged. It's just like my camera. If my camera is a sound condition, my eyes capture what is actual raw reality that exists. My camera cannot make a decision as to what to capture. Cannot make a decision as how much light I put in, how fast is the shutter. That is determined by you. The camera is just capturing the visual object. How much light? How fast is the shutter? How do I do it? What angle? Is all determined by the manager. You are the manager. So the first 5 only perceive external objects in the first condition, raw reality as it is. But your 6th consciousness in you, your mind, your 6th consciousness, your thinking consciousness, other than seeing objects as perceived in reality through the 5 consciousness, also can imagine. Your 6th consciousness can imagine externalities. So objects imagined by imagination. And sometimes this imagination, because you imagine, is distorted. You can imagine that someone is yelling at you. Actually, he is not. You can imagine that your wife is jealous, but she is not. You can imagine that your in-laws are belittling you, underestimating you, blaming you, but they are not. You imagine. Sometimes you just imagined. You see how dangerous the imagination is? Illusion is? So sometimes objects you perceive through your imagination. And sometimes it's purely imagination and illusion with no substance in it. The second one is distorted. You still have a substance. You see something, you see Mr. Cheng in there, and judging by Mr. Chen's appearance, you think that guy is a no good guy, an evil guy. But you still have some substance to distort, to discriminate. But in the third category, you just create it through imagination and illusion. No substance. You understand? See the difference? The Chinese word would give you the difference. 带直境 carry a little bit of substance in. 独影境 no substance at all. You just create the imagination and illusion, you ponder on it, you make troubles out of it. You were driving, and this next guy were driving too, and he was looking at you, and you thought that he's disdaining you, and you yell at him. That could be out of imagination and illusion. Because you think that that guy is doing that. Maybe he is. If he is, then your imagination, your postulation is correct. Your inference is correct. If he isn't, your inference becomes a fallacy. And many things happen that way in real life, you know. That's how we get into trouble. All right, so the perceived object, as far as externalities is concerned, the sixth consciousness is extremely powerful because it involves with three kinds, all the comprehensive externalities. The sixth consciousness is involved with it. How about the modes of knowledge? How does the sixth consciousness get to believe things, get to understand things? How do you believe in something? How does your manager believe in something, understand something? Through four ways. Through direct perception, simultaneously with the first five consciousnesses. Through inference, postulations, assumed premises, logical consequences of reasoning. And then, if this inference is wrong, it becomes a fallacy. It could be wrong, it could be right. If it is right, it's inference. If it is wrong, it's not an inference anymore, it's just a fallacy. In most of these cases, it falls into fallacious inference, fallacious reasoning. That's how we get into trouble. That's why we fight, we quarrel, we become so mad, we become so selfish, so egoistic, because we think that that's what the world look at us. That's how other individuals look at us. And sometimes that's how we look at ourselves. So those are the three modes of knowledge, getting to know. And then the fourth is knowledge from saints. Your manager believes in also knowing, believes something from trustworthy sources, from saints, from mom and dad, from your granddad, from all these teachers, that they are really giving you the knowledge. You know, you understand, you believe, because your most respectable teacher told you. Your most respectable teacher told you that you have to be courteous, you have to be polite, you cannot be selfish. When you go to a park, don't just pick any flowers you want. When you go to a forest, don't chop any wood, anything you want, because your respectable teacher told you that's the right thing to do, and you believe it, you understand it, you follow it. That's how your sixth consciousness works. And also maybe in your religion, Jesus told you to believe in that, or Allah told you to believe in that, or the Buddha told you to believe in that, and you believe it, or Confucius, or Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu told you, these are the the values of humanity. The values of humanity sometimes can be seen in humbleness, not in arrogance. And you believe, oh yeah, I believe in Lao Chi. The value of human value can only be evaluated with a humble attitude, not with an arrogant attitude. You believe in it, so there's knowledge from saints. And the first 5 consciousnesses, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body, can only do a direct understanding, a direct perception. The eyes cannot infer. The eyes cannot make mistakes. Only the mind makes mistakes. The eye only captures the image. How can the eyes make mistakes? Don't blame the eyes. The eyes are only tools. It's the manager inside of you that's the culprit. You got to watch it. Your 6th consciousness, you got to watch it. Why are people committing crime? They allow the 6th consciousness to do what it wants. The 6th consciousness wants to please itself by killing, please itself by lying, slandering, please itself by doing anything it wants. Then you get into trouble because your 6th consciousness is not under control. Why is it not under control? You haven't been training it. You're not going for meditation. You don't care about how your mind gets out of control. So, in your 6th consciousness, it all falls into these 4 modes of knowledge. Sometimes if you understand psychology, this is Buddhist psychology. It also happens in modern psychology. But you know the difference between the Buddhist psychology and the modern psychology? There's a major difference. Modern psychology only deals more with the present. The time dimension is just of the present. But the Buddhist psychology deals with the past, not just of yesterday, of previous lives. It transcends time dimension to go into previous 1 life, 2 life, 3 life, 4 lives ago. And there's one major difference also. Modern psychology deals with humanity. But the Buddhist psychology deals with saints, with saints beyond temporal world, with how to get out from humanity. It transcends humanity, not just of humanity. Transcends samsara, transcends reincarnations, transcends mental afflictions. It transcends the urge for reputation, wealth, fame, luxuries, and all that. So you see the difference? That being said, we're not despising modern psychology. It's a very resourceful understanding of humanity. It's part of the Buddhist teaching. It's highly respectable. It's very important. So one should not, so if you are taking university courses, if you have some elective that you have to do, I always suggest to students that take psychology and philosophy, if that's an elective that you have to do to contribute your credits. Don't take every course in physics, in chemistry, you know, all this is science. Learn something about non-science. Your psychology, philosophy, social work, sociology. All that is related to the Buddhist teaching. So, we know that the 6th consciousness, very comprehensive. It covers all the 4 modes of knowledge. Knowing that also is very interesting. If someone says, who do you believe in? I believe in the Buddha. Have you seen Buddha before? No, I haven't seen. How come you believe in something you haven't seen before? He may say, you only believe in things that you see, you listen to, you can feel, your sensory organs can sense. That is science. How can you believe in something that's out of the senses? Can you get the answer from there? Because the way of believing in something is not just in direct perception. You only believe in things you see, you only believe in things you listen. Then there's so many things that you cannot see, you cannot listen, you cannot taste. You mean they don't exist? You also believe in things through inference and knowledge from saints. Because our seeing, our listening ability, human ability of listening and seeing, are not even better than some animals, as I always mention. A dog can listen to sound 5 miles away or 2 miles away. Can you? An eagle can see a grain of rice 1 mile away. A whale can listen to get the sound of his companion miles away under the ocean. Can you? So don't just believe in your actual perception. Our actual perception are very limited. So don't say, I only believe in things I actually see. That's not logical at all. That's not a logical premise. You haven't seen your great-grandfather, have you? With your eyeballs. You have not seen your great-grandfather except at a picture, a photo that your dad told you. You haven't seen the raw reality of the person of your great-grandfather. But you do believe he existed before. You see what I mean? All right, this the most of understanding. Next, the moral nature. What is the moral nature of the first 5? The first 5 consciousness contain wholesome, unwholesome, and indeterminate. The 6 also wholesome, unwholesome, and indeterminate. What does that mean? Does that mean that your manager is always doing bad things? Your manager inside? Are you always doing bad things? Bad conduct? No. Sometimes you're a great guy. Some evil guys, sometimes they're doing great things too. Because you have that nature in you to be wholesome. It's not just you are dominated by nothing, you're only dominated by unwholesome speech, behavior, and act. No. You also have that wholesome seed in you. It's just you haven't cultivated more. You didn't fertilize it. You didn't allow it to grow. You only allow your unwholesome seeds to grow. That's why you lie, you steal, you commit sexual misconduct. You're doing all these unwholesome acts because you only allow them to flourish. Regarding your wholesome deeds, you haven't flourished them. You just allow them to be latent under the soil. The Buddha said, let your wholesome deed flourish to give, not just receive, for example. Have you made it an agenda in your calendar that you want to make your wholesome deeds, wholesome speech to flourish? Not necessarily. You only think about what you want to achieve. I want to have in my next year, I'm going to make so much money that I want to do this. I'm going to have a girlfriend. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Everything is egoistic bias. And sometimes you may add, I don't care how I do it, as long as I can achieve that goal. I can do it by all means. I can cheat. I can sign false contract. I can do anything I want as long as I get that objective. Then you're not flourishing wholesome deeds. You're cultivating unwholesome behavior, seeds of unwholesome behavior in your mind. If you're always dominated by unwholesome tendency, it's going to be a very unhappy, full of suffering life. A life in which you will realize retribution right in this life. Going to jail, broken families, fighting, abusing, criminal offenses. That's how people have gone through. We should reflect on it. wholesome, unwholesome, and indeterminate. The moral nature of humanity. Why do we have to care about moral nature? Some people argue. What is wrong in one society is acceptable in another society. Why do I have to care about moral nature? Some people argue with that. As long as I can get what I want, why do I have to care about the moral nature? You think about it. It may not be obvious to some people. In some ancient, uncivilized tribe of some country, killing each other is okay. So why can't we, you know, if I don't like someone, why can't I get rid of him or her? You think about it. How important is moral nature, is morality? That's a subject that we should contemplate on. That's a subject that we can write papers about. Okay, so let's do a summary. I'm looking at the clock. It's almost on time. So your mano consciousness is extremely powerful. It covers all the perceived objects, all modes of knowledge, all moral nature. And how about the next, because we study every consciousness from different perspectives. We study from perspective of the externalities, which is the perceived object, the modes of knowledge, and the moral nature. What is the fourth item, perspective that we study? Where are they actively involved? The first five consciousnesses are active in where? In what realm of existence? In what realm of existence is the sixth consciousness active? Let's get on to the next slide. Remember we talked about there's three realms of existence. The first realm is the Kamadhatu, which is the realm or the world with desires. The second one, the realm that is free of the desire of the lower realm. The most obvious one is, in this second level of existence, there's no more sexual desire in that existence. This first level of existence, the most dominant one is the sexual desire. They also desire for fame, for reputation, for luxuries, for enjoyment. That's our realm. This is the lower realm. The lower realm contains six kinds of existence. The heavenly beings, human beings, animals, ghosts, and hell victims. There are six realms. Asuras too. Six realms of existence in there. We are in here. We are the human's realm, which is more or less in the middle. The three vicious realms are hell victims. They're always suffering in hell. Ghosts, the spirits we call it, the ghosts. And that is animals. Animals' existence. And then the three higher realms are the heavenly beings, the asuras, and the human beings. When we study the first five consciousnesses, we said the first five consciousnesses are involved only with the first and the second realm. But in the first ground, all first five functions, in other words, your eyes, your nose, your ear, your tongue, your body, all function. All are active. But in the second realm, which is a higher level of existence, only the nose, only the eyes, the ears, and the body functions. The nose and the tongue, they do not need them anymore. Only the lower animals need the smelling consciousness and the tasting consciousness. Because the lower kind of existence still kill each other for food. They kill animals for food, so they need the nose to taste food. They need the tongue to taste food. And also the lower level of existence, they eat by morsels, one mouth after one mouth after one mouth. They do it through the tongue and the nose. And then they swallow everything in there for the digestions. And they still need to, what? Assimilate the food and then let out the garbage as filth. So they have to go through a procedure of assimilation, getting into the food and getting the dirt, the stinky, the smelly dirt, the feces out. They have to go through that procedure. So that's the lower end of existence, where you still have to input this flesh and blood in you and get out the feces. But in the high existence, they don't need that kind of food anymore. What is their food? The mentality. One of the examples is meditation is their food. They're always in tranquility, in peacefulness. They don't eat morsels. They don't need to kill animals for food. They don't need the food that we need. So if we can just give an examples, they don't need any toilets. They don't need washrooms. They don't need washrooms anymore. You know why this higher level existence, they don't want to come down to this level? If they're up there, we really stink. They don't want to come down to us, to this higher level. Because would you go to prison if you know that, well, how come this low, higher end existence, they don't come down and visit us? When you get out of prison, do you still want to return to prison? You don't want to. Because it's disgusting in prison. You lost your freedom. It's suffering. If you have been to hell, do you still want to go down to hell to visit those friends that you have in hell? You don't want to. So, your first 5 consciousnesses are active in here, 1 and 2. But then, your 6th consciousness are active in all the realms. Which is this. The whole thing I got highlighted for you. So the 6th, the mono consciousness, your manager, your thinking consciousness, is extremely active not only in the lower level, the higher level has it, but the higher level is the more or less purified manager, the purified 6th consciousness. Our manager is a crude, not skillful, but they're still very skillful. They're not extremely talented. But all these other, the manager that goes to the formless realm, this manager are extremely high level. Not compared to our manager in this world. So they're in the formless realm. They're in the realm of no desire. They're in a very high level realm. We are in the lower level realm. So today what we have studied, we already have started the 6th consciousness, the mano, your mano. Remember that name. Why don't you call from now on, you call your internal reacting your mano. You ask yourself, is my mano working, behave really well? Is my mano really going through meditation? My mano is working inside of me. I got to watch my mano. My mano is me. That's your 6th consciousness. The Buddha has refined the 6th consciousness in such a level that is all enlightened. And we haven't. We're still involved with the lower end mano. We want to raise that level to a higher end mano, enlightenment mano, enlightened mano. And then last time, we have begun on the 6th consciousness, which is called the mono consciousness in us. So we have 8 consciousnesses, and right now we are talking about the 6th consciousness, the mono consciousness. And we said that we look at it from 9 perspectives. The first one we already have explored, the perceived object, the externalities. The first 5 consciousness only perceive objects, raw objects, as they appear to be, and then objects distorted by imaginations, and objects out of imagination and illusion. These 2 states don't belong to the first 5 consciousnesses. So the 6 consciousnesses perceive objects in 3 ways. Objects as perceived in reality, objects distorted by imagination, and imaginary and illusory externalities. So the 6th consciousness, the mono consciousness, is extremely effective in observing the 3 externalities. So as far as the modes of knowledge, how does each consciousness get to know things? How does our consciousness get to understand, get to know? Through 4 methods. The first one is direct perception. The second one is inference. Third one is fallacy. Fourth one is knowledge from saints or from trustworthy sources. The 6th consciousness, the mono consciousness, know by the 4 methods: direct perceptions, inference, fallacy, and knowledge from saints. We already have touched on that. As far as the moral nature of the 6th consciousness, it has 3 natures in it: wholesome, unwholesome, and indeterminate, which is neutral. We already have touched on these. Now let's get to these are the concomitant mental functions. What are concomitant mental functions? We know that when each of our consciousness starts to work, not only the consciousness arises, there are also concomitantly 51 mental functions arising at the same time with the consciousness and carry out volitional actions or speech. And here's the 6th consciousness. Then let's explore this. Omnipresent mental functions, or universal, or always active. The first 5, attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. We already have explained all those in detail, what each one means. We're not going to go into detail as to what each one means, but right now we know that the first 5 consciousnesses have this omnipresent or always active mental functions. And the 6th, the mono consciousness, also has this 5, because they are universal. Each consciousness, out of the 8, each one of them require this omnipresent mental functions to work. In other words, they require attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. To people who haven't been to our classes, probably you may not know what I'm talking about. We've been talking about all these for 1 year already. So there's a lot to catch up if you just come for 1 or 2 times. You probably don't know what I mean. It seems to be a profound psychology course, but it is. Buddhism is about the psychology of the mind, not about just blind worshipping. It's about psychology of the consciousness. So the first 5, the 6th consciousness required, just like the first 5 consciousness, requires the first 5 omnipresent mental functions. And how about particular functions? Particular functions include 5 in them: desire, resolve, mindfulness, concentration, and intelligence. These are not always active. To some consciousness, it is active, and to some, it is not active. So to the first 5, these particular mental functions are active. To the 6th consciousness, this is also active too. And let me give you an example. In my 6th consciousness, my mono consciousness, I want to I want to go to a meditation class. I desire to go to a meditation class. Yesterday, I had this consciousness. For example, I'm giving you an example. Friday evening, I was thinking, oh, tomorrow I'm going to go to the meditation class in the temple. That's a desire. You desire to go. That's an objective you set in mind, a desire to go. And then resolved. What is resolved? Well, maybe I shouldn't go. No. I must determine that I must go because it's good for me. I want to know what's in meditation. You have the resolution that you want to go. And then mindfulness. What is mindfulness? I remember I went there 3 weeks ago, and it was quite good. And I remember what happened there, so I would like to go. And then concentration. Concentration is you're not moved by anything. You want to go. And intelligence, you have the intelligence of discerning. Well, if I don't go to meditation class, I probably would have slept in for another 3 hours. Sleeping in for another 3 hours on a Saturday morning, I can always do it. But going to a meditation class, it may not happen to me because if they're not holding a class, I cannot go. So you always have the intelligence of discerning what is better for you and what is not good for you. So these particular mental functions apply to the sixth consciousness. It may or may not. Say, if yesterday, your alternative is, yesterday you were thinking, should I go to that meditation class? No. Maybe I should just sleep in for another 5 hours. I'm tired anyway. I seem like I'm going to have a flu, so I may want to sleep in for another 5 or 6 hours. So I'm not going. So you don't set up that desire to go. Resolved, I'm not determined to go. Mindfulness, well, what's the use of going? It's just sitting there doing nothing, so I don't want to go. Concentration, intelligence, you don't have that. So particular mental functions, that means your consciousness may or may not have this mental functions concurrently working in your mind. Now, this particular mental functions could be on the good side and could be on the bad side. I'll give you an example. Last night, you were sleeping, you said, oh, tomorrow I should join my friend. Yeah, I should go to that casino. That casino was newly open. Maybe I should just do a little bit of gambling. So I decided to go to that casino for gambling. So sometimes these particular mental functions could be a good one, could be a bad one. And then you decided to go to the casino, and then you resolve that you want to go, and you're so mindful that you want to go, and you just want to go to the casino to gamble. And the result, I don't know, you could win some money, and then you may lose some money. So it's just a gambling spirit in you. So this particular mental functions could be wholesome or unwholesome or neutral. Depends on, how do you want to do it. So in other words, why did the Buddha want you to study your own mind? So that you know how your mind works. So that you are in better control of your mind. When you want to take drugs, your mind wants to take drugs. So if you're on the right path, no, I shouldn't take drugs. This is not good for me. Or you want to do something bad, and then you get into the right path to say, no, this is not what I want. So you have to control your own mind. You know why criminals become criminals? Because they can't control their mind. They just do as their sensory organ pleases. That's why they're out of control. So Buddhism is to let you study how your mind works so that you are in better control of your own mind. And when you are in good control of your own mind, wonders will come, especially if you're on the right path. Because you want to set your mind to do something good, you're so determined, you have that concentration, you have that desire, you have that resolve, you have that intelligence, you're set to do the right thing. You become a good man, a righteous man. You want to I want to get a university degree. Right now I'm in grade 12, and I want that university degree. I want to study hard for it. I have the desire to do it. I have the resolution that I want to do it. I have the mindfulness to do it. I have the concentration to do it. I have the intelligence to do it. Then you finally get it done. Then you become a university student, and then you have that resolution, then you graduate with good scholastic results, then then you're on your way to be educated. So who do you want to be? So this particular function sometimes arise, and sometimes they do not arise. Depends on under what influence that you have. Depends on what kind of thinking that you're involved with. All right? So the first 5 consciousnesses have the same omnipresent function, mental functions, and particular mental functions as the 6, the 5 and 5. How about unwholesome mental functions? Remember when we studied the first 5 consciousnesses, we have 13 unwholesome functions, unwholesome ones, that are related to our eyes, our ears, our nose, our taste, our tongue, our body. We have 13 unwholesome mental functions. But the 6th consciousness, the mono-consciousness, it's more violent on that. It's more active on that. It has all the 26 unwholesome mental functions, not just 13. What are these 26? Let's get into these 26. What are these mental functions? Here are the 26 mental functions. If you add them together, 6 root, the basic mental functions, 8 primary mental functions, 2 medium mental functions, and 10 secondary mental functions. The ones that I highlighted, if you count them, they are 13. They are related with the first 5 consciousnesses. And all the others that are not highlighted, if you add them together with the highlighted ones, they come up to 26, which is the total. They are all related. They're all interactive with the 6th consciousness. So the 6th consciousness is extremely active. It has more mental, unwholesome mental functions than just the eyes, the nose, the ear, the taste, and the tongue, etc. Why? The 6th consciousness, the mono-consciousness, your 6th consciousness, my 6th consciousness, is more active, interactive with unwholesome mental functions than the first 5. Let's look at hatred. Can the eyes actually arouse the hatred? The eyes cannot. It is so hidden. It is so latent. It is so subtle that the eyes are not involved with such a subtlety. How about vengeance, revenge? Your first 5 consciousness, they're not subtle enough to have that kind. How about vexation, jealousy, harm, parsimony? You know parsimony? You don't want to give, you just want to receive. You're like a miser. You don't want to give out anything. Anything you want to give out, I don't want to help anybody. I don't want to donate. Why should I donate? The government should be responsible for helping the poor. Why should I help the poor? Some people would have that kind of judgment. Why do I have to do charity work? I pay tax. The government should do it, right? So I don't want to involve in any donation, any generosity. I don't want to give. Parsimony, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body cannot do parsimony. Pride, concealment, flattery, deceiving. These are too subtle for the first 5 consciousnesses. They are for the 6th, the inside, the mono-consciousness. And like arrogance, doubt, and false views, they are so subtle that only the mono-consciousness has this kind of mental functions, unwholesome mental functions. So in other words, our 6th consciousness is extremely versatile in interacting with these unwholesome mental functions. It is extremely active in it. It is extremely dangerous, our mental functions. our sixth consciousness, is extremely dangerous when it gets involved with unwholesome mental functions. When it gets into bad friends, it is extremely active. It tends to do the wrong things most of the time because it's mental, it's advisors. Remember, each consciousness has advisors to each of our consciousness. Our sixth consciousness, which is the hidden consciousness, not the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body. Those are obvious ones, obvious consciousness. This sixth consciousness has 26 bad friends in our consciousness. They are ready to advise you to do the wrong thing. And you listen to them. You befriend them. You like them. You like to hang out with them. You like to hang out with those who like to drink. You like to hang out with those who like to fool around. You like to hang out to many, many things that are involved with these unwholesome mental functions. Some people would say, why are you so negative? Sometimes we do good things. Of course, you have wholesome advices too. We haven't got to that part yet. We have bad friends in each of our consciousness. We also have good friends. But unfortunately, there are more bad friends than good friends with the present society that we have. With the karmic energy that's surrounding us, with the karmic energy that we ourselves are producing, with the karmic energy that everybody is producing, we've got more bad friends than good friends. So we've got to watch out. It's easy to hang out with the bad guys and the good guys. Do you have that experiences? I have that experiences in high school. Because all these bad karmic energies are surrounding me. They want to involve with drinking, with you name it. You should know more than I. Being a monk, I don't hang out. I don't read newspapers. I don't read newspapers. I don't get with bad news. But if you listen to news, you classify them. How much is bad, unwholesome energy, karmic energy, and how much is good energy? The mano consciousness is involved with 26 unwholesome functions. And how about wholesome functions? All those good friends. Does our mind only have bad friends? No. Sometimes we have good friends. How many good friends we have? Good advisors, 11 of them. 11 of these good friends. And both have the same. Many of these we already have mentioned. We have 11 good advisors in us, advising our sixth consciousness what to do. But unfortunately, we've got more bad friends than good friends. So that's the reason why we're in trouble. So how about the 4 indeterminate mental functions? Regret, drowsiness, investigation, and scrutiny. The first 5 do not have these. But the sixth consciousness have these 4 indeterminate mental functions. Not sure, indeterminate. Why does regret, this advisor or this mental function, sometimes it could be good, it could be bad sometimes. It's indeterminate. Why? Regret, say for example, regret. Regret, if I have done the right thing, sometimes I regret doing the right thing. So that's bad. But if you've done the wrong thing and you regret doing the wrong thing, then that's good. Because you show your regret. So it's indeterminate. You understand what I mean? So I say, for example, I've donated, yesterday I went into a temple. I was so touched by what I see in the temple, by what they are teaching, by the Buddhist teaching, that I donated $100 to the temple yesterday. And then you went home and you said, I shouldn't have done it. $100 is a lot of money. I should have spent $100 to a pub. Why would I give $100? I was too good at that time. You regret on doing something good. You regret on donating $100, and you think $100 is a lot of money. Why should I donate $100? I should have kept it. I should have invited my friends to a pub to, to drink or to do something else. So you regret on making the donation on a good cause. And that is bad, right? On the other hand, yesterday I scolded my friend. I shouldn't have done it. I should be more polite to him. You regret on you've done something wrong. And that's good. You feel shameful what you have done something wrong. Something wrong, it becomes good to you because we regret doing it. It's always good to have regret in something that you have done wrong. You ask for forgiveness. That's good. So it's indeterminate. The same applies to drowsiness. Said if you're in meditation and then you always, that's bad. But if you are really tired, you want to go to sleep so that you can recover, that becomes good. So this drowsiness is indeterminate. So that if you're really doing this, we should advise you, go home and sleep. Sleeping to you during meditation is no good. Sleeping to you at home to regain your energy is good. So it's indeterminate. So investigation and scrutiny is the same thing. You investigate on something it has a good and bad side, so it's indeterminate, or scrutiny. I already have explained it. All right? So, as far as concomitant mental functions is concerned, on this perspective, when we look at the sixth consciousness, the sixth consciousness is active, it's versatile, it has a lot of friends, good friends and bad friends, much more than the first five consciousnesses. So it's very active. You've got to watch your sixth consciousness. What do you do when you're meditating? When you're meditating, you try to train your sixth consciousness to stay put. Your sixth consciousness is not staying put. It's always like a monkey going out in every direction to look for friends, bad friends, good friends. It's always got into bad friends. Right now, why are you coming for meditation? You are training your mano, your sixth consciousness, to stay put and be calm and look at yourself. Don't get mixed up with the bad friends. Only make up with the good friends, so that you are yourself. You are who you are. You're not being misled. You're not being misled by externalities. You don't get into bad friends because you are in control. You're training. Every meditation session is you're training your mano consciousness, the sixth consciousness, to be still, to have a good reflection, and not like a monkey going around getting bad friends and making troubles. It's easy to explain meditation that way. You are training your mano consciousness. You are trying to raise your conscious level, the sixth consciousness level, to a sublimation of saint, of enlightenment, of understanding, of nirvana, of becoming a Buddha, of a clear understanding, the utmost intelligence, Samya Sambuddha, Anuttara Samya Sambuddha. You're elevating, you're sublimating. You go to that level in which you're training your sixth consciousness. And that's not just one time doing meditation, and you can do that. You have to do a series of lifelong training of the mano consciousness so that you sublimate your consciousness level to that saintly level of the Buddha, saintly level of the Bodhisattva. That's what you're doing. It's not just like, I believe in the Buddha and I got blessings. Not that simple. You are doing it on yourself. You're educating yourself. Nobody can save you. Only you can save you. Not the Buddha. Not God. If God can save you, God will have saved everybody already. You don't have to suffer. If God has that power to save everybody and raise that everybody's sixth consciousness to a level of the saintly level, then nobody will be suffering. God cannot do that. Buddha cannot do that. You yourself create your own destiny, create your own heaven, create your own hell. But you got to train yourself, right? You can just talk about it. You just only have a conceptual understanding is not enough. Only have a conceptual understanding of what is in here, listening to this monk talking for years, and you don't practice it. You think that works out? No. After getting the conceptual understanding, you really have to walk it out. Train your mind. Purify your mind to that level. Talking about it is just theory. Throw away the theory. You have been in that theory for many, many years. You have been a professional student only getting information. You're only an information getter. In your computer, you only get all the information. You haven't digested it. You haven't gone through it. You have to walk it out. We get better and better example if we use computer these days. Everybody is like, most of us are information getter. They thought that they got the information, they're already okay. But have they absorbed the information? Have they digested the information? Have they assimilated every piece of information and work it out accordingly? No. They just get the information. Before we have all this computerization, what do? We buy all the books from the bookstores and just shelve it. We never get to read every book from page 1 to page 100. We just get the information. But now, no. The Buddha said, you got to practice. Meditation is one of the practices that the Buddha have advocated to us, introduced to us. You have to train your mind so that you're not under control of the bad friends in your mind, your bad advisors. We have more bad advisors than good ones. You got to watch out. Watch every thought, watch every action, watch your mind. The next on the agenda is the conditions for the production of consciousness. The first 5 we already have studied. How about the 6 that we are studying now? The first one is seeds as basis. For the 6th consciousness to work, the 6th consciousness required the memory, required the disk drive, right? What is that disk drive? The disk drive is in the 8th consciousness, the storage consciousness. The manager, your very active manager, required what? Required history, required latent seeds, latent energy to interact with it to work. So in the 6th consciousness, you need all these conditions to come true. Your attention, you have an object. That object could be external or could be internal. You could be creating your own object. Your mano consciousness is capable of creating its own object. For example, my mano consciousness, my internal consciousness. Right now, I'm meditating. Oh, I'm thinking of yesterday when I was in my doctor's clinic. I was talking to my doctor, and my doctor is saying this to me. What is that image? That is an image, even though your image of that doctor, of that clinic is not here, it's in your mind. Your mind creates that object. If that object was a real object, then that is an object that carries certain raw, true images. If that object is absolutely a fallacy, then it's a fallacy. Sometimes that object was a true object. Sometimes that object is absolutely false. Could be a misjudgment. All right, so object. Attention, you got to pay attention. Fundamental basis, that's the storage of the 8th consciousness. So the bell is already sounded. So right now we are studying the mano consciousness, and more we find out that how that mano consciousness fit into our practice now. Why are we meditating? It's just for health? No, we are training our mind to get into the saintly path, to get into enlightenment. We are training our mind, first of all, to be a righteous person, a good person, a reasonable, right individual. And then we slowly would get onto that higher level, going to that sublimation of a higher and higher and higher wisdom level. So that's what we're planning to do in every sitting of meditation that we're doing in here. The first ground, 6 desire heavens and ordinary beings, and the 6 paths of reincarnations, which include heavenly sentient beings. So in the first ground, all the 5 consciousnesses function. That is the eye, the ear, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body. And remember, this body is not just the body of touch. This body includes the brain, the heart, the liver, the spleen, everything inside the body, and its interaction. It's interaction. It's an aggregate of all you, physical you. It's not just a body of touch. The meaning is more comprehensive than just the body of touch. So that's the first ground. The second ground is the first dhyana ground, which is a much higher level. Our 5 consciousnesses only exist up to the second ground, the first dhyana. Even in the first dhyana, the tongue and the nose, they don't have the function. They don't have that anymore. Because only crude existent beings required the 5 senses. When you are in the second dhyana, or the third to the 9th grounds, they don't require the nose, the eyes, the body, all these crude organs anymore. So the lower animals require the crude organs like us. All those existent at the higher level, they don't require the food that we are eating. So in the 3rd, 4th, 5, up to the 9th, they don't require our kind of food. Our kind of food is the coarse kind of food. Their food is subtle. They don't need digestions and excretion. That's the coarse kind of metabolism. In the higher level, they don't need that. And you realize that in the 9th ground, they don't have even the 6th consciousness. Only the alaya consciousness left. In the 8th ground, partially the 6th consciousness and the full 7. In the 7th ground, partial of the 6th consciousness, which is the mano. Of course, that's what we are. We're talking about the 6th consciousness now. And the full 7 consciousness exists. Infinite space, partial 6, full 7, and in the 5th ground, partial 6, the 7th is full, 3rd same, in the 2nd level, the full 6 exists. As you know that up to the higher level, all the senses do not function anymore. You don't require them anymore. Those are the coarse kind, not the subtle kind of interaction. So at the higher you are, you don't require all your organs. So the realms on which the consciousness arise, as far as the 6th consciousness that we're talking about now, the mano consciousness, exists from the 1st ground to the 6th ground. In all realms, the 6th consciousness exists, except 9th ground, they don't have any more. And from the 4th ground to the 8th ground, only partial exists. So do you know the realms on which the 6th consciousness exists? And then now let's talk about how does our 6th consciousness function. Remember the 6th consciousness, which we call the mano consciousness, and in ordinary psychology, we call it the thinking consciousness. In ordinary psychology, the thinking consciousness. And in the Sanskrit language, is mano vijnana, a Buddhist term. And how does the mano, the 6th consciousness, arise? It could arise simultaneously with the first 5 consciousnesses: the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, taste, the tongue, the body. It could be simultaneous, and even in simultaneous, it could be having the same object, external object, or may not have the same external object. So it could be simultaneous, and then it is also independent of the first 5. The 6th consciousness, the mono-consciousness, does not need the first 5 to arise. It could be simultaneous, it could be independent. For example, when would be the situations where your 6th consciousness is independent of the first 5? When you are dreaming, night dreaming, or when you are daydreaming, when you are in samadhi, when you are in a trance of meditation. You don't need the first 5 consciousness. They don't rise. It does not arise with the first 5 consciousnesses. Okay, and sometimes the mano can reflect on the past, thinking about the past. Then they don't require the first 5 consciousness, independent of, or thinking about the future. So your 6th consciousness is extremely subtle and extremely active and extremely powerful because it does not require the first 5 to function. So your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body consciousness, through perception, through the 5 sensory organs, react to external environments, and then it interacts with cognition, with modern psychology term, which is the mano, the 6th consciousness. And what does the cognition do? The thinking consciousness, which we are talking about now. We already have finished the first 5, you know that. We're only talking about the mano, the 6th consciousness. It has various functions of the cognitive process, including interpretation, intellectualization, rationalization, analysis, investigations. All of these is done through the cognition process, which is the mano consciousness. So it's extremely active. All images of the past and the future, they all happen, they all function, they all get reflected into cognition. So in other words, if we get an example, that mano, the manager, other than supervising the first 5 consciousnesses, the salesman and the sales lady, and interacting with them, the mano can also dig into old file, archive files, and also do budgeting, and talks to directors, talk to the shareholders. It's extremely active. So in other words, it is the thinking consciousness that is responsible for a person doing misdeeds or a person doing good deeds. So it's responsible for pulling you down to hell or pushing you up to heaven. You yourself, we, that 6th consciousness, we're going to watch it. When we're doing meditation, we're training it. We're training our 6th consciousness to react in the right way. So that's the reason why we're doing meditation. You have to know why. Meditation is just, I want to improve my health, I want to be wiser. Oh yeah, you can be wiser by doing meditation, but you got to have the right objective in doing a meditation. It's not just coming to relax, you know. It's coming to train your 6th consciousness. And this kind of training is not just a one-day sitting, like on a Saturday morning. It is a continuous training. That's the reason why monks, nuns, or, you know, they all have to do meditation all the time. Even when they are walking, when they are sleeping, when they are working, there's constant training of the 6th consciousness so that you're on the right track. Right now, you're not going through that kind of training. Once you walk out of this meditation hall, you are doing things egoistically on your own thinking. And that's the problem. But you may not realize the problem. You may think that life is like that, but that's the reason why we create a lot of karma and we suffer from it. That's the main reason. We don't realize, we don't even realize how it all works. We think we should be doing things like that. You don't even know what is wrong and what is right. So that's the mano consciousness, the cognition. And then the cognition also interact with the ego attachment consciousness, the manas consciousness. And what does the ego consciousness do? Your ego, my ego, start to personalize the foregoing consciousnesses with a self. Myself, this self. You want to protect this self, this ego. And in the process of protecting it, you could be injuring others, hurting others, doing a lot of misdeeds. You know what I mean. All these because of the ego, the self. This is personalization and arousal of emotions. All these emotions, you know what these emotions, we have the 51 emotions, right? 51 mental afflictions that we already have talked about. The primary one, the basic one, the secondary ones, the intermediate ones. Altogether we have how many? 51 of them. Greediness, hatred, jealousy, parsimony, arrogance, doubts, shamelessness, all kinds. We already have gone through them in detail. So check your notes, then you know which ones are. And then the cognition, the mano, always interact with the ego. Non-stopping. Your thinking consciousness is always interacting with your ego consciousness non-stop. Even in your dream. Even in your dream, you are egoistic. Even in our dream. Because it's a non-stop thing. And when a person dies, the cognition, the mano, does not exist anymore. It shrinks into the ego, and the ego shrinks into the store consciousness. And the store consciousness is the liar consciousness, of course. And if we use modern English, you can call it as a soul. Your soul, but soul is not really the best definition for it. We already have talked about it, and when we talk about a liar consciousness, we'll get back to it. So all these is interacting with the store of the alive consciousness. If we can use a computer, which is a good example, nowadays we have computer, to give an example on this, your perception is simply your keyboards. The 5 sensory organs, or the keyboard on the fingers working on the keyboards, the front ends. Your cognition is the program inside. The program inside. And the ego attachment is the person who is operating it. If you're using the computer as an example, per se, just the computer, the person who are operating on it is actually controlling all the keyboards inside. And then the store consciousness is the disk drive. The memory is unlimited. Everything you have done, everything you have talked about, every thought gets stored into your alive consciousness. It can't go away. You think that I have done something that nobody knows. I've cheated that person. I've done this. Nobody knows about it. Or not even the police. But your own consciousness, your disk drive, already have stored in it. You can't get away with it. Everything you have done, all the misdeed, you cannot get away with it. All the good deeds you have done, you cannot get away with it. Every thought is registered in your unlimited memory of your disk drive, which we call the store consciousness. All right, so this is another review of what we have been talking about. And then we say, okay, we already have known how the the mano consciousness function. And then we say, why do we have to learn all this? Why do we have to learn all this? Psychology, right? The Buddha wanted us to know all these. The Buddha wanted us to know where the problems are, how our mind works, how actually the mind works out all these things, how the mind, because of a thought produces word, speech, and speech produces behavior and action. How does this carry all the karmic energy and it bounces back to us? The Buddha said this is what you should know, and then the Buddha, in volumes and volumes of teaching, introduced how to change this, how to transform this polluted consciousness into wisdom, into enlightenment, into nirvana, into a detachment from sufferings and mental afflictions and emotions. the Buddha has talked a lot about methods, how to do it. Other than just explaining what happened, the Buddha also say, how do we change it? How would it do better? How do we do it? In order to change your thinking consciousness, to purify it, the Buddha introduced millions of words about how to do this. They're all in the Tripitaka, all in the literature of the Buddhist teaching. But there are 37 guidelines, reminders. These are just the broad, general guidelines. Because when you get into details to how to do it, you need to get into details of how to meditate, how to chant, how to think, how to observe your behavior, how to make sure that you don't get into the wrong deeds. All these have a lot of methods to it, but there are 37 guidelines which I would like to introduce to you, just the guidelines. And then in these guidelines, and you can work out from this guideline, from this compass. When you're steering a ship, you need a compass, right? When you're in the middle of an ocean, if you don't have a compass, you can't go anywhere. Especially if it's foggy, if it's at night, you need a compass. And on the compass, there are written onto it the 37 directions, guidelines. And let's examine these guidelines, see if we can do it in 15 minutes. Just the guidelines. To get into each one of these, you need a lot of explanations and actually practice. Not just theory, but practice. Let's get into the 37. The 37 aids to enlightenment. We have the 4 contemplations, the 4 right endeavors, the 4 requisites for achieving dhyana, which is the meditation, the 4 requisites for achieving meditation, the 5 spiritual faculties, the 5 spiritual powers, the 7 factors of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Paths. If you add all this together, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 7, and 8, you got 37. These 37 are just reminders. They're just reminders. They're mottos. Mottos to be put on your desk. You know, these are the guidelines that I should be doing. 37 aids to enlightenment. All right, let's examine the first one. Remember, the first one is what? The 4 contemplations. In the 4 contemplations, we have contemplation on the body, contemplation on feelings, contemplation on the mind, and contemplation on mental objects. Let's just do it very fast so that we can finish it in 15 minutes. How do we do contemplation of the body? For the abandonment of sensual desires, of beauty, of what is attracted to you sensuously, by the dull-witted individuals of the craving type. You are craving for things you like, you love. The craving for, you're greedy for things you like. Usually you like things to, just beautiful, you like things that is pleasurable. You like appearance. That's for the dull-witted. For those keen-witted, they look at the substance. But the dull-witted, they only look at the appearance of their craving for appearance. They don't know what is inside. Because we always think that this is skin, beauty is skin deep. But there are also people who said ugliness is bone tied and bone deep. You know what I mean? Those are the oppositions. But anyway, for abandoning of the sensual desire of beauty, by the dull-witted individuals of the craving type, the seeing of the ugliness in the body, the cause object, which is the basis of craving, it is the path to purity, to purify your sensuous thought, which almost like everybody has that. It depends on which level you're at. Some people are absolutely obsessed with it. They can't get away with it. And because of this obsession, more and more problems come out from their life because of obsession. Second is contemplation on feelings. For the abandonment of the attachment to feelings of pleasure by the keen-witted individuals of the craving type. These type, they don't look at appearance. They know they have to look at things in the inside substance. The seeing of suffering and feeling, the subtle object, which is the basis of craving, is the path to purity. And this is the higher level individuals. They still attach to pleasure. They may know the pleasure is not from appearance, but they're still attached to pleasure. They like pleasure and they hate non-pleasure. So they still have this feeling type. They still have this feeling. So contemplation on feeling is to abandon the attachment to feelings. Contemplation of the mind, for the abandoning of the notion of permanence, the dull-witted individuals of the theorizing type. For those who are opinionated, they always get the opinion and they can't change it. They cannot change the opinion. So they are the dull-witted, they can change it. They may know that nothing is permanent, but in the latent belief, they act as if everything will last. That's why they attach to it. They attach to the jewelries, the money, the fame and reputation, and they attach to they're struggling for fame and contemplation of the mind for the abandoning of the notion of permanence. Contemplation of mental objects for the abandoning of the attachment of self. They still have the self, the keen-witted individuals of the opinionated type. We all have an individualized opinion about everything, which is inherent in us. When people suggest to you, give you advice, or when people say that you say, oh, this is not right, you don't agree. You always have that ego in you. You don't agree. You want to protect that ego. So that you have to contemplate on the mental objects by the multifold weight of perception, sense, impression, and so forth. It will lead you to the path of purity. So we are only touching on the broad, general model, a guideline. But in each one of these, you need to practice it. How to practice on contemplation of the body? It requires months and years of working on it in your meditation. How to practice purification of the mind with regard to your attachment to sensuous desires. You have to look at the Mahasatipatthana or Satipatthana. Lots of details on how to achieve it. This is just to tell you, the guidelines to tell you. 37 guidelines written on the tape, on your desk, so that you know you don't want, that's your compass. If you get out from the guidelines, if you're doing things that is opposite to the guidelines written on your desk, you're in trouble. You already misled yourself. So these are the guidelines that we should always maintain. All right, this is the 4 contemplations. Next, the 4 endeavors. Once you know these guidelines, the 4 endeavors say, not just talking about it, talking about theory. You have to practice it. You have to walk. You can't just talk about going to Richmond by looking at the map. You really have to get into a car, ignite your engine, and start to drive. You can't just talk about it. You have to work at it. You can talk about, I want to go to university, but you never want to study. You don't want to study. You don't even want to buy the textbooks. You don't even register. How can you go to university? You have to walk the board. All right? So these, how do you do it? Not to let any unwholesome thought arise which has not yet arisen. Unwholesome thought is what? For example, laziness. I wanted to get in. Many people advise me to take that course. And it seems that I can never get around to research into which institute I should take it, which course, when I should register. I got examples on my working crew. I advised him, okay, you need to take, because you're working in a China monastery, maybe you should take a course in Chinese, right? You know, you can, many courses. I've been talking to him for 1 year. And he kept on procrastinating. He kept on saying, yeah, I should do it. But the thought of laziness and sloth always comes up. He never get around doing it. I want to be a better person. This is my agenda for 2017, 2018, but he never get around doing it. He let all this laziness thought comes out. Once a lazy thought comes out, unwholesome thought comes out, don't allow it to come out. Second, not to let an unwholesome thought continue which has already arisen. I'm lazy, I don't want to work, I don't want to do, but don't let it linger on. Change it. Start to change it, transform it. Do it today. Don't do it tomorrow. You want to change it today. Don't just talk about it. 3, to make a wholesome thought arise which has not yet arisen. I never thought about improving myself. That's wrong. You have to make this wholesome thought of seeking improvement, let it arise in you. Energize yourself. Get to walk. I want to go to on a Saturday morning. I have nothing else to do. I want to go to attend that meditation class. But gee, I was drinking last night, and now it's. I want to sleep in for 2 hours. It's better to sleep in better than go to meditation. You know, that wholesome thought of interest in meditation, interest in improving wisdom, improving yourself, cannot arise. You have to make it arise. You have to stimulate yourself to make sure that wholesome thought arises in you. Fourth, to make a wholesome thought continue, which has already arisen. Last week, that wholesome thought arises that you will go to meditation. But this week, you're not coming. Or next week, you're not coming. It's only for you one week. And the next week, you don't know where you are. You slip in for another 3-4 hours, or you go onto, a party. You forgot about meditation anymore. You start your agenda to put on the desk. I want to do this and I want to do that. At the end of the year, you found that nothing got done. Do you realize things happen that way? It happened to me in some of the things I do. When I went to chapters doesn't exist anymore. When I get to a bookstore, I want to search for the best calendar for 2017. I brought it home, and I wanted pages and pages that I can write on it. I put all my plans onto it, and by the end of 2017, when I flip onto it, I get nothing done. It's the same old me, like the same as what at the beginning of the year. That 4 right endeavors are to encourage you to push. People have to be pushed sometimes, but people don't want to be pushed. That's the deadlock between an employee and a supervisor. The supervisor wants to push. The employee said, how come you push me? You only pay me $12 an hour and you want to push me to do a job that's worth $15? No way, no way. And then they quit. You see, that's what happened. Nobody wants to be pushed. You need to be pushed. And that push is not external. That push needs to be an internal push. An external push is not that effective to you. But an internal drive to be better, that's what is required. You need to be pushed to do a better job. You need to be pushed to come here every Saturday morning to do a meditation. The fact that you've been coming here for a number of years, actually you're on your way to enlightenment because you pushed yourself to do it. I have seen a lot of people come and go. Some people come 1, 2, and 3, 4 times, and then they never appear anymore. I have thousands of people who have attended meditation class, but only a few left and carry on these endeavors. They come and go, like the waves. They wash ashore, and then they receded into the ocean. Get back to the ocean of sentient beings. Get back to the oceans of mental afflictions, oceans of sufferings, sensuous desires, fame, reputation. To get on back to where they are. They washed ashore one time, and they never showed up again. The 4 right endeavors should be the 4 right models for you for pushing yourself to do better. All right, next, the 4 requisites for achieving dhyana. And then you say, okay, I can push myself, no problem. I'll come here all the time. But what is required to do a better job when I have already been successful in pushing myself to do it? How can I achieve it? Once I can push myself into doing it, what are the guidelines to achieve what I push myself to do? Now, these are the guidelines. You must have a strong desire achieving meditation, dhyana. The desire is your objective. You have to have an objective. What is my objective in meditation? My objective in meditation is to transform my polluted consciousness into wisdom and towards enlightenment. That's how I become leading a happier and happier life. And I need energy towards achieving it. I need to have diligence in doing it. I need to apply my efforts in doing it. Investigations towards achieving dhyana. I need what? Investigation. What is investigation? I need to search the right way. Not just coming here and sitting still and get myself into a relaxed situation. I need to know how to do it. What's the right method of doing it? Am I on the right method? If I haven't got the right method, how do I change back to the right method? That's investigation. And fourth, analysis towards achieving dhyana. Analysis. So you need desire, energy, investigation, and analysis. The first two are especially required for samatha. And the last two, like we said, are required for vipassana. Samatha is concentration of focus. Vipassana is on wisdom. So you need concentration and focus first. So you need desire and energy. You need an objective and you need determination. Once you get that, then you get into further refinement of your intelligence into wisdom. So you need these four requisites for achieving dhyana. And then once you achieve these dhyanas, then we say, sometimes we all have changeable mind. Sometimes we're being affected by externalities. We change our course of actions. You know, sometimes when you are driving, I want to go to Richmond at that temple to learn meditation. You were driving along, number 3, and then you see, that's McDonald's. I'm hungry. It's almost 9 now. Forget about it. I want to get a hamburger. Then you drive to McDonald's and spend half an hour in there. You missed your meditation class because during your way of driving, you're being attracted to other things. Or when you're driving, you see your girlfriend walking on the road and say, hey, Judy, we go for a walk, then you don't come here anymore. So you're being attracted and obsessed to externalities when you are doing all this. And what do you do then? Then you need to build up your faculties, to build up your strength. You need to have faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. What is faith? You develop confidence and enthusiasm towards the practice. That controls your doubt. You may say when you're driving, by the way, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. Meditation, everybody's doing meditation. Or Buddhism is just a religion. I believe in Christianity before, so why do I have to get to Buddhism? You don't have a faith. You don't strengthen your faculty. You need to have that faith to control your doubt. You need to have energy, applying more efforts and developing more energy, controlling your laziness and your torpor and your sloth. And then third, you need mindfulness. As one's energy improves, their awareness and mindfulness will naturally become stronger, improving insight and perseverance. You need perseverance, you need endurances, you need patience in doing it, and that's mindfulness. Fourth is concentration. When one's mindfulness of the present moment improves, when you can focus, the mind will naturally stay on the object, your focus becomes stronger and stronger, then that would control your distraction. Because when you're meditating, you could be distracted in a lot of other wandering thoughts. So you need that concentration. Fifth is wisdom. As the mind becomes more calm and still, wisdom is developed and they are able to see the true nature of things, controlling ignorance. That you are transforming your polluted consciousness into wisdom. Why do I have to learn consciousness? Why do we have to study the mind? We study the mind because our mind is polluted. We want to get away these pollutants. We want to change the polluted mind, transform the polluted mind into wisdom so that we can strive towards enlightenment. So that's the 5 spiritual faculties. And then, after you build up, you already have strengthened these faculties, you need to have these faculties, this strength, increase the strength in the faculty. Not just have it, not just have faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. You need to increase its momentum. See, these 37 factors of enlightenment can apply to your life. In everything you're doing, in your business, in your occupation, in your job, if you apply this faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, you'll be the greatest employee or the greatest employer or a greatest person, a happier person, and you'll be successful in whatever you're doing if you apply these 37 factors of enlightenment. You can call it the 37 factors towards success in whatever you're doing. Not just in Buddhism, not just in meditation. It is a factor to success. So I always say that if a young guy in the early age learn about these 37 factors, he will be successful in whatever he's doing because he followed these models. He followed this guideline. He used this as a compass in leading his life. So once you have these 5 spiritual faculties, what do? You strengthen it. It's the same. It's faith, energy, mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom. These are the same as the 5 spiritual faculties mentioned before. They are called powers here to emphasize that as the practitioner progresses, the 5 faculties interact with each other with the most appropriate balance and gain more momentum. In your meditation, sometimes your faith is depleting. Your faith is deteriorating. You don't believe in it anymore. You need energy and mindfulness to balance it. And you need to reinforce yourself. Sometimes your energy is failing because you have problems with meditation. When you have problems with meditation, you say, I want to give up. There are problems in it. When I meditate, today, when I'm meditating, I feel that I don't feel comfortable. Or, I've been learning Buddhism for many, many years, and I don't find any progress. He does not know that sometimes you're on a flat line. Maybe you're at a juncture where, boom, you go up to a higher level. You cannot maintain your patience and your perseverance, and then you give up. So this is when the 5 faculties are interacting with each other with the right balance, and you gain more momentum. In whatever you're doing, sometimes you fail. It does not mean that when you follow all these, you will be successful in every count. Sometimes you slip, you fall. When you slip, you fall, what do? You just stand up, pick up the knapsack, continue to go. Continue to strive forward. You got to jump over the obstacles, the hurdles. When you're doing your 300, 600 meter race, you got to jump over these hurdles. You kick a hurdle. You don't want to say, oh, I can't go on anymore, and then you slip, you fall. You just pick up your speed and you go on to another hurdle. Once you get all the hurdles overcome, then you're right there. You are the first runner-up. There's bound to be hurdles, bound to be problems, bound to be obsession, bound to be problems in what you're practicing. But you don't give up. How many times Thomas Edison gave up? In his autobiography, hundreds of times in his experiments that he wanted to give up. He failed in his lab, in his experiments. But he continued. He continued to jump over the hurdle. Every hurdle, he was able to overcome it. And when you can jump over a hurdle, when you look back, you feel happy about it. Because look, I was not afraid of the hurdle. I kicked the hurdle, but then I go on to another one. Because I bypassed it. I don't just stop in there. I don't just lie on the ground waiting for people to pick me up. I get up, put on my knapsack, and go on again. I'm looking for tomorrow. I want to continue. I'm 37 years old now. I'm getting myself nowhere. You're only 37. There's still a lot to do. I'm 56. I'm almost close to retired. My life is half, 50%. I'm not getting anywhere. Who said so? The future is always there. More hurdles to go through. Maybe you haven't gone through too many hurdles. You got stuck in there. Now you want to go to overcome those hurdles. Don't give up. Always increase your momentum. Always get the right balance and carry on. Everybody has a bigotry of internal commentator in them since birth. You always are commenting on things. You distort the raw of the information. So don't believe in things that you think it is. It may not be. You listen to a sound of praise. Maybe it's not a praise to you. You listen to a sound of reprimand. It may not be a reprimand to you. You distorted it. So that's the second state. The third state is purely out of imagination and illusion. What is that? In a dream. You're sitting in there, you were dreaming, or you're sitting in there, you think about yesterday, and it's purely creating images in your mind of yesterday or in a dream that is just out of your illusion and imagination. Those are the three states of the perceived world of your sixth consciousness. And then the modes of knowledge. How about the modes of knowledge? Modes of knowledge is either, now, objects as perceived is regarding externalities. Most of knowledge is regarding the subject, how the subject perceives, from the perspective of the subject. When the subject perceives, if he could be perceiving what? Perceive a direct veridical object, perceiving. So I directly perceive you. I perceive you. So it is a direct veridical or actual perception. And the second one is I know by what? By inference, by postulation, by analysis. So I know, I don't have to actually see something, but I know it. I try to believe it, I try to understand it by what? By inference, by analysis, postulation, logical assumptions. I know. The sixth consciousness functions that way. The sixth consciousness, if through inference, if what is concluded is right, that would be the right inference. If what is concluded actually is wrong, that becomes a fallacy. Right? So it could be a fallacy, it could be a right assumption. And then the third mode of knowledge, you don't actually have to see it. You don't actually have to postulate and analyze it. You believe in a trustworthy source, a saint, a historian, a book that is trustworthy. There are many things you didn't actually see, but you believe it. How about moral nature? Everything has three moral natures that your sixth consciousness perceive. Wholesome, unwholesome, or neutral. Good, bad, or neutral. That embraces everything. It's either good or bad, or not good and not bad. Neither good and neither bad is neutral, indeterminate. And then the fourth one with realms of its activity. What is this consciousness, the sixth consciousness, actively involved in? In the three realms. Remember, the whole universe is classified into three levels, huge, big, enormous levels. The first level is the realm of, we call it the karma realm, the realm of desires. We have sexual desires, eating desires, sleeping desires, desire for fame, for reputation, for external pursuit of materiality. That is the world we live in, the karma world, the world with desires. And then the second higher level up is, remember, rupa dhatu, without desires, but they still exist as material. They are free from, for example, men and women relationship. They're free. They don't have that desire anymore. Only the lower ends of animals require the man and the woman relationship. The higher level, they don't need it anymore. They're in a much higher wisdom, much higher spirituality. They are in the rupa dhatu level. They live for many, many millions of years. And another higher level is material don't even exist. That is called arupa dhatu. No more material exists. Only consciousness left. Can you imagine these three levels? So the sixth consciousness work and function in all the three levels. Remember the first five consciousnesses only function in the lower level. Even the mouth, the tongue, and the nose. They don't exist in the first dhyana. Remember that? We already have analyzed it. All right, next, concomitant mental functions. There are 51 concomitant mental functions. The first 5 consciousnesses only have 34, but the 6th consciousness has all the concomitant mental functions in it. For example, greediness, hatred, depression, jealousy, all of them. The 51 of them, we analyzed them in detail already. So I'm not going to go back to that, but 51 concomitant mental functions. 6, there must be conditions and causes for the 6th consciousness to be active. This represents first consciousness, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body. The 6th, the thinking consciousness. The 7th, ego consciousness. The 8th, the storage, the alaya consciousness. So the 6th consciousness, if you look down, what are the necessary conditions for it? Seats and spaces, that means there must be latent energy for the 6th consciousness to work. That is seats. We call them seats, a latent hidden energy, like seeds in the soil. So that must be a condition. The second condition is uninterrupted succession of causation. The first thought must make way for the second thought to come up. If I'm thinking of an unwholesome thought, if I persist in an unwholesome thought, if the unwholesome thought do not give up the unwholesome thought and give way for the wholesome thought cannot take over. So there must be an uninterrupted succession of causation for the thought to come up. Object, there must be external objects. Sense organs, for the 6th consciousness, somebody said it could be the brain. Yeah, the brain is only a part of it. So we do not put down sense organ as the sense organ for the 6th consciousness. Because the 6th consciousness requires many organs combined to work. Space, your 6th consciousness do not require space because it's invisible. Light, your 6th consciousness do not require light. Attention, yes, your 6th consciousness requires attention. Basis of cognition, we don't put the brain in there as the basis of cognitions because this 6th consciousness requires all the body to work in order to be effective. And brain is only one part of it. But brain, of course, plays the major, the important part. Now, and also this basis of cognition is the 6th consciousness in itself. So it is not a required condition. It itself is the basis of cognition. So you don't write down that as a necessary condition. Basis of defilement and purity, you need that. That is the ego consciousness. The 6th consciousness is directly interacting with the ego consciousness. Your ego and the 6th consciousness work together. It's just like the manager and the directors are always working together. If you call the manager the executive director is always working with other directors. They cannot be detached from the board of directors. I'm using the company as an example. The one who is functioning the company, the general director, the manager, or the executive director, always need the board of directors to work. Who is going to pay them? The board of directors, right? So they need the basis of defilement or purity. They need the ego consciousness. And the ego consciousness, which is the board of directors, care only for the profit, only for its own ego. Unless it's a charity organization where they claim that it's just not for self-interest pursuit. But usually, the board of directors is egoistic. I'm giving you an example because it only concerns the interest of its own company. All right? Just as an example, using a company as an example. Fundamental basis, that is a storage alaya consciousness. It needs the fundamental alaya consciousness to work. And that alaya consciousness is the consciousness that reincarnates. So after everything is gone, that fundamental basis roll into the next life. That is the alaya consciousness, the 8th consciousness. This basis of defilement and purity is the 7th consciousness, and fundamental basis is the 8th consciousness that we have not yet touched on. We will be talking about it. I'm still concentrating on the 6th consciousness. All right, so that's the necessary conditions getting back to this. How does each consciousness function? We already have explained that. It cognizes with the ego consciousness, and the ego consciousness also interact with the 8th consciousness. And the 6th consciousness is also working simultaneously with the first 5. What are the first 5? The ears, the nose, the tongue, the body, etc., etc. All right. So we already have known how does each consciousness function, the 6th consciousness function. Spiritual transformation towards enlightenment. Now we've been talking about this. How do we transform the 6th consciousness into wisdom? How do we transform that? That's concerns about the whole Buddha's whole teaching. But I'm just bringing out the 37 factors of enlightenment as guidelines. So we've been talking about those guidelines, the 37 factors of enlightenment. We've been talking on the guidelines since about 3-4 sessions ago. Let's take a look at those guidelines again. These are the guidelines for the 6th consciousness to work towards. If you have chosen to purify your 6th consciousness, if you have chosen to walk the Buddha's path, if you have chosen to walk the unwholesome, miserable path, then this is not the path. It's your choice. You want to be a saint or you want to be a criminal. It's your choice. So if you want to work towards the saintly pursuit of enlightenment, then these are the 37 guidelines. The 4 contemplations, the 4 right endeavors, the 4 requisites for achieving dhyana, the 5 spiritual faculties, the 5 spiritual powers. We all have touched on those already. I'm just giving a fast review. And today we're going to talk about the 7 factors of enlightenment. And hopefully we can finish even up to the Noble Eightfold Path. Let's see if we can cover all of it today. The last 2. Altogether we have 37 guidelines only. You really have to get into each one of them. These are the guidelines. It's like a model, a piece of paper where you put these 37 as models on your table. It's guidelines on your table. It's like a compass to your life, that you are following these 37 aids to enlightenment. Let's get to the 7th enlightenment factors. The first one is mindfulness. When the 4 contemplations of mindfulness are developed, the practitioner, you and me, we're a practitioner, must continue to cultivate it further. What are these 4 contemplations of mindfulness? Contemplation of the body, contemplation of feelings, contemplation of thought, and contemplation of all dharmas. We already have got into the detail of these, so that if you forgot about them, get into YouTube. My previous lectures cover them in detail. Contemplation of the body is to curb, to control sensuous desires that is always arousing in us, that is inherent in our 6th, 7th, and 8th consciousness. Contemplation of impurities of the body. I just give you an example. All right, that's mindfulness. The second one is investigation. I'm quoting from a sutra. On whatever occasion a binding does mindful, the practitioner, you and me, investigates and examines that state with wisdom and embarks on a full inquiry into it. One chooses the most appropriate way according to one's arising conditions. The investigation of state enlightenment factor is aroused in him and he develops it. What is this investigation? Investigation is just like looking for the right methods to enlightenment. That implies that the Buddha has introduced many methods of enlightenment, not only just one method. It's just like there's so many roads leading to Rome. There's so many roads leading to Richmond. There's the longer road, shorter road, traffic congested road, bumpy road. There's not only one road to get into Richmond. You have to pick and choose the road that is the most convenient to you, that's the most appropriate to you. And how many roads are there? I remember I mentioned it in my third lecture. There are basically 10 ways, 10 big roads leading to Rome, leading to Richmond. I already have gone through in detail. For example, one of it is chanting of the Amitabha Sutra. Another road is the Yogacara approach, which is this approach. Another is the esoteric Buddhism. So many of them. I already have mentioned in my third lecture, I remember, about all these roads that one should be taking. Which road is appropriate to you? What is your choice? So even in choosing the right way to enlightenment, the Buddha have introduced many, many methods, not just one method. There's another what do you call, indirect way of saying, it's a democratic way of enlightenment. There's not just one way. If you believe in me, you are okay. If I can bless on you, you're okay. And that's not just that. The Buddha cannot save you. The Buddha can guide you to where you save yourself. Because that Buddha nature is in you, not externally. That God is in you. Don't look for an external God. That God is in you. You determine your own destiny. You choose your own road. If God or Buddha or Bodhisattva can choose the best way for you, he would have told you already. There's only one good, the best road. There's so many roads leading to Rome, not just one. So investigation, try to investigate on it, and once you investigate and try out the best way, stick onto it. I've been always saying that people ask the question of, where should I meditate in my own home? Like, I have a home of 2,000 square feet, for example. I don't know where I should meditate. In my bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen, out in the backyard. Where would I meditate? Try it out. Try and error. You should meditate in a place where the energy there is the most appropriate for you. I usually try it on my bedroom, choose a certain corner of the bedroom, and then, this doesn't work for me. It's too close to the window. In the wintertime, it's too cold. In the summer, I open the window, it's too breezy. It's too much wind blowing at me. So I don't think it's the best. Well, plus, the light is over there shining on top of me. I tried it out for a few times. I don't feel comfortable. Probably that's not the best energy for you. You pick another one. You pick and choose until you find the most convenient, appropriate, comfortable place for you. And you tried it out. And you really realize the benefit of the energy there. That's you. That way you should. So you investigate by trial and error. Nobody can do it for you. But we can give you general outlines. Don't meditate in front of a window. Don't meditate where there's so much sounds. Don't meditate where there's so many frequencies, like cell phone, TVs, you name it. There's so many radioactivity in there. Your energy is probably not good for you. You tried it out. Don't meditate near a boiler room, an electric room. You've got to try it out. Investigate. That applies not only in where you meditate, which way you should choose to investigate. Which book you should read, you investigate. Which guru you should go to, you should investigate. So it's being a practitioner, it could be a lifetime of learning. Learning is not just one deal, it's a lifetime ongoing process for you. Unless you have to reach that enlightenment, nirvana, where there's no more learning for you. You always are learning before enlightenment. Investigation. But do not attach to the idea of a professional student. So in other words, some people like to be a professional student. They always like, they are studying nerd. They always can find all kinds of books and read and read and read and never practice. It's just like you're looking at the maps all the time. You never walked to the forest. You're thinking about going onto a Buddhist temple in Richmond, and you've been talking about that. You have got information. You never get to drive to that temple. You only investigate it in words. Your investigation should include two things. One is theory, the other is practice. Not just about books, tapes. You have to actually do it. Don't about just say, I want to do good. I don't be a nice man. But every act you do is not being nice. I want to be sober. I want to be kind, but you're always drinking. You want to be kind, but you're not compassionate. So you're only talking about it. You never walk the board. You never walk the road. You just talk about it. Investigation is both philosophy and practice. To be a nice man, not just talking about good stuff, you have to do it. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from intoxication, abstain from flattery, abstain from cursing. You actually have to do it. Investigation. That includes investigation. And then next, energy. In one who investigates with wisdom, tireless energy is aroused and developed. So after investigation, in the process of investigation, you have to work hard. If you are lazy, you cannot achieve anything. Not just to say the Buddhist practice, the Buddhist teaching. If you are lazy in whatever you're doing, you would never be successful in your job, in your study. And we're always prone to laziness. We always want the comfort of not applying too much effort into it. I know. I have encountered a lot of people who are like that. They only talk about it and they never do it. They don't apply the energy to it. That indicates to me in chanting too. Every time I say, don't just whisper this, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. It's sloth, torpor, sluggishness. They never apply themselves in it. You need the energy to go forward. The best employee in a company is the energetic one, not the sluggish one. The best supervisor would know how to direct your energy to the right place. But if you do not have energy at all, the best supervisor said, you will be fired because you don't have any energy. But you apply the wrong energy to the wrong job, to the wrong project, the best supervisor would direct you to the right energy, if he is a good supervisor. Hey Joe, you shouldn't be doing it this way. You know, they should be doing it this way. So he directs you to the right energy. That's the right guru, the right teacher. The right guru, the right teacher should know how to direct your energy to the right place, to the right path. That's what we mean by being a teacher. It's not easy to be a teacher. A teacher is not just like you sit your own sitting and I sit my own sitting, and I don't have to see you. No, you have to direct the energy. So we have to make sure that the energy of every meditator here is right. You know why? If everybody here has the right energy, the energy of compassion, the energy of enlightenment, you reflect on everybody. You reflect on me. So you know how you can render your compassion out? If you're very compassionate in you, I want to bounce the energy to other people. My energy of my consciousness, the energy of my kindness. I haven't done it, but right now I'm compassionate. I want to be kind to all sentient beings. I want to be helpful. I want to be courteous. I want to be polite. I want to contribute. I haven't done it yet, but I have that thought in me, just a thought. And I chant this Om Mani Padme Hum. I'm using this sound as a medium to give it out. So I say Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I'm actually transmitting my energy out through Om Mani Padme Hum. This is a very energetic guy with energy. On the other hand, there was one guy who said, why should I do it? I just want to listen. They should sound out and I just listen. They already have expressed their egoistic, selfish behavior in just receiving sound. They're not giving out sound. The more you give, the more it bounces back to you. Try to give. Try to give. Not just, I want to listen. It's good. When I'm listening to it, I feel peaceful. You always want to receive. You don't want to give. Next, joy. In one who has aroused energy, unworldly joy arises and develops. You have aroused your energy. You radiate your energy out. You feel joyful about it because you have given. Always give out more than you received. In your family, if you always think about what did my dad give me, what did my mom give me, what did brothers and sisters give me, do they contribute in the family? If they don't contribute, why should I contribute? You're not giving out. You're always calculating. You always give out the joy. Give it out to your family, to your friends, to your company. If you're always thinking about giving out to your company, you must be a good employee. If you're always thinking about, hey, how much the company gave me? $13 an hour? Why should I work hard? I'm worth 23. They only give me 13. So I just give them 13. They deserve it. They should have given me 23. Now they only give me 13. So I just slack off for a little while. Out of the 8 hours, I slack off for 5 because I'm worth more. You think, what happened to you? You'll be fired. Not very, quite soon. If you are worth $13 an hour and you work as if you're 23, you know what will happen to you? You get a promotion. These guys are not stupid. This boss, supervisor is not stupid. They find someone who works as if they are making 23. They'll bump your salary up because they don't want you to leave. Because they know you're valuable in the company. You're worth a lot in the company. Okay, next, tranquility. In one who is joyful, the body and mind becomes tranquil. So that is the 7 enlightenment factors. Concentration, in one whose body is tranquil, who feels pleasure, the mind becomes still and composed. So if you are always in tranquility, you are always in concentration, you have the joy, then you have equanimity, which is the 7th enlightenment factors. He closely looks on with equanimity at the mind, thus still and composed. Thus equanimity is aroused and developed. So these are the 7 enlightenment factors, which are the guidelines for what? For dhyana, for cultivation of dhyana and wisdom. And in certain instances, in morality too, the cultivation of morality. All right, so next, let's get on to the 8th Fold Path, which is the last 8 guidelines of there's 37 enlightenment factors. The first one is right view. The view based on the understanding of the Four Noble Truths, causation, impermanence, karma, and non-individuality of existence, and so on. In other words, the right view is because in your meditation, or in your daily life, when the erroneous view comes up, you must know what is right and what is wrong. If you think that being selfish is right view, then you cannot have the right view. So you must have some general understanding of certain universal truth in the universe. For example, causation, cause and effect. You must know if you germinate a good cause, good effect will come out. If you germinate a cause of wholesome behavior, the effect of wholesome deeds or benefits will come out. So you must have a general understanding of what is right and what is wrong. What is right and what is wrong to different societies, to different cultures, maybe a little different, but there are certain guidelines. Whatever is not beneficial to others, you're hurting others, that wouldn't be right. You can think about in a forest, of uncivilized forest, killing each other is right, but you know that that is not right. Because humans is in pursuit of safety and security. If you protect your own safety and security at the expense of killing others and injuring others, that would not be a right view. So you should be abstained from killing. So all these, right view, you have to study for it. Next is right thought. Renunciation of craving, hatred, ignorance, renunciation of attachment to the five skandhas, maintaining thoughts of compassion and so on. That is the right thought. When every thought comes up, you know you have to identify, is it the right thought? It is a thought of hatred? It is a thought of ignorance? Is it a thought of compassion? How does the thought come out? How does the thought sustain? Should I subdue the thought? If all of a sudden a thought of greediness or hatred comes up to you, you may not notice it. You let it linger. You let the thought becomes a second thought, third thought. For example, a thought of hatred comes up. If you don't subdue it, it will continue to be a second thought, a lingering thought, a third thought, fourth thought, until what? Until the thought picks up momentum. You know, thought is very subtle. If you linger and continue with it, it picks up momentum. In other words, if a thought of hatred arises in you, if you don't control it, it picks up, it continues in the second thought, it picks up momentum as it goes on. When the momentum is so strong, you will perform as volitional action. You will hit the guy that you hate, or you may even commit criminal offense because of that thought. So your thought, if it is not properly handled, becomes extremely dangerous. There was a shootout how many days ago? I don't know. Simply because he hated the society. There may be some thought of hatred hidden in his subconscious. And that thought of hatred picks up momentum because he always continues thinking about it until he performs the volitional behavior of shooting. Maybe I can tell you a little bit more about it. Many years ago, I don't know if you still remember, I remember, maybe about 10, 15 years ago, that in North America, there were parcels in which there were bombs. And when you open the parcels, during those days, we were afraid of opening big parcels because it could explode. It becomes a terror to the society. And how did it get developed? There was a he finished high school at the age of 12, maybe. He went into university at the age of 16. He's a genius in mathematics. He is an absolutely talented in science, especially in mathematics. At the age of 16, he already finished university. At the age of 20, he has already finished his PhD. So at the age of 20, he was a PhD, and his thesis was so well written that professors of mathematics, only around the whole world, only 5 or 6 professors of mathematics completely understood his thesis. They all think that this guy is also talented. At the age of 25, he became a very famous mathematics professor at a very famous Ivy League university. I don't want to mention the name because, why should I mention the name of that university? And then at the age of 26, he quit his job. He went into the forest because what he believed is, I want to return to nature. He was against industrialism. He was against material. He was against how the society was progressing so fast. He was against industrialism and imperialism or capitalism in a certain way. And then he always communicated with his brother while he was in the wood about how he disliked capitalism and the pursuit of material, industrialism, and all that. And then somehow he develops a thought. He created bombs and parcels, and he started to send them around. And the bomb was so designed mathematically that it would explode somehow, explode in a certain way. And then many people get injured. About, I think, 5 people get killed. And everybody was so scared of this bomb parcels. And I don't know, you still remember that? And you still remember that? What do you call that? There was a term. Huh? What? Unit bomber. Unit bomber. What do you call it? What do you call it? Unit bomber?
Unit bomber. He was known as that. He lived in the central part of North America.
Yeah.
He dispatched his bombs.
He dispatched all these parcels to the post office, and somehow it was designed in such a way that, at a certain time it explodes. And then the police was looking for him. They couldn't find a clue. They haven't got a clue of where this guy is. And finally, somehow his brother, informed the police, and he got caught. And he was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, because you can't give him parole, because when he paroled out, he could send out bombs again. I think he's still in jail.
He wrote a manifesto.
What?
He wrote a manifesto.
Yeah, I remember. He wrote a manifesto.
His brother recognized the writing style of his brother.
Oh yeah, you knew what happened. Yeah, that person wrote a manifesto, and his brother recognized how the sentences and words were constructed like his brother's words and sentences, and they found him. So you see how dangerous a thought becomes when it's allowed to pick up momentum, a thought of hatred. So why do we do meditation? Control your thought. Don't let the second thought comes out to pick up momentum. Only cultivate good thoughts. All right? So, right speech, right? So right view, right thought, right speech, avoidance of lying, cursing, tell-telling, and flattery. 4th, right action, restrain from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, and misuse of the senses. Talking about the sexual misconduct, people in this world, this common world, always think that sexual conduct is good, is acceptable. Apart from talking about how it deviates into other behaviors, it itself, according to the Buddhist teaching, is responsible for the samsara, the reincarnation. Even if that is not a misconduct, because sometimes we term sexual conduct as between a husband and wife is acceptable. A misconduct is not acceptable. A misconduct is like a relationship other than husband and wife. You got girlfriends, you got fly-by-night relationships, prostitutions, all that. That's misconduct. And this sexual conduct or misconduct, if you look at it analytically, is nothing more than an internal motivation of hormones. It's the hormones, motivations, and reaction. And that stimulates your senses. And the average sentient being is looking for temporary satisfaction of the senses. That's the reason why you're always looking for that. Now, if that sexual behavior or misbehavior is picking up more momentums, it could deviate into many, what do we call that? Deviant behavior, erotic behavior. If that is not under control, it could develop into many misbehavior too. A modern psychologist would tell you more about this. So, right action, right livelihood. So avoidance of occupations that are harmful to sentient beings, such as slaughterer, hunter, a dealer in weaponry, narcotics, and alcohol. Get away from those, because those were involved in a lot of unwholesome karma. For example, in being a hunter, why do you kill for pleasure, for your own pleasure? You know why they kill? They kill because they feel that when they are hunting, they have that agitations of hormones. They feel great about it. And some may even argue that I'm just putting a balance on equilibrium of natural life by killing a leopard or killing a lion or killing a, they think that they're only doing good to nature. Some people argue that way. So, but if you are always killing, you're involved in a lot of bad karmic energy. That may bounce back to you or to your families. I remember when I was studying at Toronto, I rented this basement apartment for three students rented a basement apartment in a house, not an apartment, a house, basement. I still remember it's $35 per month with a room and a kitchen. And we got three students. I was studying at University of Toronto at that time. And three students share the whole basement. And upstairs was the landlord. And I realized that I was living there for a year and up to 3 or 4 months. And I wonder, why was the lady always a very kind, actually, Italian couple, and the lady was always dressing in black. And how come the lady was always dressed in black? He had this charm, a charm in front of her here, hanging in here, a necklace. And in the necklace, there was a little opening in which there was a photograph in there. And later I find out that there was a photograph of her son. And I investigate more about it. And her son died at the age of 15. And I later find out that the husband always wanted to hunt, always hunting. Because when I went up there, I saw the head of a moose, head of a deer hanging on the wall. A moose, a deer, a leopard, all kinds of animals, specimens hanging on the wall. And he liked killing. So the immediate karma is, if you take away the sons and daughters of those poor animals, the karmic energy will take out your own son. All right, so that's right livelihood, right effort, application of diligence, perseverance, and consistency to all the other 7 Eightfold Paths. 7th, right mindfulness. Ongoing mindfulness of the body, feeling, mind, and objects of thought. The right meditation. Right concentration develops samadhi and vipassana towards the 4 dhyanas. So all these are these noble Eightfold Paths. These are the the guidelines when you are working towards enlightenment. The first two is regarding wisdom, cultivation of wisdom, and 3 up to 5 is the cultivation of morality, and right efforts, the 6 to the 7 is the cultivation of meditation. So in the Sanskrit language, the first, we call it wisdom, prajna, morality is sila, meditation is dhyana. So these are the 3 curriculums, we call it, of the Buddhist teaching. Under these 3 curriculums, there's so many courses under it. These are the courses under it, under each curriculum. And the number 6 is worth a little bit mentioning, right efforts. That means in each curriculum, you need to have the right effort. You need to work hard at it. You have to be diligent in it. You cannot be lazy in doing each curriculum, in doing each course. So the right effort is like a catalyst in a chemical reaction. You call it a catalyst, right? So if you're doing a laboratory experiments, if you put in a catalyst, it speeds up the experiments. So if you are putting the right, is it called a catalyst? If you're putting the right efforts in it, then it speeds up the momentum. So if you are really diligent in doing it, then you'll be getting to the right path faster, more effectively. So these are the Eightfold Noble Path. So this is the end of this session. I already have finished all the 37 factors of enlightenment, which covers the perspective of how do we transform the 6th consciousness into wisdom, and from wisdom into enlightenment. And basically, I have covered a major portion of the 6th consciousness. And of course, in the verses, there's a lot more detail into it. But I've been talking about this for 2 years already. It's almost close to the end of the year, and I haven't really finished. And the other few days ago, I received some very good comments, emailed to me from viewers, YouTube viewers. They think that the study of consciousness that I put on is quite useful to them. You can get onto it, but I think that it's a little bit too long and too detailed. So I want to make sure that I only bring out the general outlines without getting too deep in details into it. And if you're getting too detailed, the average reader would be bored by it because there's so much terminology in it. And all the time I have to practically relate to daily lives. Like I'm using examples of companies, examples of daily affairs to explain it. Without those, it would be quite boring because Yogacara Buddhism, it's a psychology that involves a lot of details into the consciousness of sentient beings. But hopefully we can deal with it in a practical way. I still have to cover the 7th consciousness and the 8th. I only have gone through 6 in 2 years, off and on. I think I talk about it for at least 40 hours, 30, 40 hours. And I should slowly streamline it and finish it, hopefully, before the end of the year. Let us give a 5 minutes review as to why are we studying consciousness? Why did the Buddha always concentrate on knowing one's consciousness? Why? There's a saying, in, not just in the Buddhist teaching, in many philosophical teachings, there's a saying that whatever you sow something on the ground. Say you have a farm, you sow something, whatever you sow, you reap. So the causality is, there's a cause, the cause will lead to an effect. The cause will lead to an effect. Whatever you sow, you reap. And then we say, who am I? How do I come into this world? Why am I born in here? And why is it that I can think? And also my thinking is a little different from other species of animals. And what's going on in me? Why do I come about in this world? I know we sow what we reap. That's just, it's a logical understanding. You sow what you reap. Like you study hard, you pass the exam, given all these conditions. You don't care about your health, you run into health problems. Whatever cause you sow, you reap whatever effects that will come out. So one has to be extremely careful with what one's sowed, right? And usually, the more intelligent people, wise people, would be quite mindful of the reaping part. What's the consequence, they say. If I do this, what's the consequence? They always think about the consequence. Those are the more careful, prudent, more or less more intelligent people. They always look at, if I do this, what kind of consequence that will come out. They consider the effect. For some other people, they don't really care. I just do what I want. As long as it pleases my pleasurable senses, I can do what I want. Those are the people that always get into problems. Consciousness comes into thoughts or words. Consciousness would mean conceptual, concepts, words, whatever images form in your mind. And then we say, where does this consciousness come from? It's easy to say, because some philosophers say words would breed actions, would breed thought, then thoughts will lead to what? You know, all these cause and effect. But let's back up a bit to say, what gives rise to thoughts? Consciousness. And where does this consciousness comes from? We say we have past life and present life consciousness. Past life, from previous life, we have accumulated a lot of karmic energy, karma. And in the present life, we have expressed and accumulated karma. What is the expressed? The very obvious expressed karma that we have in this present life. What is the very expressed, very superficial? You can see it right away. What's that karma? Your own body, your own existence. Your present life existence is your body, your five skenters, the five aggregates. We are body and mind. Your body and mind, the body being the whole body, physically, and your mind mentally, that's you. So your expressed karma in this life is also due to previous life accumulation of karma that help you or that contribute to the expression of this life. So you are not just of this life, you are a previous accumulated karma carry forward, and all these is a conglomeration of consciousness, and we call that, in what we are studying, we call it the eight consciousness. And then consciousness would give rise to thoughts. We say thoughts, because of thoughts that give rise to actions and speech. Every action, every speech is because of your thought. Your thought would carry out, would drive, would push into volitional action and volitional speech. That comes from the thought. I guess there's no denying on this part. Everybody would recognize that. A thought would give rise to action or speech. And then, of course, we say, I said a 5 minutes review, so that's what we're doing. We've already gone through 10 minutes already. Actions would give rise to habits, right? You repeat this action, you repeat this speech all the time. It becomes your habits. You're always yelling, it becomes your habit. You're always lazy, it becomes your habit. You're always considerate, that becomes a habit. You're always compassionate, that becomes a habit. You always have anger. You build up a habit of depressed attitude. You build a habit of fear, of jealousy, of hatred, of anger, of selfishness. If you repeat that all the time, it's dangerous because that becomes your habits. So you have to watch your own speech. You have to watch your own behavior. And what is more important, what? You have to watch what? Your thought. That's the reason why the Buddha said, watch your thought. Not just to express action or you express speech, because they all come from the thought. Why are we meditating? When we're meditating, what do? We become mindful on every thought that comes up to us. We haven't been mindful. When you're not mindful, what do? You just act on whatever thought comes up. I want to curse. I want to yell. I want to fight. I like this. I dislike this. I hate this. I love this. Whatever comes up, you just express them because it comes from your thought. And we're not careful with it. We're not careful with the fact that if actions and speech are repeated all the time, dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. It becomes a habit. If you talk to a high school kid, a teenager, hey, Sonny, you got to watch your habits. And then Sonny said, how do I watch my habits? I don't know. Tell me how. No, just your habit. That's not sufficient. Sonny, let me train you. You have to know every thought that comes up to you, that comes up in you. You watch every thought. You must be mindful. When you're greedy, you must be mindful. When you are good, you must be mindful. When you are not good, you must be mindful. You have to be the master of your own thought. Can you, Sonny, can you do that? He does not know, but you have to train him. What are you thinking now, Sonny? I'm thinking I'm having lunch. Yeah, it's good you're having lunch, but this is the thought. Then you're going to have lunch, and what comes up before having lunch? The thought of wanting a lunch. The other day I was thinking of a habit that different people would have different habits. And I'm thinking of eating grapes. Grapes? And I don't like to have one cluster and then just pick on it. I like to split it apart, put some sea salt in it and make sure that it's clean and all that. So they come in separate pieces. And I use a bowl to contain all these different grapes. Some are bitter, some are sweet, some are delicious, and some are not. They're not every grape is the same. So I'm thinking, basically, there are three kinds of people when they're eating grapes. One is, I don't care how I do it, I just pick it up. I don't know what I'm picking up. It's a bowl of grapes, I just pick up, I don't care. Just pick up, I'm eating grapes, right? That's one kind of people. Another kind of people, what do? I like to eat the bitter one first. And then I slowly get into the sweet one, delicious ones. I start with the bitter ones. I start with the small, ugly-looking ones. Small ones, green ones, ugly-looking ones. And I like to work from the ugly-looking, non-delicious, not sweet. I like to work from the bad ones to the good ones. Until later I come to the sweet ones. Oh, I get sweet grapes. That's another kind of people, right? What kind of habit you have? Different people have different habits. And there's a third kind of people. What do? I like to start with the sweet one first. Why do I have to subject myself to bad ones? I like to taste the sweetness of the grapes first. Why do I have to go through, bad things first? That's another kind of people. They like to go from sweet to bitter, and some like to go from bitter to sweet, and some don't really care. So they have different habits. It does not matter what habits you have. When you are starting with the bitter ones, then you say, I'm going to have good ones. I'm going to have good ones. But what do you wind up with? They're all the same. Because you can't really taste it, but you just judge by your experiences as to what is good and what is bad. So you're not a winner. So you always think that this is my habit of building it up. But for people who work from the bitter to the sweet, they always have to strive to improve. They want to improve. For people who work from the sweet to bitter, it's, I like to be materialistic now. I like to have fame, reputation. I want what I want now. What do I care about the future? I don't live in the future. So they're just working towards getting the best for them. By hook or by crook, by every ways, by all means. So they're different people, building up different habits. And some of our habits are not beneficial to others, let alone beneficial to your own personally, to you personally. So it depends on all the habits that you have, and it does not matter what habits you have. Finally, you come to the end, and the Buddha said, whether you start from the bitter to the sweetness, or to the bitterness, to the sweetness to bitterness, you come of eating it all. Why don't you find out more about why? Why do we come to this world? Why do we have this habit? How do we watch our habits? How do we improve it? So actions would give rise to habits. And also, another thing that comes up in my mind now, sometimes we have misunderstanding of habits, misunderstanding of what we are doing. Let me give you an example. If a person loses some keys, a chain of keys, and he was walking on the streets at nighttime, and he couldn't find his key for his car. He's walking to the parking lot, and he couldn't find his key, and he knew that he dropped somewhere in the dark. I mean, he dropped somewhere, he didn't know where. Probably he knew that when he was walking out from the parking lot, which is on the dark side, he dropped some key. And then he was searching. And there's another guy coming up and say, hey, what are you searching? I'm searching for my lost key. And, oh, I helped you. So that the two guys are searching for the key. And when they're searching, one guy said, where do you lost your key? I remember I lost my key in a parking lot when I just came out, and then I just lost it in the dark. And then that guy said, we're looking for it. Where are we looking for? We're looking for under the light, under the brightness. Of course we're looking for something under the brightness. How can you look for something in the dark? So they habitually are looking for things under the light that they can see. But they're not looking for things in the darkness, which he lost his key in the darkness. Here's a misunderstanding that he always wants, when you're looking for something, how can you looking for something in the dark? You're not looking for something in the dark. You're habitually looking for something that is easy, that is on the surface, that is not hidden, that's not laden. He was not successful looking for something in what he think a location illuminated with light. And finally they say, hey, we're stupid. Maybe you dropped your key in the dark. We should look in the dark. How can we see in the dark? Well, that's exactly why you lost your key. Let's go back to get a torchlight and try to search. It's right beside his car in the dark. So we're habitually thinking in the wrong pattern, and we don't know about that. And even if somebody told you, don't look for things in the brightness of the day, go to the dark side where you lost it. No. How can I see in the dark? That's exactly where you have the misunderstanding. Personality gives rise to destiny. And This is the reason why we have to study our consciousness, because that destiny is because of our consciousness. It's not because of your personality. It's not because of your values. You build up that value yourself. It's not totally because of the habits, because the actions and speech repeated all the time becomes your habits. Don't blame your action. Don't blame your speech. Blame the thought. And then the thought say, don't blame me, blame the consciousness. So we have to know our consciousness. The average person has a very blurry understanding of consciousness. They only act impulsively. They only are looking for pleasures. They're not getting deep into consciousness. That's exactly what we're doing now. We have to understand how we think, how our mentality functions. When we run into a problem, we just react with what? With emotions. And emotions is exactly in where? In your thoughts. You have to go back to consciousness. And what is this consciousness mix up of? That's what we've been studying. We've studied the first 5 consciousness. Now we're getting into the 6th. Okay, the 6th consciousness, we call it the Mano Vijnana. The 6th consciousness is extremely active and subtle. That is the manager. That is the consciousness that is responsible for reincarnation, for doing bad, for doing misdeeds, for creating a lot of animosity, hatred, greediness, depression, you name them. The 6th consciousness created all these because they are possessing all the 51 concomitant mental functions. Remember we said there are 51 concomitant mental functions with consciousness? The first 5 possess how many? How many concomitant mental functions? Only 34. The first 5, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the ears, they only possess 34 crude, superficial mental functions. And this Mano consciousness, the 6th consciousness, possess all the 51. How about the 7th consciousness? Let me tell you right now. 18 concomitant mental functions. How about Alaya consciousness? 8 concomitant mental functions. So this 6th consciousness contains the most mental functions. They're extremely active and subtle. Remember what these mental functions are? Let's get to them. Omnipresent functions, 5. Particular functions, 5. Unwholesome functions, 26. Wholesome, 11. 4 indeterminate functions add up to 51. The 6th consciousness possess all of these mental functions working. What are omnipresent, simultaneous mental functions? There's attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. That all happen in the 6th consciousness. I already explained them. Particular mental functions, it applies to certain situations. And we can give an example in the daily life. There's an ad hoc committee, an ad hoc for specific purpose, particular functions. For example, you have a resolution that in 2018 you want to learn meditation. You really want to learn it. And you want to learn it so much that you desire to learn meditation so that you can be benefited by it. So you have the desire. You have the resolution that you must learn it. And in the learning process, you become very mindful, and you have concentration, and you have intelligence. So that requires you to be specifically setting up an agenda, setting up a particular ad hoc purpose to learn it. So that is something that you created yourself. But omnipresent mental functions is not. It happened immediately. The attention happened immediately. Contact, sensation, perception, volition happen immediately. It's simultaneously, omnipresent, concomitantly. But particular functions, you have to build it up. If you, say for example, you run into a good friend, you run into a monk who knows meditation, and he makes you he helped you, he explained it to you, and become interested in it, then you set up the particular function. Not everybody set up the particular functions in learning something wise, in learning something intelligent. Unwholesome mental functions, the six consciousnesses have 26 of them. Wholesome ones, 11. So our six consciousness, the mono consciousness, contain more than double in our unwholesome functions. The root, greediness, hatred, and all that, 8. Primary, 8. Intermediate, 2. Minor ones, 10. Well, we already have explained it to them. You review your notes, you know. Wholesome functions, only 11. Indeterminate functions, 4. So that's the reason why we said the sixth consciousness is extremely subtle and extremely active. When we are doing meditation, we are actually training the six. We're not training our eyes, because in most of the meditation we close our eyes. We're not training our eyes. We're not training our ears, not our nose, our tongue. We're training our mano. You're training, when you're meditating, you are training your sixth consciousness to be under control, to be your own manager. Right now, you're not your own manager. You allow your sixth consciousness to roam in every direction. Roam into greediness sometimes, depressions, hatred, fear, anger, selfishness, egoistic attitude. You let them roam, wander all over the place. It is not under control. The Buddha said, learn how to put that under control. So the Yogacara approach is to help us to understand more about yourself. So next, capable of cognizing all dharmas and leading into wholesome, unwholesome, and neutral volitions. What is dharma? What are dharmas? Cognizing the sixth consciousness, rationalizing, intellectualizing, discriminating, cognizing, cognition. All dharmas include present and past, include yesterday's images, all the illusions, all the imaginations. When we're not interacting externally, when our eyes, our ears, our nose, our body, our tongue, they only interact with whatever is present, whatever is now, raw reality. Can your eyes react with yesterday's? No. Your eyes cannot react with yesterday's images. Only your mano can. Can your tongue still taste yesterday's food? No. You may remember yesterday's food. That's your mano, not your tongue. Don't think that your tongue can remember the taste of yesterday's whatever you're eating. Yesterday you smelled? No. So your mano, cognizing all past images, past dharmas, and at the same time, simultaneously, working with the first 5 to cognize the present. So how subtle, how active they are. Next, various functions of the cognitive process responsible for all volitional actions, speech, and thoughts that involve with creation of karma. So the monoconsciousness is at the same time creating a lot of karma through simultaneous interactions with your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue. When you are listening to some reprimanding voices, some voice that is scolding you or blaming you, insulting you, your ears got that, simultaneously passes through you to your mano, and your mano gets very angry. And you start to fight, you start to yell, or you start to get depressed. You have a lot of anger in you. Or, even without your first 5 senses, your mano is sitting in here, and you are contemplating about your grief-stricken past, about your bad past experiences, and all of a sudden this sadness, this anxiety comes up in you, that develops into a depression. You feel depressed, you feel angry, you feel unfair, you feel jealous, whatever you feel, your mano, your sixth manager, brought all those past experiences onto the table and let you ponder on them, let you cry on them, let you get grief-stricken on them. You know how foolish we are? We brought back whatever is past that would not come back anymore onto the present Like when you're looking at your computer again, you get back from your files and you start to cry on those files. You start to get angry with those past files. And anxiety, we start to have a lot of anxiety. I remember there was a philosopher, Alan Watt, philosopher in the 1980s, 70s, and 60s, and he said something very useful the other day, and he said about anxiety. It does not what anxiety that comes up. No amount of anxiety can change the outcome. So why do you have to? Why do you have to get so much anxiety? You think your anxiety coming up will change the outcome? No amount of anxiety, fear, depression will change the outcome. It only affects your what? Affects your mental functions. It only affects you mentally. It would not change the outcome with it. You mean being fearful about it, building up anxiety and depression about it, then your health would be better? As a matter of fact, that would become worse even. So no amount of anxiety would change the outcome. So why are you still so anxious, build up so much anxiety? No amount of anger would change the outcome because it already happened. Why do you still angry about it? Yesterday this guy was yelling at you, and now you brought back, you created images in your mind and you brought back that anger on it and ponder on it. You become so sad, so angry. You think that would change? Would change yesterday? It wouldn't. So why are we so stupid? I'm not saying you stupid. Why are we so stupid? No amount of anxiety, depression would change anything. It would worsen. It would make it worse. But we keep on falling into the same track, you and me. We keep on being jealous, having depression, fear, anxiety, anger, arrogance, fraudulence, deceitfulness. I don't know. Why are we still having this? What is that word? Habitual thinking. That's our habitual thinking. We think that way for many, many lives. We brought that habit into our lives. And that habit is so grounded in our alive consciousness. We're blinded by it. When we get anger, we don't think about, oh, this professor said no amount of fear or anxiety would change the outcome. We forgot about it because it's become so fearful. You must use this frequency of repetition to dominate that bad habit. That's the reason why we say, what? Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We want to repeat the mantra to dominate our bad habitual thinking, replaced it with another kind of frequency. Because what can you do? Because we're habitually sunk into that trap, and now you have a remedy. That monk has given you a remedy. He said, whenever you come up with this anxiety, with this fear, replace that thought by another thought, by a mantra. Because when you're sitting there feeling depressed, it won't change anything. But if you want to replace that with a mantra, that would change it. Why? Because the mantra has a meaning to it. What does Om Mani Padme Hum means? Om, listen very carefully. Dominate all your bad thoughts. Om, that's Om. Listen very carefully. That is the origin of all good deeds, the origin of all good thoughts. Om, that means attract your attention. Mani, I have that precious consciousness in me that is so pure. Why am I polluting it? So mani is that precious jewel in me, padme, and I want to purify it by what? Cleansing my senses. Now my sense sink into anxiety, sink into depression. I want to cleanse it. So cleansing it is like what? It's like a flower, a lotus flower, padme, growing up from the mud, not be influenced and affected by the mud. Home, that accomplishes everything. So purifying yourself. So Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. That purifying mantra is much better than repeating that what? Thought of anxiety, thought of fear. Because by repeating it, that won't change the outcome. But if you repeated this mantra, that changed the outcome. There's one thing. The mantra has a meaning. Another is, the mantra is a frequency connected to a saint. It's just like that mantra has a frequency connected to a doctor, a mental doctor. And that mental doctor is radiating in this channel all this good karmic energy. Is radiating from it. Just like your cell phone has a central station radiating out frequency so that you can contact to your friends through your cell phone. It's the same logic. Why are you not using the mantra? Why are you still habitually thinking about fear, energy, hatred, arrogance, fraudulence, deceitfulness, revenge, ego, egoistic behavior? So, that's what the sixth consciousness, if we have a better understanding of it, we know the manager. If we know the manager, then we are interacting with a good manager. You got to train your manager, you know. You think you can run a good company by just leaving your manager alone and do what he wants? You got to come and train your manager. The Buddha taught you how to train it. But you don't care, you don't train it. You let your manager go astray. You're bound to get bankrupt. Because you're not putting your company under control. You don't have a good manager. Okay, next. The sixth consciousness, the Mano Vijnana. It is active in all the three realms of existence, Kamadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu. Where are we now? In which realm of the universe are we living in? Kamadhatu. And there's a higher realm of existence above us in many ways. They enjoy much more happiness than us. Some people refer to them as heavens. They say heavens. Arupadhatu is even a higher heavens. There are four heavens in here. If we call them quote and unquote heavens, there are 4 in there, and there are 18 in here. Rupadhatu heavens. There are 18 in here and 4 in there. And these people living in heavens, they enjoy happiness. They have no suffering, physically and emotionally, except they still carry accumulated latent karma. So heavens are not the ultimate way of enlightenment. Even if you are in heaven, you are enjoying happiness, you still have that latent karma in you that hasn't been purified. Only when that latent karma is purified, then you go to nirvana, which is a much higher level than heaven. Heaven is still a location, you know. Heaven is still a form. Heaven is still, maybe still matters. Heaven is still atoms, protons, electrons. You still see heavens. Anything you still can see is not nirvana. Anything you can see, you can feel, you can touch, you can listen to, they're subject to disintegration. You have to go beyond matter. And that's nirvana. We have no way to describe it. We don't know how to describe it in words. The Buddha said, okay, nirvana. What is nirvana? No more action. No more thought. No more speech. And what is that? We don't know how to call it. We can only sense it. The Buddha called it nirvana. It's beyond heaven. Oh, by the way, realms of existence, let me just show you what realms of existence are. Kamadhatu, the lower realm, Rupadhatu, Arupadhatu. Kamadhatu, Yu Jie, Rupadhatu, Sejie, Arupadhatu, Wu Sejie, Yokai, Sikai, Mo Sikai. We're living in the lower, the 6 paths of reincarnations. We are in here, humans, in the middle. We are just better than the animals. We're just better than the animals, the ghost realms, and the hell realms. We're not even better than Asuras and Devas. Devas, they're just much higher level than us. Asuras are higher level than us. Humans, we're in the middle. And what is the most distinct characteristics of all the sentient beings living in here? What are the distinct characteristics that we are, the world we're living in now? We have form and we have desires. What are form? Atoms, protons, electrons, matter. All these are matters. The most minute, we used to say atoms is the most minute. Now it's no more. Protons, electrons, neutrons, I don't know in the future, more scientists will find out that you still can break down electron, break down proton. I'm not a scientist. You should tell me what's going on. I don't know. They used to say atom is the finest. Now no more. And I know in the future, but it still matter. No matter how you disintegrate it, it still matter. You still form. When it's matter, you still can see it with eyes. You can still listen with your senses. When it's still matter. But mind you, human beings' senses are so limited. There are matters that we cannot listen to. There are matters that we cannot see. There are matters that we cannot feel. We can only feel crude matters. So matters and desires. We have desires. Sexual desires, desires for wealth, for pleasures of the senses, for reputations, or, so to speak, desire for money, big houses, good cars, a handsome and rich boyfriend, husband, a beautiful, girlfriend and wife, billions of dollars. They're always looking for desire to look for materialistic satisfaction. That's how the characteristics of what we're living in. However, these are only the good sides. You are looking for them, but can you have them? You can't. You want to be a billionaire, but you cannot be. And because you have this craving, insatiable cravings. Because of this craving that induces you to suffer. Because of attachment. You have rebirth, you have aging, you have sickness, you have death, departure from loved ones, living with hated ones, suffering arising from the 5 skandhas. We all have explained all those. Well, we're in this world. Rupadhatu, a higher level. Right now, it's just a review, so I'm not going to go deep into it. We already have explained it, explained them in detail. Okay, so even though it can be freely carry out a variety of assessments, our mano, our manager, can carry out a variety of assessments. What kind of assessment we're talking about? What are these assessments? These assessments are what? Mental and ego proliferation. Because the manager, our manager, the mental manager, is working with the 7th consciousness, the ego consciousness, to perform. So this assessment is nothing but egoistic, personalized, subjective assessments. We always say we all have an internal commentator. That's the reason why we are saying that. That is, assessment, comments from your internal commentator on everything. You have personal comment on everything, and every comment from every person is different. It is strongly subject to the influences of the 7th and 8th consciousnesses, which, if I use a company's example, your manager is being influenced by what? By what? By your board of directors, because you are hired by your board of directors. And the board of directors are extremely egoistic. They only care about profit. They only care about the price of the stock. They are very individualistic. And this means that not only does the mono-cognized object as they exist in themselves, but also it is disposed to subjectively personalize everything that is being perceived. Everything you perceive is personalized. That's the reason why you're involved in a lot of argument with a lot of people. That's the reason why some people will say you have bigotry, you're personalizing everything. But who isn't? The one who is saying that you're personalizing things, he himself, she herself is personalizing at the same time. We all build up these habits. Next. Why does the 6th consciousness cognize subjectively? Mano, our manager, which is a good name, that's the nickname for our manager, Mano, is always in contact with the 8th allied consciousness, and the latter is the store of all Dharma seeds that are not pure. These seeds are the causes and conditions of our samsara, our life and death. And also Mano is always being influenced by the 7 manas consciousness. You see the difference between Mano and manas? You see that sometimes I created this myself, my understanding. Mano and manas, there's an S in manas, right? You know why there's an S in manas? A plural form? Because when you die, the mano dies. But the 7 is not dying. The 7 just high into the store consciousness, so you're always involved with a plural form because they always carry from one life to the next. This will show an S in there. How many S are there? Millions of S. You have millions of ego directors since many lifetimes being hidden in the board of directors. That's the reason why it's not called Mano, it's called Manas. The 7th mana consciousness, and the latter is our deeply held attachment to ego, which is the cause of suffering. The 7th consciousness is the cause of suffering. So it is easy to remember names. Mano is the manager. Manas are the directors. The board is being the ego. Next. And what are we doing? This is the last slides before we go for lunch. And after this, I finish with the 6th consciousness. I'm going to talk about the 7th consciousness in the next session. I finish with the 6th. And why are we studying consciousness? We are trying to transform our polluted consciousness towards enlightenment. But first of all, we've got to have a conceptual understanding of it. By applying the Yogacara philosophy for everyday activities, volitional activities, we begin to understand how our consciousness and the mental proliferation function, and then we can replace subjective concepts with objective thinking. Then the second question is, what do you mean by objective? Isn't all objective already a subjective? How do we guide our subjectivity into being objective? It has to be guided by certain principles. So guided by precepts, jie, samatha, ding, vipassana, hui. We have to be guided by what is wrong, what is right. We have to be guided with concentration. We have to be guided with wisdom. Then we will reduce the burden of our retribution, stop creating unwholesome karma, nurture wholesome karma, and gradually reduce our attachment to self and craving. That's our conceptual understanding. We must build up, first of all, a conceptual understanding first. If you don't understand even how your mind works, say if you want to understand your own company, you have to understand, you have to know your salesman and your sales lady. the front end. Then you have to understand your manager. Then you have to understand your directors. Other than understanding your front end, all the workers, or the production workers, the factories, the storehouse and everything, all the factories, you have to understand the manager. And after understanding the manager, you have to understand the board of directors. Then you still have to understand what? The whole conglomerated company, its archive files, its past history, its budgeting, its experiences. What is all that conglomerated whole? That is the alaya consciousness, that conglomerated whole. So you have to transform your consciousness into wisdom. The sixth consciousness will gradually transform into the wisdom of wonderful contemplation. In the Chinese language is 轉第六識為妙觀察智, eliminating the ego attachment and the Dharma attachment. And I quote from a saying from a sutra. With this wisdom, the Buddha knows all dharmas without distortion or obstruction, and in that way, knowing the mental and physical condition of all beings, teach sentient beings most effectively. So it's very important that you have to change, transform your polluted manager into a wise manager. That's the first step in your company. Your first step in your company is not just to reassess your salesman, your sales lady. They are just the front end. If people say, how come I have already failed in 3 of my business? I set up 3 companies and I failed in all of them. Come and study this. You won't fail. Because you don't know your company. How come I'm unhappy? How come I always have anxiety? Because you don't know yourself. Your first and most important is to understand yourself with regard to what? To wisdom. Not understanding yourself with regard to pleasures. I will be more happy if I have all the money. Is that a truthful understanding? I'll be happy if I have a beautiful wife. Look, this guy is a beautiful wife and I have an ugly wife. We used to have a Chinese saying, flowers on the road are better than flowers at home. All these other wives are always better than your own wife. Because you get so used to them. The same applies to your husband.
No.